Last Victory, a post-apocalyptic survival thriller by Kevin Partner. The final book in the Last City series. Chapter 1. Return. She recognized his shape as he stood silhouetted against orange-ribbed clouds, hands held high. She knew it, but still her throat caught as if by saying his name he might evaporate in the twilight. Jesse? Now she ran to him, arms outstretched, into a trembling, sweaty embrace. Did Jade make it? And the others? Yeah, they're all here. Scriver's still alive. They held each other for a moment before the car door opened and Joe Bowie stepped out. It's okay, Ricky. I know him. Yeah, stand down from red alert, Gert said, patting Ricky on the shoulder as he lowered his weapon. Jesse pulled away, and Gert took Devon's hand. I am very happy, my friend. I thought your foolish heroism had cost you your life. I had to go back for Joe and Martha. She's in a bad way, Jesse. Jesse hugged Joe and then went to look at his wife. We need to get her inside. She can go in my bed. Come, you also must get some rest. And a change of clothes if we can manage it, Gert said, putting his arm around Devon's shoulder. We can't stay here, Gert. Once Mendoza's gotten control over Scriver's forces, he's gonna come looking for us. Gert guided Devon toward the farmhouse. I know, my friend. But for now, you must rest and eat. You need some healing. As Devon woke, he glimpsed a pale shoulder moving up and down rhythmically. He lifted his head a little. It hadn't been a dream. Jesse lay snoring gently beside him, sandwiching him against the back of the sofa. They were in the front room of the farmhouse, in a bed made by pushing two armchairs up against the couch. It was uncomfortable but exquisite, and he didn't want it to end. Sadly, he'd long ago learned the world didn't dance to his tune. Geez. He pulled his arm back and sat up to see a black bundle of fur yawning at his feet. Toto had insisted on sleeping with them, but he'd clearly eaten something he shouldn't, and the room's atmosphere was becoming increasingly toxic. Jesse rolled over. Was that you? And so the spell is broken, Devon said. He leaned down to kiss her. Where's Dorothy? Linda's got her. She's become quite the Mary Poppins. All the kids follow her around. Devon fell back into his cocoon and pulled her to him, feeling the soft warmth of her breath on his neck as the farmhouse went about its business on the other side of the living room door. She looked up at him and pulled his head forward so their lips could connect again. I'm sorry, he said after a wonderful few seconds. I know I stink. She shook her head. I don't care. And she pulled him closer, her belly pressing into his, as for a brief time, the universe contracted into a bubble surrounding just the two of them. The shower was a primitive affair, but glorious nevertheless. Devon stood in the bathroom beneath a wooden framework supporting a large metal bucket that directly fed the showerhead, producing an all-too-brief rain of clean, warm water. Jesse had brought up a second bucket, and once he'd cleaned the worst of the blood and grime away, he could properly wash himself. Pits bits sack crack, as some wise guy in the Met Police had said during basic training. He emerged feeling more human than he had since he'd been forced to become the puppet mayor of Hope, and returned the favor by fetching a bucket for Jessie while she got undressed. She refused his suggestion that he help her get showered, so he went back into the front room where he found a camouflage jacket and pants, along with apparently clean underpants and socks. It fits, I see, Gert said as Devon emerged into the kitchen. The Dutchman was sitting at the table Jesse had used to patch up Scriver the day before, drinking from a mug. Devon took a seat opposite him, pouring himself a drink from the heavy iron pot. Yeah, thanks. Where did you get it from? Best not to ask, my friend. The underbroke underpants are from my spares, but I promise they were boil-washed first. But it's amazing what a few hours sleep can do, and well, I know that look when I see it. You are a lucky man. I know. But what's the latest? How's Martha? Beckman shook his head. They beat her up bad. Real bad. Given what she's been through these past weeks, I'm surprised she doesn't just give up. I think Joe keeps her going. And the man she shot? He'll survive. Man, I hope he's worth it. Now, you must tell me exactly what happened. We have decisions to make, and I think much depends on what we do in the coming hours and days. Everyone gathered in the barn, except for the kids who were being supervised by Linda Strickland. The former deputy mayor had, it seemed, entirely retired from any form of responsibility, except the most basic. There were perhaps 24 adults in the barn, with another handful on guard duty, and 2, Martha and Scriver, confined to bed. Devon sat on a straw bale, his arm around Jessie. He would have given everything he possessed, though that wasn't much, to enjoy a couple of days' rest in this idyllic place, but he somehow doubted he would get it. Gert stood in the middle, addressing the assembly in his easily authoritative manner. So we know that Mendoza is the worst of the worst. Devon witnessed him turning on his own people, so he is now the head of the Sons of Solomon. It may take him a little time to get all the forces that were commanded by those he killed under his control, but soon enough he will come looking for us. We must not be here when he does. We are only a few miles from Hope, and though we are well hidden, his people will find us eventually. Let me be clear, to any of you who don't truly understand what we are dealing with here. Mendoza is a monster. If he comes, he will kill all the men and most of the women. We do not need Devon's word for this. At this he looked directly at Ricky, who it seemed, still harbored doubts about Devon. We have testimony from other survivors. So we must go. The questions we must address are where and how soon. Jessie slumped against Devon's shoulder. She obviously hated the idea of leaving this place, though she no longer felt safe. Gert nodded at Ricky, who had his arm in the air. Do we have any news about Hick? He was often chasing a wild goose. Maybe he caught it. No. We must make our decision as if he has failed. Devon glanced across at the farmhouse. Gert, maybe we should get Mariana out here. She knows far more about the Sons than we do. No way. Ricky roared. It's on account of her and her kind that we're skulking in these here hills in the first place. She's on our side, Devon said, looking up into the red-bearded face. Gert shook his head. Ricky's right. The best we can say is she was working with a different faction. That doesn't mean she's our friend. Devon got to his feet. She saved me, Gert, when she'd have had a better chance of getting away if she'd just run for it. Is that right? Jessie said, her upturned face full of doubt. Are you sure she didn't rescue you because she needed your muscle power to help with Scriver? And to take the heat while you escaped? He went to open his mouth in denial, but she'd shoved a great big hunk of doubt into his mind. Had that been Mariana's purpose? Was he just a means to an end? Without another word, he sat again, propping his hand on his chin as he tried to divine the truth. As for where we go, Gert continued, I think we have no choice other than Springs, at least to begin with. Last I heard, all is well there. We can regroup and plan our next move. Next move? Ricky said. And what's that gonna be? Just keep running? I don't like that, Gert, and I don't mind telling you. I don't like it at all. One day they're sure to catch up with us and we'll be cornered like rats. Gert smiled. You want to take the fight to them? Yes, me also. And we will, my friend. I promise you that. But we are also responsible for many who cannot fight, so we must make them as safe as possible first. Good grief, the old folks, Devon said, snapping out of his malaise. Mariana told me she'd move them to dormitories at Barrett's farm. They'll be first in line. What is it with him and the old? A female voice spoke from the back of the room, and Devon turned to see a very tall blonde woman in fatigues. He hates them. Something in his past. Gert nodded at her. This is Chris Ritter. Another turncoat, Ricky muttered. She was part of the Ezran forces under Crawford for a while, but she's one of us now. She helped Hick get into Ezra. Ritter mumbled something about overhearing Mendoza while hiding in an attic, before retreating back into the shadows. Should have done something useful and gone off with Hickman. That's enough, Ricky, Gert snapped. Your past isn't exactly squeaky clean. Chris has proven herself to Hick and me. Again the big man subsided, though he continued to grumble to himself from near the back of the barn. Another person fueled by fury, Devon thought. It was something of a relief that it wasn't only him that Ricky was suspicious of, but Devon had worked with people like him before, grenades with loose pins. You spent all your time wondering when they'd finally go off. So, unless anyone else here has a suggestion, I think we should make plans for moving to Springs. What about the old folk? Jesse asked. You're not thinking of leaving them behind, are you? Gert sighed. He obviously wished he didn't have to think about them. Before he could speak, Devon stood up. Technically, at least, I'm mayor of Hope, and they're my people. I can't do anything to help the people left in the town, not until we find a way to deal with Mendoza anyway, but I won't leave those prisoners. I've seen what they do with my own eyes, and I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Except Mendoza, Devon thought. So we need to evacuate them. I'll be asking for volunteers when the time comes, and I hope I can count on at least the Hopers here. No one spoke or made any positive sign. Or I'll go on my own, if you don't want to help your neighbors. I'll come with you. Jade appeared out of the shadows, smiling at him. I reckon folks are waitin' to hear who's gonna be in charge of this here rescue mission, Ricky drawled. They ain't gonna be minded to follow a collaborator into a trap. Gert jabbed his finger at Ricky, who glanced sullenly back at him and then sat down again. I will lead the mission if that is the sticking point. But for now you must all pack. I will give each section leader their orders. Dismissed. Mariana DeMille glanced up with unmistakable fear in her eyes as she saw the door open. She relaxed a little when she saw it was Devon, and a little more when the guard reluctantly left. She looked smaller and more vulnerable than when she'd last sat behind her desk in Hope. Somehow, then, she'd managed to make her petite frame look intimidating. Until Martha had shot Scriver and Mendoza had taken the opportunity to stage a coup. A bit of a turnaround, she said, looking up at him out of blue eyes that suggested an utterly fake innocence. How is Marshall? Devon had just been in to see the former senator and chair of the Sons of Solomon. He lost a lot of blood. He'll survive as long as there doesn't turn out to be a fragment in there that Jesse missed. Missed? Mariana couldn't disguise her suspicion. How hard did she look? If he survives, it'll be because of her. Don't you forget that. Now I need to talk to you. She sat up straight and stuck her chin out as if preparing to deliver a long-rehearsed speech. If you want any help from me, then I need to know what you intend to do with me. You're in no position to bargain, Mariana. Tell me what you know, and I'll speak to Gert. He's the one who'll decide. He doesn't like me, she said, directing her gaze to the floor. Devon pulled up the other chair and sat opposite her. I'm not sure I do, to be honest. I liked the Mariana I got to know in February, but this version? You don't know what it was like. You don't know what I had to put up with, she said, her face tightening. So tell me. Here's the problem, Gert said. He, Devon, and Jesse gathered around the kitchen table again, as evening fell outside. We don't have enough transport. Not near enough. With your car and the one Jade and Linda came in, though both are shot to pieces, we have 5 working vehicles. That's not enough, even if we didn't have sick to care for. No, we need at least 2 trucks, troop transports like the Sons use. Mariana says they're at the mine. At least they were. 3 trucks were allocated to the operation, so unless they've been taken back into town, our best bet is to use those to get people away. How many guards? 12. But that might have changed too. Gert scratched his chin. Yeah, well, the longer we leave it, the more chance things will be different. We need those trucks. We go tomorrow. Who's we? Jesse said. I hope you're not including Devon. He's not in any condition. No, Devon is not part of this. He will remain here and help organize the evacuation. Devon glanced from one to the other. Have you both finished talking about me? Good. Now tell me, what do you think Mendoza will do when he hears that we've attacked the mine and taken the trucks? He's gonna be mad as hell, Gert said. And he'll come after you. It's over 100 miles to Springs, and he'll catch you before you get there, or he'll follow you and realize that's where we've gone. Jesse touched Devon's arm. What else can we do? There's nowhere else to go, is there? No, you've got to go to Springs. But you need a head start. What do you mean we've got to go to Springs? Gert said. Then he narrowed his eyes and jabbed a finger at Devon. What are you thinking? Devon ran his hands down his face. He had no energy, none at all. But this felt like unfinished business, and he hated the thought of running from Mendoza, not knowing when he'd catch up, or if he'd learn of their community at Springs. I'm going to create a diversion. If I can keep him looking in the opposite direction, you'll have time to get away. No. Jesse yelled. What's wrong with you? Why can't you let someone else take the risk for a change? Devon ignored her. Still got those mine explosives? Chapter 2. Dickie. Sam Hickman emerged from the cabin and walked down the tree-lined path toward the stream that ran along the bottom of Hokett Gulch. She heard Margie's bare feet pitter-pattering along beside her. If you're coming with me, why don't you pick up a bucket? Sam asked, glancing sideways. Got one? Margie said, swinging the empty pail. Elsa likes it when I give her a ride. They trotted along the asphalt, which ran gently downhill, their footsteps bouncing back from the huge redwoods that formed a wall on either side of the narrow road. Far above, a patch of blue. Down here, however, it was always close, and for all the majesty of this place, Sam found she missed the open grass of Zach's settlement. For some reason, she'd never felt hemmed in there. Here, however, she was like a rat in a maze funneled along set paths, following the yellow brick road. Well, if she was Dorothy, then that begged a couple of questions. Firstly, where was she trying to get back to? Dorothy missed Kansas, but Sam hadn't felt at home anywhere. The closest she'd come to it was at Zach's, and Jay had ruined that. Or she had. It depended on perspective. It would be easy to think of Margie as the scarecrow, all heart and no brain. But like that character, she was sharp enough in her own way. Sharp enough to know where the blame lay. Luckily for Sam, Margie had taken to this new environment as easily as she had all the others. Nearly there, Margie said. She was starting to puff, and her sense of adventure was dwindling in the humid, windless heat. They passed an open gate, beyond which stood the remains of a cabin raised up on stilts, presumably in case the creek flooded. But that hadn't protected it from the firestorm. Above them, the single power cable that had brought electricity into the house swung back and forth, caught in the branches of a magnolia that grew beside the gate. Be careful, Sam called as Margie skipped ahead, bucket swinging. It was just there, as the road bent to the right before starting to climb again, that it came within a few yards of the creek. Margie pretended she couldn't hear Sam, and disappeared from view. Sam sped up, taking a left through the gap between two redwoods. Margie was already paddling in the muddy river, giggling as the cool water tickled her feet and calves. Elsa lay forgotten in the bottom of the bucket. Sam made her way carefully to the bank. Watch out for the traps, she called. I ain't stupid, Margie shouted back. They're miles away. She gestured up at the partly submerged row of wicker that lay across the narrowest part of the creek here. Sam kneeled and swept her bucket through the water, taking care to get as much of the clearer upper layer as she could, so they could actually use it sooner. She did the same with Margie's bucket after evicting Elsa, and then pulled off her boots and stepped in. One thing she had learned since the world had turned upside down: take your pleasure where you can. She sat on a rock, her feet suspended off the pebbly bed of the creek, allowing the cool water to play across them while Margie, now soaked from head to toe, frolicked, her high voice belting out, "Let it go. Don't hold it back anymore." Sam envied her friend's ability to enjoy the moment unencumbered by the horrors of the past or the undiscovered country ahead of them all. It wasn't that Margie didn't have moments of introspection and concern, she was simply able to discard them like unwanted clothes for a few minutes or hours at a time. "I thought I'd find you down here." Sam started, then smiled as she recognized the voice. Saeed approached her from behind, then kissed her on the cheek before casting off his boots and perching on the rock beside her. "Aren't you supposed to be finishing the roof today? It'd be nice to sleep under a real ceiling tonight." "Even slaves are allowed a short break from time to time," he said, laughing. Anyway, Jonas had to go. "Zach's called a meeting." Sam sighed. "So why didn't you go?" "We're not invited, remember? You're a pariah, and I'm tainted by association." She pushed him sideways. A little too hard, as he fell off the rock and landed with a splash in the algae that sloshed against the riverbank. "Hey. I don't know how you tolerate my company. It certainly isn't for the same reason most boys want to get to know me." He pulled himself up onto the rock again, his left side drenched, and they both looked across at where Margie was, seeing how far into the creek she could get on the large boulders that formed an almost complete stepping stone path across the little river. She could sense him looking at her. Was it regret she detected? "I'm sorry, Sam. I wish I could be more like other boys." "I don't. Not most of the time, anyway." She turned to gaze into his dark brown eyes. "I love you just the way you are. Honestly." He smiled like an actor in a toothpaste commercial, brilliant white against his dark skin. "I love you too, the only way I know how." They sat for a moment watching Margie. "Any idea what the meeting was about?" "No. It seemed urgent. Jonas gave me his saw and went straight off. Told me not to touch anything till he got back. So I came down here." Sam groaned. "My spider sense is tingling." "You're just nosy." "No, I'm not," she protested. "Well, okay, yes I am. But this is more than just curiosity. They might be discussing stuff that affects us. Will you watch Margie and bring her back up to the cabin when you've had enough?" "I'm going to be nosy." Sam left Saeed sitting on the rock before he could protest. She pulled on her boots by the side of the road, then sprinted straight up through the overgrown ruins of a cabin before coming out on Springfield Drive. She took a left, puffing by now in the stifling heat, sweat trickling down her back. Finally, she arrived at Zach's cabin. It was a large, single-story building painted gray with a garage outside. That's where they'd be meeting. When they'd arrived here, they'd found an existing community run by someone Zach clearly knew well. His name was Richard Stokes, though he liked to be called Dickie for reasons Sam couldn't fathom, and he led perhaps 100 people further along the creek road and centered on a pair of large ranch houses that had escaped the fire because a falling branch had broken the electricity cable that served them. She hadn't learned whether the one Dickie lived in had belonged to him before the firestorm, like Zach's had, or whether he'd taken it since. She didn't really care, to be honest. The garage door was wide open, so she followed a wide path approaching from the next door plot. Where the original house had stood on this plot, Zach and his people had constructed a materials yard where they stored felled logs, recovered bricks and salvaged roof tiles, among other things. Sam crouched down beside the garage wall, pressing her ear to it. Yes, Dickie was there. She could hear his high-pitched timbre. So, this was no ordinary meeting. Now Zach spoke. He had a rich, authoritative voice that she could hear clearly through the wooden garage wall. "Are you certain, Richard?" Zach was the only one Dickie didn't correct when he used the old man's full name. "If we commit ourselves too soon, we will lose everything." "Zachariah," Dickie responded. She found his nasal voice harder to hear, but he was speaking louder now, perhaps in agitation. "I explained this all to you when we first met. We traveled here to stay safe until we received the order to return. That order has now come. The agreement we made, you and I, was that you and your fighters would come with us." Sam heard heavy boots move across the garage floor, and she shrunk down, half expecting someone to emerge from the door. She peered through the slatted fence as a figure stood in the open air, and a plume of smoke rose into the sky. "I don't need reminding of our obligation," Zack said, his voice much louder as he blew out the last of his cigarette. "But can you be sure of the message?" Footsteps grew louder, and now Dickie's voice floated over the fence. "As I said, the cipher matches. Codes can be cracked." "That is true, but it's unlikely in this case. The information we received with the message was explicit and in line with our expectations. It is highly unlikely to have been faked." Another plume of smoke rose above the fence. "You know, you really should give up that habit," Dickie said. "It's very bad for your health." "Not half as bad as being your friend, it seems. Look, give me a little time to get my head around it. We've only just settled in here, and I have to think about how to make sure those who don't come with us stay safe." "In moments like this," Dickie said, "we have to take risks. The prize goes to the bold, doesn't it?" Zack grunted without enthusiasm. "Up to a point. But there's gonna be precious little sweetness in victory if we return to find our people killed by bandits while we were away." "I understand. I'm not suggesting that we leave them entirely undefended. I'm sure there are those among your people who'd be better remaining here than coming with us." As Zack contemplated this, another voice spoke. "But Mr. Stokes, if we're gonna go clear across the country, how we gonna get there? We ain't expected to walk, are we?" "No indeed." "Jethro, sir." "Jethro. We have the vehicles we arrived in. These will be enough for more than half of those who will go. We will have to find transport for the others, but I dare say we'll manage." Sam adjusted her legs to stop them cramping, and one of her feet slipped. She froze. Had anyone heard? Then she heard the newcomer's drawling voice again. "But can't we fight them here? We don't have to go so far to find them." Dickie sighed, and Sam suspected his veneer of patience was worn pretty thin. "The key to the strategy, Jethro, is to bring our forces together to strike a heavy blow against their main general. There's no point each of us going off and trying to face down one group at a time. Destroy their leaders, and their whole organization crumbles." "There's a lot of assumptions right there," Zack said. "Look, it's what we agreed. If we don't come together, we won't stand a chance." Zack blew another cloud of smoke into the sky, then drew in a deep breath. "Let me think it over." She could hear Dickie begin to speak, but then Zack cut through. "Now there's no need to get hot. I'm pretty sure we'll stick to our agreement, but I gotta talk to my people first. I'll be comin', as I promised. The question is how many we take, and how many we leave." They went back inside again, but they must have moved over the other side of the garage, because Sam couldn't hear more than the occasional word. Soon enough, she heard many booted feet leaving, and finally Zack said, "I'll come see you later." Dickie mumbled a response, and then she listened as a single pair of footsteps made their way back up the drive. She was about to creep back the way she came when a deep voice said, "Reckon you've heard enough, Sam Hickman?" Zack's bearded face appeared over the fence. Sam couldn't tell whether he was angry or not, but she decided that defiance was probably the best policy. "Seems to me it's the only way to find out anything. When were you planning to let us know what was going on? Before you'd loaded up the trucks or after?" "Nice try, but I ain't gonna let you make me the villain here. You're spying on business that you're not old enough or wise enough to understand. And I haven't got a Y chromosome. Don't forget that." He jabbed a finger at her, and opened his mouth to fire back, but then laughed and shook his head. "Nicely done. Turned the tables on me after all. Now come inside and maybe I'll fill you in." Sam hated being patronized, but, like her father, she hated being in the dark more. So she got up and jumped over where the fence shortened, just beyond the end of the garage. Zack waved her through the door into the dark hallway. "Don't you have any candles? Or gas lamps?" He chuckled. "Check this out." He flicked a switch, and two lights embedded in the walls came on. Sam shrieked in surprise. "Yeah, real electricity. The folks who owned this place installed some solar panels on the roof and lithium batteries in the basement. I reckon they were used to the power going out, so they had a 12-volt circuit with low-wattage LED bulbs. That way, when the cable outside got cut, they'd have at least a couple of days of power even if the sun wasn't shining. Clever, eh? I'd forgotten what it was like to flip a switch. But you had a setup back at your cabin, didn't you? Yeah, but this is in a different league. I sure traded up here. He led her through into the living room that looked out over the front lawn, taking great delight in turning the lights on. But I guess I'm gonna have to leave it soon enough. What was Dickie talking about? Zach settled into an armchair, the leather groaning under him as he waved Sam onto the sofa. Well, I first met Dickie when I was traveling south to my place. He darn near shot my head off when I drove down this very road, me and half a dozen others I trusted. Somehow I persuaded him I could be trusted, and I stayed for one night before moving on. Over time, we kept up communication, and in the end, I learned who he was and why he was here. He paused, drawing his broad hand through his beard and settling back. You've heard of the Mormons? Of course. Wear black suits and come knocking on our door. There's a church in Hope, though most of them used to come from out of town. So what? Zach nodded, then leaned forward. I guess Hope's not too far from Salt Lake City then? Well, right before they got taken over by the Sons, their leader sent the survivors out into the country in small groups to hide until called upon. They call themselves the Lord's Army. Seems the call has been sent. And Dickie's group is one of these? Yeah. I reckon if you were to look in his luggage, you'd find the Book of Mormon and a pressed suit. He came farthest west of all of them, said he used to vacation here. Sam sat back, the leather creaking under her. But how many people does he have? A little less than 100 fit to fight. And we've got what? 20? At most. So what's the point of that? The Sons are an army. Zach chuckled. Yeah, well, Dickie says that his group is just one of many. It's not just the SLC Mormons, you see. It's every one of them they could gather together, and others like us. For a moment they both sat in silence. He was gazing out over the front lawn, and she was staring unfocused at a row of porcelain figurines above the hearth. Finally she said, So what are you going to do? This seemed to snap Zach out of his contemplation. I guess we'd better do our bit. We're gonna have to think carefully about how we keep this place safe while we're away. It's a long way to Nevada. Nevada? You're going straight to Hope? Sam said, catching her chin as it dropped. Shaking his head, Zach said, No, we're gathering everyone together at a place 100 miles west of there. Springs? How'd you know that? Have you been spying on Dickie too? Now it was her turn to laugh. All of a sudden, she could sense the invisible hand of her father at work. Lucky guess. Right, when do we leave? What? You're staying here. Suddenly, her future was clear. All uncertainty had left her, and she could see the path of destiny running straight and true. No, Zach, I'm not. I'm coming. I've got scores to settle. Chapter 3. Diversion. Devon parked the battered white SUV in the shade of a rusting barn. They'd taken a wide arc, approaching Hope from the north, and going off-road until they hit one of the many dirt tracks that crisscrossed the landscape between the city limits and the mountains. He glanced across at Ricky and nodded. If he didn't know Gert better, he'd suspect the Dutchman was laughing his butt off right now. This mission needed 2 people, and Gert had picked Ricky as the best partner for Devon. Logically, he had a point. At some time in Ricky's murky past, he'd gotten some experience with explosives, but Devon wasn't clueless in that regard, and frankly, he'd be happier risking blowing himself sky-high than having to spend another minute in Ricky's company. It was a simple plan. The first settlers built the town of Hope along a highway that ran more or less north to south, from Salt Lake City to Ezra. Hemmed in by mountains on each side, the copper mines that exploited the mineral wealth of this area had sprung up on each side of the town, leaving a narrow habitable corridor where the mine workers had once lived. By the time of the firestorm, all but one of those on the west side had closed, joining the long-defunct series of workings that scarred the landscape to the east, confining the residential areas to a narrow strip. They'd parked here, a half-mile or so to the northeast of the town, intending to creep closer after nightfall and plant their explosives close enough to the community center to draw off the troops while Gert and the others liberated the prisoners from the mines on the west side. So it was a simple plan, but that didn't make it easy. Devon climbed out of the car, Glock clutched to his chest as the dry heat hit him. He glanced over at the blue-green tinged slag heap, checking for any signs of movement. "Don't worry yourself," Ricky sneered. "There ain't no one here, 'cept me and you. Now I guess we better hide the car and hunker down till nightfall." "Sure," Devon said. He was determined to do his best to resist Ricky's endless provocation. He knew at some point he'd snap, but he wanted to be able to say he'd at least tried. Together, they covered the SUV with fragments of wood and metal. "We'd better make sure we can get this stuff off quickly. We might have them on our tail by the time we come back." "Oh, right. Yes, sir, Captain Obvious. I'd never thought of that." Devon banged his fist on the roof of the car. "Geez, Ricky. Give it a rest. What's your problem with me?" "I don't like collaborators," he responded as he continued to spread an old sheet of sacking onto the roof. "You know the truth of that now." Now he stopped and moved around to the hood. "Oh, do I? I heard a lot of words but not a whole heap of proof. Heck, you even brought them back with you. Don't you trust Gert's judgment?" "Not where you're concerned." Devon grunted. "So, it's nothing to do with the color of my skin?" Bullseye. He could see it in Ricky's expression as he kept his eyes down, focused on covering the car. "No, it ain't that. You're a collaborator, that's all. Now I suggest you keep yourself to yourself until the sun goes down. We'll do our job and hightail it out of here. Then you can go your way, and I'll go mine." Devon was content with that. There was no sense trying to talk rationally with Ricky. Bigotry didn't respond well to logic. So he found a corner of the dilapidated barn and sat with his back to the warm metal, looking in the direction of hope from the shadows. Nothing moved along the dirt track as the sun descended toward the horizon, and Devon found he could relax and enjoy the gentle zephyr that whistled in the old building. Bits of rusting machinery littered the walls, and it looked as though the barn had once been a vehicle store and perhaps a repair shop. Devon opened up his lunchbox and found a sandwich made with Mary's wonderful whole-grain bread. Strawberry jelly had been spread on the inside of both slices, and he found a handwritten note underneath. He smiled as he recognized Jessie's writing and settled back to enjoy the melt-in-the-mouth deliciousness of the fresh bread.
Dear Devon, don't be an idiot, will you? We all need you. Dorothy Jade, the baby I'm carrying, and me. I sometimes think you believe you've got something to prove or some mistake of the past to make up for, and that's why you constantly volunteer for dangerous tasks. I think you tell yourself that it's just to keep us safe, and I'm sure that's true, but there's more to it than that. You're prepared to put our relationship at risk because you know I didn't want you to go. Maybe you'll tell me when you see me. So come back. Come back and marry me. And then never leave me again. All my love. Jessie.
The chunk of sandwich he just put in his mouth dropped to the ground as he gripped the scrap of paper and read it again. Good grief. She wanted to get married? A tingle of ice-cold terror spread down his spine. It might have been the familiar fear of commitment, or perhaps he now truly had something to live for, and that made surviving the next few hours all the more important. He wasn't deluded enough to think he wouldn't fight for his life anyway, when push came to shove, but imagining that he didn't care made it easier to enjoy these last minutes of peace. A now shattered peace. He read the letter one more time, before folding it and sliding it into the inside pocket of his jacket. Then he leaned back and looked up. The perforated barn roof took up half his field of view, the right-hand side dominated by a blue sky dappled with high clouds. Swallows, or swifts, he never could tell the difference, chattered as they darted in and out of the roof space, dive-bombing the flying insects that formed a haze above the yellow grass outside. It was idyllic. He could happily stay here forever. A shadow moved above him, cutting off his view. "Come on. Time we got going." With a grunt, Devon got to his feet and followed Ricky to the back of the SUV. They divided the explosives into 4 batches, each with its own timer staggered, so they could be laid at 15-minute intervals, but go off a few minutes apart. If it worked perfectly, then the first to detonate would be the one they'd planted nearest to the town, with each subsequent explosion taking the enemy farther out into the suburbs. They wouldn't know that the 4th was the last, and this uncertainty, coupled with the fact that they were attacking on the opposite side of town from where Gert was freeing the prisoners, would hopefully give the Dutchman enough of a head start. With each bomb laid, the risk of discovery increased. They took 2 charges each. Devon would lay the 2nd and 3rd, Ricky the 1st and 4th. That last one was the riskiest, as he would be planting it very close to the community center. Even if he wasn't discovered before it went off, he'd have only minutes to get away. They'd talked about laying that one first, so they'd be farther away when it went off, but if they planted the others first, then even if they were captured, the others would explode and the distraction would be at least partially successful. Ricky had taken on planting bomb 1 himself, and Devon couldn't be bothered to argue. He suspected it was mainly testosterone talking. The redneck couldn't handle the thought of returning to Gert after a successful mission, and Devon getting credit for planting that bomb. Devon swung the pack over his shoulder and trotted after Ricky as he strode off into the twilight. They walked a few hundred yards toward the town, stopping at a small brick building with a collapsed iron roof. Grass and wildflowers grew in the shadows, and the old metal door shrieked as Ricky pushed against it. They both froze as they glanced into the gloaming, half expecting to see the lights of a patrol, attracted by the noise. After a few moments, Ricky kneeled and pulled the first package out of his bag. "Set in 60 minutes, he said. "Yeah. 11 p.m. That's when Gert's going in." To Devon's surprise, Ricky didn't bother with any sarcasm. They were both stating the obvious, because they were both scared. "Done. Let's go." They jogged along the dirt track toward the outskirts of the town, and as their boots met the crumbling asphalt, they stopped for a moment. "So we clear? Bomb 2 in this road. Set to detonate at 10:55. Bomb 3 on 1st Street set for 10:50. Devon nodded. "Right. And yours is set for 10:45. Better get going. It might take a while to get close enough without getting caught. Where do you want to meet?" "Back at the barn. I'll be able to use the fireworks to light my way." Putting his hand out, Devon said, "Good luck, Ricky. Don't take too big a risk. If you can't get close enough, then plant the bomb where you can and get away." Ricky looked down at the outstretched hand, and after a few moments' hesitation, he nodded. "I plan on sticking it up their tailpipe. I ain't no coward." He let Devon's hand go, then slipped away, wiping his palm on his jeans. Devon watched him jog along the street before he darted up a side road. The man didn't have many redeeming features, but he was brave enough. Devon turned away, heading for his first port of call, the home of Joe and Martha Bowie. He moved as silently as his substantial frame allowed, but finally made it to the fence-rung compound. He'd worried that someone else might have moved in, committee members perhaps, but the place was dark, so he slipped through the gate and hid in the darkness of the yard. It had been Joe Bowie's idea to site a bomb in his own house. After losing their son and his father in short order, he had no wish to ever return to it. Martha herself was still too ill to consult on the matter, so he'd taken Devon aside after the planning meeting and handed him the key to the front door. Aside from asking Devon to retrieve some personal items, he only had one request, and Devon had asked him to repeat himself before he could believe his ears. He turned the key in the lock, opened the door a crack, and went inside on hands and knees until he could close it behind himself. He didn't dare light a candle or use his flashlight, so he felt his way, using his memory of the place to guide him in the darkness. The moon had just risen behind the mountains, visible in the long window looking over the backyard, offering dim patches of light to orient him. Devon took the pack from his shoulder and pulled out the first of his 2 charges, which he laid in the hearth. He would have to risk a little light, so he got out his flashlight, putting it down on its end so it was shining into the carpet and leaking just enough light for him to see what he was doing. He checked his watch and programmed the digital timer so it would go off at 10:55. Now for Joe's special request. Devon made his way into the kitchen and pulled open the patio door. The moonlight illuminated a small hopper, and he opened the lid and plunged his hand inside before kneeling and turning his palm upward. "Roger? You here?" Devon crouched behind a garbage can and waited for the patrol to move away. Roger the cockerel, it seemed, understood the peril and kept himself out of sight behind his new human caretaker, springing into action as Devon slipped out of the shadows and jogged toward the empty house. It had been the home of Ward McAndrew, the now-dead pastor, and the reason Hope had survived the firestorm. Devon peeped over the picket fence, sneaking a look between the branches of a privet. It seemed likely that someone would have moved into the house in the months since McAndrew died, and sure enough, he could see the flickering light of a candle seeping through the drapes in the front window. From time to time shadows moved. Devon sighed. He dreaded this. There was no way he'd plant a bomb that would blow up fellow Hopers. This, he realized, was another reason why Ricky had chosen to place the device near the community center. He judged it all too likely that Devon would bail out if he thought citizens would be caught up in it. He crept along the fence and peered around the gatepost. A Land Rover sat on the driveway. So the place housed Sons of Solomon fighters, or perhaps a committee member. If the house had been empty, he'd planned to break in and place the device in the hearth, which would most likely bring the roof down and send the place up in flames. The garage was the next best option, but he found he couldn't do it. He didn't know for sure that the people inside were his enemies. If the attack on the committee had shown him anything, it was that matters were more complicated than that. And anyway, he didn't consider himself a terrorist. He would minimize collateral damage as far as possible. So he crawled along the driveway, chips of asphalt scraping his knees through his jeans, half dragging the pack along as Roger trotted unconcernedly behind him. He held his breath as he placed the second of his 2 packages under the Land Rover and adjusted the timer. He would have to hurry if he was to be far enough away for comfort when the charges detonated. Devon froze as the door of the house opened. He could see light flooding out from inside, and a pair of booted feet standing on the threshold for a moment before stepping into the night air. They came toward him and the suspension springs creaked as the car door slammed shut. He pulled the pistol from inside his jacket. If the car reversed, he'd be exposed and would only have seconds to react. Roger snuggled into Devon's body, as if getting ready to spring to his defense, but the car didn't start up. The springs creaked again as the person in the driver's seat fidgeted. Devon checked his watch as the minutes passed. 10 minutes till detonation. Then the car door opened again, and Devon inhaled cigarette smoke as the boots went back to the house. Devon dragged himself out as soon as the door shut, and then crawled to the end of the driveway. Which way should he go? If he ran at full speed, he might make it halfway to the barn where they'd hidden the car before Ricky's bomb went off, but there was an even chance he'd be spotted. No, it made more sense to make his way closer. For some reason he couldn't put his finger on, he wanted to see the community center go up with his own eyes. The chaos of first that explosion and then the others at 5-minute intervals would give him the cover he needed to escape. He gathered Roger up and shoved him into the now empty backpack before slinging it over his shoulder, and after double-checking the dark, silent street, scampered toward the community center. It was within a whisker of 10:40 by the time the squat building came into view. Immediately, he could see something was wrong. Figures were running toward one side of the center where someone stood, hands behind his back, gun to his head. Damn it. They'd caught Ricky. It must have only just happened, because Devon could see the explosives by his feet, as if he'd been setting the timer when they discovered him. Devon edged closer, bringing his Glock to eye level. At the moment, only one guard had hands on Ricky, but others would join him soon enough. Devon didn't know how it would play out, but if Ricky were to have any chance, Devon had to act now. So he sighted along the short barrel of the handgun and squeezed the trigger. The guard dropped to the ground. Ricky spun around as some of the fighters running toward him split off, looking for cover, looking for their attacker. For an instant, Ricky's eyes locked with Devon's. He gave the slightest of nods as the running guards raised their weapons, then fell to his knees. As rounds ripped past Devon's head, he threw himself to the ground. Then the world was light, heat, and a moment later, a roar that threatened to overwhelm his senses. He leapt to his feet and took a single glance at the raging inferno where Ricky had been, then ran away from the flames into the night. Chapter 4. Escape. Gert Beckman checked the magazine of his M4 carbine for the 100th time, then looked left and right at the others in his snatch squad. On one side, Chris Ritter waited patiently, the moonlight glinting from her tied-back blonde hair. On the other, a young man called Wade nervously fidgeted as they waited. He'd quickly learned to trust Chris. She was capable and reliable, which put her in a pretty exclusive group. Wade, on the other hand, was much more typical of Gert's fighters, a potentially dangerous combination of anger, fear, and inexperience. Gert glanced at his watch. 10:58. There, Chris said, pointing over the dark roofs of the mine buildings below at an orange glow. Darn it, Ricky never was good with details. Now, Gert hissed, and the half-dozen climbed down the slope toward the back of the main block of Barrett's mine, just as a guard came into view. Instantly, the crack of gunfire tore apart the night's silence. Gert accelerated, heading for the cover of an oil drum. A shot from Chris took the first guard out, but others ran from inside the building, laying down suppressive fire. Gert cursed as he sighted along the barrel of his carbine, waiting for a target to appear. Jessie heard the shots, nodded to Jade, and put her foot down on the gas. 5 of them were crowded into the battered squad car Devon had used to escape from Hope. As Gert had predicted, the guards at the gate had run toward the sound of fighting, so Jessie was able to drive into the compound without encountering any resistance. She stopped the car behind the block she'd escaped from a few weeks before and got out. Joe Bowie climbed out of the back, face grim in the harsh moonlight. "The trucks are over there," he said, nodding into the darkness, "just like you said. Let's get these folks out of here. You sure you don't want to wait in the car?" They didn't have time for this. Jessie ignored him and headed toward the front door as gunfire echoed around the compound. But as they'd hoped, Gert's feint had drawn off the guards. Most of them. A big shape burst out of the front door, bearing down on Jessie, who fell back in surprise. Jade threw herself at the guard, knife flashing as her tiny figure pushed him sideways, Joe kneeling to deliver the killing blow. A second guard emerged, attracted by the noise, and Jessie didn't hesitate. He fell instantly, as the snuffing out of his soul rang in her ears. "Come on," Jade said, pulling on Jessie's arm as she stood in shock, staring down at the corpse. She snapped out of it, following the others inside. Dim electric lights throbbed throughout the metallic interior as they ran past the little table where the guards had been playing cards moments before. "This way," Jessie said, leading them down a short corridor that ended in a locked door, the key on the outside. The guards really were amateurs. Dead amateurs. She turned the key and, bringing the gun to her cheek, opened the door. Jessie recoiled from the stench. "Geez, it stinks," Jade hissed. Jessie led the way inside to a chorus of frightened cries and the groans of people being woken out of a restless sleep. "Now listen up," Jessie called. "My name's Jessie Summers, and my dad was Gil. You all knew him. We're here to get you out. Any who want to come, you've got 2 minutes to get yourself ready." Now her eyes had adjusted to the gloom. She could see 2 rows of beds, one against each wall. Some were no more than blankets rolled up on the floor. She watched as some of the figures began to move. "Come on. My friends are creating a diversion. We have to get away." A woman sat on the side of her bed, which was one of the nearest to the door. "Where's my Jonathan?" Jessie got onto her haunches, almost choking on the smell of stale sweat and dried urine. "Is that your husband?" "Yeah. They took him away, and he never came back." "I'm sorry, but..." Jonathan! A figure appeared behind the old woman and put a hand on her shoulder. Jonathan's dead, Maisie, he said. We both know that, and I sure am sorry. But if we don't want to go the same way, we've got to go now with Ms. Summers here. The woman broke down, leaning against the man while he looked across at Jesse. Thank you for coming. My name's Weston. I guess you got plans for getting us out of here? Yeah. There are 3 trucks outside. But we've got to move quickly. He nodded, his long mane of white hair catching the light from the corridor. You leave that to me. If you bring the transport around, I'll get these folks ready. Jesse took his hand, nodded and called the other 2. She was glad to be out of that place of waiting death and into the fresher air of the corridor. As they emerged into the night air, it seemed to her that the gunfire had gotten closer. Right, there's 3 of us and 3 trucks. Let's go. The others followed Jesse around the building to where the vehicles were parked. She climbed panting up into the cab, finding the keys in the ignition. The truck roared to life, and she glanced across at the other 2 in their trucks. She wondered whether Jade had ever driven anything with a manual shift, and had her worst fears confirmed when Jade's truck lurched forward before stalling. But there was no time to wait. Jesse reversed the truck into place outside the dormitory and jumped out just as the first of the old folks came out. Climb aboard, she shouted, holding the door open and pulling down the steps. Quick as you can. The back of the second truck appeared beside hers, but there was no sign of Jade's, so Jesse jogged to the front of hers to see the young woman's vehicle kangarooing its way toward them. She put her hand up to stop Jade, just as a fighter emerged from behind the main building. He just raised his weapon to his eye when the truck went still. Jade fell down and the cab filled with light. The crack of Jade's gun reached Jesse's ears at the same moment that the guard fell to the ground. By the time Jesse got to the entrance again, Weston had emerged and was helping the weaker of the old people up the steps. We don't need all 3, he said. Some folks just won't come, and I don't have time to persuade them. Why won't they come? Fear. It paralyzes. And some of them don't have anything to live for. We can't just leave them. This is supposed to be a rescue mission. Weston nodded. I know, but that gunfire is coming closer, and if we don't get out of here now, none of us will survive. The first truck was full, and Joe was directing the remaining survivors into the back of his vehicle when Jesse spun around at the sounds of shouting from behind them. Someone emerged into the main compound and crouched behind a barrel, returning fire as a second, larger figure scampered bent at the waist and joined the first. It's Gert, Joe called. Come on, we got to get to him. You finish loading them, then follow me. Jesse jumped into the cab and started the truck. Hold on tight, she called into the back as Weston climbed up alongside her. She gave him the handgun and stabbed down on the gas. A third figure was now sharing the cramped space behind the barrel, but they would be outflanked at any moment. Jesse thrashed the engine and headed straight for the main group of attackers. Suddenly, they noticed her and swung their weapons around. Just then, Gert and the others stood up and opened fire, forcing the attackers to duck down. Slow down, Weston shouted. But Jesse knew that everything depended on scattering or running over the fighters, so she left it to the last moment, pushing her foot down on the brake, sending the back of the truck sliding around and smashing into the space where the fighters had crouched. Gert and Chris sprinted across the gap. He had slung his assault rifle over his shoulder and was using his handgun. The third figure limped toward the back of the truck as they passed in front of it. Weston jumped down and followed them. 3 shots punctured the night, and moments later, Weston was in the front again, Gert climbing up after him. Please tell me we've got them all, the Dutchman said, panting. We've got everyone who wanted to come, Jesse said. What? Some wanted to die. Weston turned to him. I think maybe yes. That's exactly it. Hauling on the wheel, Jesse reversed until she lined up with the exit. Joe's truck was already on the road outside, Jade's abandoned in the middle of the compound, though the young girl had made it to Joe's truck. Fortunately, they only needed 2 trucks, and as Jesse drove out of the gates amid renewed gunfire, her thoughts remained with those who'd chosen to stay and even now waited in the dark to meet their maker. Devon was just in time to watch the house of the Bowies explode, a jet of flame erupting from the chimney. The roof bulged, then buckled before collapsing, as the familiar place resembled a fire pit more than a home. He'd been within a whisker of capture at least twice since the first bomb went off at the community center, but each time he was able to lose himself in the chaos, then slip away. He'd heard the second bomb, the one he'd planted under the Land Rover, and it had saved him from certain capture as his pursuers abandoned their chase to run toward the latest explosion. Now, as he watched the Bowies' house, he imagined his enemies panicking as they wondered where the next bomb had been planted. Time to go. He took one last look at the house of his friends, and then scrambled down the little slope overlooking the town, using the reflected light to navigate by. Any minute now, the final bomb would go off in the little shed, and he wanted to be in the car and driving away by that time. At least the fact he'd returned to the community center had settled one thing: there was no point in waiting for Ricky. Devon hadn't had time to process what his comrade had done, but Ricky had certainly died in the explosion, sacrificing himself to give Gert and the others a better chance of getting away. He didn't dare use his flashlight, and the moon had passed behind a light cloud, so he focused on keeping on as straight a heading as he could, listening for the change in sound as his feet strayed from the dirt track. He just reached the barn when the final bomb exploded, lighting up the rusting metal and making it easier for him to work out where the car was. Once the initial boom died away, he heard voices calling in the distance and the sound of a car revving. He cursed his own stupidity. Sure, it was a solid idea to place the bombs, so they drew the fighters away from the town and in the opposite direction from where Gert's team was freeing the prisoners. But if they'd had half a brain between them, they wouldn't have left the car so close to the last detonation and in a direct line from the others. If the enemy was trying to work out where the next bomb would go off, there wasn't one, but they weren't to know that, then this very barn was exactly where they'd look. Devon pulled the detritus away from the SUV and climbed into the car. Maybe Ricky had never intended to escape, and didn't care that Devon wouldn't either. Yeah, that'd be it. He turned the ignition key, and the car started up. Then, just as he'd completed his reverse to turn it around, flashlights danced on the metal sides of the barn, one catching his mirror. He put his foot down, and leaving the lights off, drove blindly into the darkness as gunfire cracked in the darkness behind him. The car bounced violently as it hit the holes and bumps in the track he couldn't see. Then the inside lit up as a pair of headlights appeared behind him, closing in quickly. He flicked on his lights and steered the car into the center of the track as the first round fizzed through the night air. Like peas on a tin roof, bullets penetrated the trunk. The window smashed, and Devon knew he couldn't get away. Without warning, he tugged on the steering wheel, swinging the car through a sudden 90 degrees, cutting across the path of the pursuing vehicle. It was a Land Rover, and as the driver slammed his foot on the brake pedal, Devon drew out his Glock and calmly fired 5 rounds, smashing the windshield. Then he threw the weapon on the seat beside him, wrenched on the wheel and pumped the gas until, wheels spinning, the car was facing the right way, and he could accelerate away. The Land Rover didn't move. Chapter 5. Exodus. Paul Hickman stood with his back to the window and watched as Elliot DeMille worked his magic. There was barely space to breathe as people squashed themselves into the ranch house's living room, all eyes focused on DeMille as Hick and Mara waited ignored on the periphery. Elliot had insisted they come here first. West Wendover was the nearest of the communities he'd seeded with his own people, and it seemed they'd eagerly awaited his coming. Although the Sons hadn't established a base here, they sent regular patrols to scavenge, though the town had long been picked clean, and then to find people to bring into the city for the reclamation gangs. "My friends," the old man said, raising his hands above the heads of the crowd. "The time has come at last to strike back at the blasphemers. I have sent word to our brothers and sisters across the land, and they will gather with us. Then we shall sweep these so-called sons of Solomon away, and thus shall a new age dawn." He was an impressive orator, Hick would give him that. He'd regained his strength quickly after their escape into the suburbs of SLC, but Hick had only truly begun to believe that DeMille might hold the key to resisting the Sons when the old man had arrived at the first of his seeds, as he called them. He'd planted this colony a few miles to the west of the city, and it amounted to no more than 20 who were capable of fighting. But they were enough to return to SLC, access the weapons cache, and then destroy the small remaining garrison in the city center. Salt Lake City once again belonged to its people, though DeMille had left only a small contingent there to guard against opportunists. "We will gather at Springs, and from there our holy army will march to sweep away the heathens and bring forth a new era for humanity. An era of peace in the service of our Lord." Hick swapped a glance with Mara, who shrugged. Allying himself with someone like DeMille didn't sit well with Hick, and he wondered whether they might be trading one oppressor for another. Then he shook his head. No. He could not see Elliot DeMille ordering the execution of people simply because they were old or, indeed, forcing them to work in the fields like slaves. But Hick resolved to keep a close eye on the old man and his followers. There might well come a time when their usefulness ended, and he would have to take action. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend" is only true for as long as your enemy exists. Have you ever ridden a horse? Hick looked up at Mara, who'd gotten onto her chestnut gelding with practiced ease. Once or twice. Decades ago, he didn't add. But 4 feet or 2, he had to make the 60-mile journey to Springs, and he knew he was lucky to be offered the option of going on horseback. The car they'd taken to SLC had run out of fuel a couple of miles east of Wendover, and it had been difficult enough shepherding Jay over that distance, so Hick was glad to see the boy on the back of a piebald next to Mara. Brain had drawn the short straw. He would walk with the bulk of DeMille's followers, though the old man himself was making the journey in a 4-wheel cart that must have been a museum piece. Hick pulled a stool across and climbed on it before looping his foot into the stirrup and heaving his other leg over the animal's back. He lowered himself with a groan. This was going to be a long 60 miles. And he was unhappy about far more than discomfort. DeMille had scattered his seeds all the way to the west coast, and if those people were going to have to walk, then it might be months before they'd gathered their forces. These other colonies might have transport, but he couldn't imagine they'd have enough for a large army. So if they wanted overwhelming force, they would have to wait. He'd mentioned this to DeMille, but the old man had simply smiled and declared that the Lord will provide. "We're off," Mara said, gesturing over at Jay, who'd nudged his piebald into a walk. Beyond him, DeMille's cart was throwing up dust as it moved along the dirt track toward the highway. Hick squeezed his knees and flicked the reins, but it took a sharp word from Mara before his horse responded. "Come on, mule," Hick said as the creature reluctantly fell into line behind Mara. He turned to see Brain waving them goodbye, wearing a look of sad disappointment that wouldn't have disgraced a bulldog puppy. "So long. We'll see you at Springs." Beyond Brain, the Mormon army was forming up, ready for the journey. DeMille was leaving a small contingent of older fighters to guard those too young, too old, or too sick to go, but there were 50 or so lined up beside the road. Each carried a backpack with supplies for the march. Unlike at Hope, the community here had made no effort to grow their own food, aside from keeping a few pigs and the odd cow. They had hidden in the rubble, keeping out of sight until the summons came, living off scavenged cans and dried food. Judging by how thin many of them were, they'd been on starvation rations, and Hick found himself wondering how they would perform in a fight against the well-fed, well-trained sons of Solomon. "Mr. Hickman, what do you think of my army?" DeMille had slowed down, so Mule was plodding along beside him. "Not much, to be honest," Hick responded. "You've seen the sons. How can you imagine your followers will stand up to them?" DeMille beamed. "God is on our side. Have faith." "I'm pretty sure Mendoza would say the same thing. And he would be wrong. That is the difference. Do not worry, Paul. We will be many, and together we will sweep them away." Hick made a non-committal noise and nudged Mule toward Mara, who was at the head of the column as it neared the highway. He had a bad feeling about this. A really bad feeling. Why should he have faith in Mariana and her father? He knew nothing about her, except she was good at scheming, and there was only room for one schemer in his life. Him. He settled into the rhythm of mules' steady progress. They'd set out in the late afternoon, so they could travel mainly under cover of darkness, and he looked west as the sun hung above the distant mountains, wondering how much help was coming from that direction. It had better be a horde. Sam understood why they were here, but that didn't mean she liked it. And to make matters worse, Saeed insisted on coming along. "I did not think I'd ever come back here," he said, as they lay in long grass watching as a line of workers made their way back in from the fields. "Have you seen your father?" Saeed shook his head. "No. It is too much to hope he is not here." The vineyard hadn't changed much since they'd escaped 4 weeks before, though the hot weather had left some of the outer fields looking parched. But Azari's base had what they most needed: vehicles. Between them, Zach and Dickie had over 100 fit to fight, and the best part of 600 miles between here and the mustering point. Even without hitches, that would take a month to walk, and so they needed the half-dozen Land Rovers and the truck sitting in the yard outside the ranch Azari had commandeered. And crucially, the fuel Jay had discovered when she and he had been caught here. But Azari would not give them up easily. Dickie had left planning the raid to Zach, possibly because it had been through him he'd learned of Azari's base, but Sam considered Dickie the kind of man who'd happily lurk in the shadows behind someone else, using them as a shield and only coming out when it was time to take credit. Zach crawled up beside Sam. "Are you sure you want to be involved in this? I'd understand if you didn't." "Yeah, I do. And besides, I'm the only one apart from Saeed who's been inside." "True enough. But keep yourself out of trouble and leave us to do the work." "The men, you mean?" Zach chuckled. "The trained soldiers. I've picked vets for this mission. But Saeed, you gotta understand, your pa ain't likely to come quiet, and I can't guarantee he won't get hurt." "I understand, Mr. Kilgallen. I wish to deal with my father myself, but I know that might not be possible." Patting Saeed on the back, Zach crawled backward, disappearing into the bushes that lined the slight rise they'd gathered on. "You ready?" Sam asked. "I'm ready. And Sam, if something happens to me, I won't let it." Saeed smiled sadly. "But if it does, I want you to know that I love you. Perhaps not quite as you'd wish." "I'll take it," Sam said, leaning forward and planting a kiss on his lips. "I love you too." He pulled the handgun from his belt and cradled it under his chin as they watched for Zach's people to make their move. "There," Sam hissed as dark shapes darted through the lengthening shadows and flattened against the house. Inside, the field workers would be eating, exhausted after a long day in the fields, and in the next room, the guards would be enjoying their rather larger meals. "Come on." Sam slipped down the slope, heading straight for the door into the women's quarters. "Stop." She swung around, tripping over her feet and falling to the gravel as a volley of automatic fire cracked through the space she'd occupied moments before. The guard, who'd emerged from around the corner of the building, was adjusting his aim when, with another bang, Saeed took him out. "I am sorry, Joshua," he said, as he kneeled beside the fallen man pulling back his black mask. Sam pulled on his arm. "Come on. We've got to get inside." They'd lost the element of surprise, and Sam could hear the cries of women as Zach's team burst into the accommodation block. She'd just run through the door as people scrambled for cover when a familiar voice called out. "Sam? Is that you? Mary? Get everyone out. What's going on?" "I haven't got time. Just get them out to the field." She pushed past, following Zach's fighters. The corridors reverberated with the crack, crack boom of gunfire. Sam followed Saeed until they found the passage blocked by a clutch of fighters who stood with their backs to the wall, taking it in turns to fire down the corridor. "It's blocked," the fighter in front of Sam said. "We can't get past them." "Follow me," Saeed hissed, before running back along the way they'd come. Sam called to Zach's fighters and ran after him. Said took a left through the women's quarters and into the medical area. Then out into the courtyard, not slowing until he'd reached the farmhouse door. Sam puffed into place beside him. Damn. No one followed us. All is well, Sam. Zach's people are keeping my father's fighters occupied, so we can deal with him. She looked into his eyes and for the first time, saw hatred there, marring his otherwise unblemished soul. She nodded and followed him inside. The sun had set, but the twilit sky gave just enough light that she could follow Said as he darted through the familiar corridors. She burst into the living room where he stood, frozen and looking down at something. Well, for once you have surprised me, Said. Perhaps I was hasty to abandon you. And I see you have the horror with you. Again, a misjudgment on my part. Azari sat on the couch, holding a shotgun aimed directly at Said's chest. Go, father. I will permit you to escape. Azari's eyes opened wide, and he laughed. You return with a sense of humor also. Is this an entirely new son I see before me? But you seem not to have noticed that I have a weapon pointed at you. Make a move and I will blow your head off, and then I will kill the whore. Once I have used her. His hungry eyes flicked to Sam, then back to his son, who stood shaking with rage but unable to say a word. You think your little raid can achieve anything? My men have yours cornered, and even now reinforcements are on their way. Said shook his head. You are a liar, father. I can tell because I see your lips moving. The shotgun trembled in Azari's hand as he fought to control his rage. Sam saw his finger begin to close on the trigger. While he focused entirely on his son, Sam, without thinking, brought her handgun to bear and shot. Said yelled and ran to kneel before his father as the report faded to be replaced by the background noise of gunfire. Father, I am so sorry. Said passed his hand over Azari's chest, then gazed at his fingers, soaked in blood, candlelight flickering off the slick. No. Sam watched as her friend collapsed in tears. Be a man. Azari spat, his chest heaving. I told you she was a. Azari went silent, and for a few moments all Sam could hear were Said's sobs and the rattle of gunfire. We've got to go, she said, putting her hand on Said's shoulder. He yanked it away. You killed my father. He was about to shoot you. Said collapsed in sobs. Come on, we have to let them know he's dead. Then the fighting will stop. He showed no sign of moving, so she got down beside him and put her arms around his chest. This time, he didn't push her away. I'm sorry, but it was you or him. Please, let's stop the fighting. She felt him relax a little, though he still heaved in his grief. He was a monster, he managed. But he was my father, and I loved him for all of that. I didn't think I loved him until now. He was all I had. She hugged him closer. No, you've got me. But you killed him. Sam couldn't tell if there was venom in his words, so she stayed where she was for a few more moments before another burst of gunfire reminded her of the ongoing battle. He must have noticed it too, because he got up, pulling her with him. We had better stop the fighting. Be careful, Sam said. Don't let your grief cloud your judgment. Please. He nodded, though he didn't make eye contact. Then he looked once more on the face of his father, leaned down to shut his eyes, and walked purposefully away. They followed the sound of gunfire. Zach's people had pushed Azari's fighters back within the compound, until they were only just around the corner from the living quarters. Said strode into view and called out, Ahmed? You know me. I have returned. My father is dead. Now put down your weapons, and none of you will be harmed. You are my people now. By the time Said finished saying this, half a dozen assault rifles were pointing directly at him, the remaining 3 or 4 keeping their weapons trained on the corner Zach's team had used for cover. The one Said had addressed as Ahmed was the first to lower his rifle and stare at the young man. Is it true, young master? I am sorry, my friend. And they did this? Said shook his head. No. My father sought to kill me. He did not succeed. It was you. Ahmed looked with disbelief at Saeed, then at Sam. She knew in that instant that if Saeed told the truth, she would be dead before he could stop his friend. Saeed sighed. Yes. I am sorry for it, but he would not listen to reason. He has been erratic since you left. I am glad he did not kill you. Ahmed turned to the others, then called along the corridor. We will yield if you guarantee our safety and freedom. He put his hand on the shoulder of the fighter nearest to him, and nodded. Zach's voice echoed from around the corner. You have my personal guarantee. Saeed will vouch for me, I trust. I do, Saeed acknowledged. Ahmed put his rifle down as Zach appeared in the candlelight, hands raised. I'm sorry for your fallen, he said. We will help all we can as we attend to our injured. Now, I think we need to talk. Chapter 6. Murda. Devon caught up with Gert's convoy on the Great Basin Highway. He'd spotted a truck stationary beside the road and was just slowing down when, without warning, 2 shots punched into his radiator, sending steam into the air. 3 figures ran toward the car, weaving along the road as if they expected at any moment to come under fire, and Devon remembered he was driving a Land Rover. They must have thought they had been followed by the Suns. Devon rolled down the window and put his left hand out as he called, It's me. Devon? The figures stopped, turned to each other, then waited with guns raised. There was nothing else for it. He lowered his hand very slowly and pushed the door open. He kept his eyes on the shooters, but they were just too far away to make out their faces. Their barrels followed him as he got out, inch by inch. Devon. Gert lowered his gun and came running over. Hey, where's Ricky? Devon shook his friend's hand. He blew himself up. He what? He got caught priming the last bomb. I shot his guard to give him time to get away, but he set it off. Gert sighed and shook his head. I always said he had a death wish. It's a pity. He was a good man. And so far his sacrifice worked. When I saw this Land Rover, I thought maybe we'd been spotted. No, I haven't seen anyone, and the explosions kept them pretty busy. Devon reached into the car and pulled out his pack. Is Jessie with you? Gert shook his head. She's driving the other truck. You brought your own food? Gert said, pointing at Roger's head, which was sticking out of the top of the bag. I reckon he'd be pretty tough. Joe asked me to fetch him from their place. To cheer Martha up. But look, did you stop because you'd spotted me? Gert's smile disappeared. No, we're out of fuel. I've sent the others ahead to Springs. Well, you might as well use whatever's in the tank. I'll ride along with you, this thing's had it. They pushed the Land Rover along the highway until it was alongside the truck, and Devon pulled out the siphon kit before connecting the two together and pumping the bulb. He gazed across the flat, arid plain at the mountains, sitting on the horizon. They looked as though they still had snow at the peaks, but as he forced his tired eyes to focus, he could see the white was merely a bank of clouds hugging the mountain tops. As he listened to the swishing and rancid gurgling of the diesel, he turned slowly south, the mountains receding, or were they simply smaller, until he was looking back along the highway to where it took a gentle bend to the right before heading arrow straight along the basin. 2 shapes were moving along it. He cursed under his breath and called Gert over. They will catch us, the Dutchman said. And even if not, they will know where we're going. I will wait here and ambush them. Devon sighed. I'll stay with you. You've done enough, my friend. I'm staying. Let's get out of sight. That was easier said than done. Gert estimated they had no more than 10 minutes before the chasing vehicles would catch up with them, but the landscape offered no cover. So Gert ordered the other fighters who'd stayed behind to dig a trench just deep enough for the 2 of them to lay flat on their bellies so they could then be covered again. Devon positioned the assault rifle between the fronds of a low bush and glanced across at Gert. We'd better hope they're watching the truck, because if they look directly at us, they'll see us. Yeah, but I bet I'll get the first shot in anyway. What happens next, that's the tough part. There might be 4 in each car. Better hope not. They watched as the fighters who'd buried them ran back to the truck, which was, by now, idling. They jumped in the back, and it pulled away, heading along the highway as quickly as possible. "You know, Jesse's right about you," Gert said as the rumble of the truck faded. "Don't get me wrong, I'm glad to have you with me, but you don't have to take on every mission." "Pot calling the kettle black?" "What?" Devon chuckled as he glanced across at the Dutchman. "I heard the phrase a lot in London. I think they thought it was extra funny because, well, look at me. It means you take as many risks as me." "A risk is only a risk if you have something to lose," Gert said in a monotone voice. "And I no longer care much whether I live or die." "I'm sorry." "Don't give it away, you're needed." Gert didn't respond, but merely tipped his head to one side and put his finger to his lips. Sure enough, the quiet of wind and rustling grass was giving way to the bronchial rattle of the pursuing Land Rovers. "Get ready," Gert said. "We will get only one chance, and they'll be past us before we know it." Devon couldn't see far along the road, so they were relying on having just enough warning to be able to raise their weapons and bring the cars to a halt. Driving abreast, 2 battered Land Rovers streaked along the road at high speed chasing the truck. "Now, you take the far one," Gert said. Devon got onto his knees, sighted along the barrel and squeezed, sending a volley at the fast-moving wheels. The third shot burst a front tire as at almost the exact same moment, the nearer Land Rover lost control and swerved into the front of the one Devon had hit. Devon's target tipped and rolled off the road as Gert ran toward the nearer one, which had come to a halt. The Dutchman pulled out his sidearm, and with the calm composure of a machine, pointed into the car and fired until all movement ceased. By this time, Devon was approaching his target. The driver's door faced the sky, and a masked face appeared, head wobbling as if stunned by the impact. Devon was just about to follow Gert's lead and shoot into the cabin when the driver raised his arms and called out, "We surrender? We surrender!" Devon edged closer, assault rifle at eye level, as the figure emerged from the smashed side window. "Please don't shoot." It was the voice of a woman. Maybe that was what stopped Devon, even as adrenaline coursed through his body, even as his finger pressed against the trigger, wanting so much to squeeze. "Throw your weapon down," Devon snapped. She reached into her belt, and very slowly pulled out a handgun and cast it away. "Who else is in there?" She looked down into the car. "Only Lewis, but he is injured." Gert stalked past and brought his handgun up. "No." "Gert." "No." Devon pushed him to one side, and the shot went wide. The Dutchman rounded on Devon, snarling, "No prisoners." "Gert. This is not how we do things. This is not us." "It is me." Devon grabbed for his weapon, and for a horrific moment thought Gert was going to shoot him. But the fury disappeared as Gert's eyes focused on his friend. "We cannot take prisoners," he said, the rage draining from his voice. Devon looked across at the woman who stood terrified, waiting for these 2 men, one sane, one apparently mad, to decide her fate. "We'll take the cars and their weapons. Leave them to walk back." "But Lewis can't walk," she said. Devon watched as she climbed out. "I don't care. If you want to live, pull him out of the car and help us get it upright again." It took all 3 of them to right the car, and the woman seemed reconciled with her fate until she saw what had happened to her colleagues in the other vehicle. "You are animals. You executed them." "Just count yourself lucky my friend here is more forgiving than me," Gert snarled. "Bury them yourself if you like, but your best chance is to get walking and leave them and your injured friend. Maybe you could get back in time to rescue him." They pulled the bloody bodies out of the second Land Rover, and Gert got into the driver's seat, wiping the blood from the steering wheel. "You take the other one," he said. Devon climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. Gert signaled for Devon to drive on. Exhaustion overwhelmed him as he put his foot down, accelerating along the lonely highway, hoping to see the back end of the bus. He glanced in the side mirror. Odd. Gert's vehicle hadn't moved yet. Then he heard the crack of small arms fire, and when he looked again, Gert's car was moving along the highway, but there was no sign of the woman. Springs had changed a lot since Devon had been there last. The brothel, however, still took pride of place as they wound their way along the back road into the center of the town. The blackened ruins had been swept away, and roughly constructed log houses took their place. He followed the truck past small groups of people busy in the fields or domestic chores, until they passed into a larger area that had the feel of being a different place altogether. Here the houses were closer together and arranged in circular clusters, but he was torn from his observations when he spotted a familiar figure waving the vehicles inside. "Devon? Well, I sure am pleased to see you. Welcome to New Hope." Otis ain't too keen on the name, but there ain't a whole heap he can do about it. Devon stopped the car, got out and took Sheriff Rusty Kaminsky by the hand. His hair was longer and perhaps whiter than before, but the bushy beard that ran down to the top of his checkered shirt suited him. "Looks like you've been busy." "We have, and we're gonna get busier too if all I've heard turns out true. Not sure what we're gonna do with everyone, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Now, you'd better run along and see Jessie. Seems to me she can't make up her mind whether to fret about you or cuss about you. Follow the road along, and you'll see her soon enough. She's gettin' folks settled in." Devon smiled, jumped back in the car and caught up with the truck as it pulled in. His good mood evaporated as Gert appeared. "You shot her," Devon said. "It wasn't a question. Devon, if she'd gotten back to her friends, she'd have told them where we are. The longer we stay off the radar of the Suns, the better." Devon shook his head. "You shot an unarmed woman, Gert. Nothing justifies that." He stalked away without turning back, almost running into Jade as she ran across his path. "Dev. So lit you're okay. Go see Jess." She scampered away without another word, and Devon swung around, searching for Jessie in the crowds. Then he saw her, clutching Dorothy on one hip and waving her free arm in various directions. The people she was talking to moved away, satisfied at last, it seemed, and then she turned to see him. And in that moment, as they recognized each other, he knew, without a doubt, that he loved this woman with all his heart. And it scared him to death. They sat around an open fire as night fell, the air rich with the aroma of barbecuing meat. Rusty, who it seemed was de facto mayor of New Hope, had chosen a steer to be sacrificed to the gods of good fortune that had seen so many citizens escape to here. Small groups of hunters had been sent north, south, and west to scout for signs of the sons of Solomon, and to round up any livestock they found. Their richest prize was the herd of castrated bulls they'd found grazing the rich grass beside a stream. They'd brought back 50 head that had tonight become 49. Rusty wiped his lips and looked up at the darkening sky. "Geez, that was good eatin'. Haven't had beef for months." "Me neither," Devon said. He finished his mouthful and waited for the sheriff to stop making appreciative noises. "So, is this area all Hopers?" Rusty nodded. "Mainly. Things got a little too prickly with Otis and some of the Springs folk. Most have been fine, but I decided we'd draw a line at the end of this lane and take everything to the north for ourselves." "That was risky." "No. I'd worked out old Otis by that time. Blows hard, but he's used to being a bully, and I ain't the kind to be intimidated. I drew the line and dared him to cross it. I've dealt with his kind often enough to be pretty sure he'd stay on his side. After all, it's got the brothel in it." Rusty smiled. "Though we see more of the girls up here than he does. I reckon if we give it a few months, everyone will be on this side of the line. Except Otis." Jessie sat down on the blanket beside Devon and snuggled into his chest. "Do you have to talk shop? Can't we have one night off?" "I just want to know how things stand so I can sleep easy," Devon said, speaking into the top of her head, then sneezing when he swallowed a stray strand of her hair. "We're doing okay," Rusty said. "I've had a message from Hick. Says he'll be here tomorrow, and a day later we'll be overrun with Mormons." Devon settled back, looking up at the stars. "So, Mariana's plan is coming together. Where is she, by the way? Locked up on Gert's orders. Devon scowled. I'm not sure I trust his judgment anymore. I know what happened, Jesse said. He came to find me and told me all about it. You're not going to take his side, are you? He felt her head move against his chest. No, but I understand that he made a tough decision. It's people like him who keep us safe, Dev. Maybe. But if we get any more brutal, how are we better than the Sons? We don't suffocate innocent old people, Jesse said. No, but apparently we shoot unarmed women, Devon responded. And what about Scriver? He's recovering slowly. He's locked up with Mariana. But can we talk about them tomorrow? She raised herself onto her elbows and turned her face up to look at him. Shall we go for a walk, just you and me? Devon groaned. I'm tired, Jess. Can't we just stay here? For a clever fella, you sure are an idiot sometimes, Rusty said, chuckling. The lady wants to go for a walk on this warm night. Probably somewhere private-like. So they walked. Chapter 7. Promise. Marshal Scriver was sitting up on his makeshift bed as Devon came into the room with Jesse. Mariana sat by the window, and it was obvious that the two of them had been deep in conversation before being disturbed. Ah, Devon. I owe you and your fiancé, Jesse said. That was one reason she'd wanted to go for a walk the previous night. In all the drama of escaping back to Springs, and with his anger at Gert's execution of that woman, Devon had put Jesse's proposal to the back of his mind. She'd brought it to the front. Scriver smiled. Congratulations to you both. An admirable pair. And I am indebted to each of you. Devon for helping my faithful Mariana to rescue me, and Jesse for stitching me up. I only hope you're worth it, Jesse said. Indeed. I intend to prove so. Now, Mariana believes her message was received here. I hope it was acted upon. Devon went to stand beside Mariana, enjoying the fresh breeze through the window. He should probably have spoken to Rusty and Hick before coming to see Scriver, and especially before he revealed how things stood, but he had the feeling that days were precious, and if they were to have any hope against Mendoza, they'd have to trust their former enemies. Hick has freed your father, he said. Mariana threw her arms around him, muttering, "Thank God," as she trembled. Jessie, who'd settled herself Buddha-like into a salvaged rocking chair, treated him to a withering look that suggested he was enjoying himself a little too much for her liking. Devon disentangled himself, then glanced across at Scriver, who was beaming with obvious relief. Hick'll be here tomorrow with Elliot. Others are following. That's all I know. This is good, Scriver said. We can prepare. We can, Jesse said. Or have you forgotten you're a prisoner? You're responsible for this. She waved her arm around the room, as if it encapsulated all that had changed since the firestorm. Scriver's smile disappeared. I take my share of the blame, though I did not intend for things to work out as they did. You mean the wholesale murder of millions? Devon moved across to where she sat and put his arms around her shoulders. There'll be a time for him to face what he's done, but Mendoza is our problem right now. She relaxed back into the chair, but pointed her finger at Scriver. So, what are you going to do to help? I do not believe all my units will have abandoned me. We will need their help if we're to face the general. So you want us to help you rebuild your army? Devon said. Do you really think we're that gullible? Scriver sighed, sinking into the pillow. I understand your caution, though you of all people should know that I am no friend of Mendoza. You were there when he murdered those of the committee who wouldn't follow him. You know he would have killed me and you if he'd caught us. Devon had nothing to say to that. He didn't trust Scriver, but where else were they to get the military might to oppose Mendoza? At this point he had no idea how many DeMille was bringing, or whether others would come from elsewhere to join the muster. And in any case, he didn't see how an army of Mormons was likely to be preferable to Scriver's forces. He doubted this coalition would have anything in common, apart from the fact that they were all enemies of Mendoza. "So, how do you suggest we get in touch with these units of yours?" Jesse asked. Mariana turned back from the window. "I will go. Marshall is not fit enough, and we're the only ones they'd recognize." Jesse shook her head. "That's a hell of an assumption. You expect us to let you go free so you can betray us? Seriously, Jesse? I thought we'd gotten to know each other when we were on the road. That was before you signed up for this terrorist organization." Mariana slumped against the wall. "I did what I thought was best for everyone. My father told me to find out what was happening in the wider world and what threats he might face as leader of Salt Lake. So when I was taken, I decided to learn what I could about the Sons, and I thought the best way to do that was to pretend to cooperate. Devon did the same thing." She glanced across at him as he stood, hands on Jesse's shoulders, pointedly unresponsive. "Anyway, they just started to trust me when I met Marshall." Scriver turned to look at her, silhouetted against the window. "I quickly recognized her ability, and we carefully got to know each other. Then he recruited me and assigned me to General Mendoza. I knew Mendoza was my main rival when it came to control of the committee. I also know him as a damaged man. All traces of empathy were stripped from his soul when he was a child, but he'd hidden this during his time with the military. This new world is his idea of a utopia, and his worst nature is revealed." Devon grunted. "Yeah. I saw that firsthand. He was like a machine. A Terminator." Scriver looked directly at Jesse. "If we are to have any chance against the General, we will need my loyal fighters. I cannot go, so Mariana must. I'm afraid you have little choice other than to trust us." "Maybe. Mariana can go, but someone has to go with." Jesse looked up at Devon. "Not you. Let someone else go this time." Devon kneeled beside her. "How will I be any safer here than on the road with Mariana?" "It's not your safety I'm thinking of," Jesse said. "I know it'd be a complete waste of time to appeal to your sense of self-preservation, so I'm asking you to stay for my sake. For me, for Dorothy and the baby inside me. Geez, do I have to throw in Toto and Jade as well?" Taking her hand, Devon smiled. "I'm not going anywhere. Mariana's going to need a different babysitter." She pulled him toward her and whispered, "Thank you." Hick got down off Mule's back and rubbed his backside as folks emerged from the settlement, some of them armed. The log cabins were built in a circle, and a white-bearded man emerged from one with a shotgun pointed in their direction. Raising his hands, Hick stepped forward. "You want to get your eyes checked, Rusty, if you don't recognize me." "Hick? Well, I'll be Paul Hickman riding on a horse? Never thought I'd see the day." Rusty lowered his weapon and strode forward, hand outstretched. "I sure hope this ain't the Mormon army we've been promised," he said, gesturing at the handful of riders gathered around a white horse-drawn cart. "This here's Elliot DeMille," Hick said. "He's chief Mormon, but his folks are walking from Wendover. Should be here tomorrow, all being well." The Colonel Sanders look-alike in the cart got down and shook Kaminsky's hand. "Is my daughter here?" "Mariana?" "Sure. She's locked up with Scriver." "Locked up? What is this?" Hick stepped between Rusty and the agitated old man. "She worked for them, Elliot. We got a right to be cautious. If you want our help, then she must be freed." Rusty crossed his arms. "Maybe, once we've seen exactly what help you're giving us. As Mr. Hickman said, some will arrive tomorrow. But the call has gone out, and many more will join us in the coming days. You cannot win without us, and my daughter's freedom is the price for my help." Saeed had barely spoken to Sam since she'd shot his father. Or put another way, since she'd saved his life. They were in the back seat of a Land Rover. Ahmed was driving, having pledged his loyalty to Saeed along with 5 others who'd also formerly served Azari Sr. Sam was surprised, She'd expected these former sons of Solomon to at the very least disperse, but she couldn't detect any falseness about their allegiance. She was working on the hypothesis that these men had watched their former leader, torturing Saeed for many years while powerless to act. Between the vehicles parked at Azari's compound and those he'd stationed at satellite locations, they had 6 cars and 2 trucks. That still wasn't enough to transport all of Dickie and Zach's forces to Springs, so search parties were scouring the area for any roadworthy vehicles. Sam, Saeed and the others were on one such raid, but were returning empty-handed to Saeed's former home, which was being used as a temporary headquarters. Zach emerged from the farmhouse as they pulled in. "Ah, Sam, just the person I was looking for." "Marvelous," she said as she followed him into what had been Azari's living room. Zach sat down at the table and gestured her to do likewise. "How is Saeed?" "Hurting. He feels he should hate me for killing his father, but at the same time I saved his life. And he has feelings for me. Or at least he did." Nodding, Zach leaned forward. "He is an unusual boy, ain't he?" "What are you getting at?" "I reckon you know well enough. I thought I'd worked him out, but I was wrong. And now he has those goons following him around like a puppy dog." Sam shrugged. "Okay, I take your point. He's unusual. He'd make a good leader, I can't help thinking. As long as when the coin stops spinning it falls the right way." Zach raised his bushy eyebrows before realizing he was being too obtuse. "I mean, what if he becomes one of them?" "What gay?" Zach shook his head. "No. I mean like his pa. A son of Solomon. No chance. Saeed doesn't have a bad bone in his body. I was thinking of offering to leave him here, to run this place. Not with slaves, obviously. But maybe some folks would stay. His father was already turning it into a general farm, and not just growing grapes." Sam adjusted her position. She'd spent too long on her butt today, and ached to go for a long walk. "On her own. You were thinking of it?" "Yeah, but to be honest, we could do with his fighters if he'll side with us. First, though, I think he needs to get his head clear, and I reckon you do too." Finally, the old man was getting to the point. "You know we're heading for this gathering east of here? Well, Dickie's getting worried that they won't wait for us, on account of not knowing we're on our way. So I'm thinking of sending you ahead." "Me? How?" Zach got up and walked to the long window. "Well, look what we found." She followed him and gazed out. A motorbike. A Triumph Thunderbird. A classic. And it survived the firestorm. "We're gonna strap gas cans to each side, so it should get you there, even with the extra weight." "Why me?" Zach shrugged. "You know Springs and the people there know you, so they're likely to take your word for it. And it won't be just you, take Saeed along for the ride." "What?" Smiling, Zach turned back to her. "Well, the way I figure it, that boy's gonna be a whole lot more used to himself and the rest of us once he's had some time to think. It sure as hell ain't doing him no good to be here in this place where his father died. Oh, and sharing a motorbike with the person who shot his dad, that'll help him, will it?" "Exactly. Look, you and I both know you did the only thing you could. Saeed knows it too, but he's avoiding the truth." "What if he doesn't want to go?" Zach shrugged. "Then we won't take him or his people with us. Now, I don't reckon he's gonna want to be left out of the action. He may blame you right now, but it's the folks who corrupted his father he's really angry with." She found Saeed standing by the grave of his father. "I want to be on my own," he said without turning. Sam moved alongside him looking down at the freshly dug earth, her eyes moving across to the identical trenches either side. "I know, but I don't think you should be. Walk with me, will you?" To her surprise, he instantly pivoted and waited for her to take the lead. They headed off toward the vineyard. "Tell me about your father." "I do not wish to. He was not a good man." "Well, we have that in common at least." They walked on in silence for a few minutes. "He owned a shop." "Really? What did he sell?" Carpets mainly. I worked there with him. He sent me out to measure. I enjoyed it. But after my mother died, he lost himself. He tried one organization after another, until finally he found the Sons of Solomon. So when the firestorm happened, he made sure we were safe. He'd already identified this place, and had cut the power off. He shot the owner. Sam didn't want to stop her friend, but she was glad he'd paused for a few moments. Having said nothing, he seemed to want to get it all out in one go. Like a confessional. He knew most of the fighters from long before. Some were former military, others were business associates, but they all took their lead from him. He thought if he kept his head down, he could keep this vineyard operating, and then when things recovered a little, he would cash in. He was always a merchant. Always eyeing up a deal. They reached a wide clearing bordering the apple orchard she'd hidden in, when Azari's people had found her and Jay. The smell of bruised grass floated up as they walked, her feet becoming wetter and wetter after the light rain that had blown in off the Pacific Ocean earlier. "What about the women?" Sam asked, wishing she didn't have to. Saeed looked surprised, as if he'd forgotten she was there. "Oh yes. I want you to know, I'm not saying he wasn't a monster. But he was a man, also. The women. He sent out men to find and rescue them. Those who wanted a place to stay had to work for their keep. That was how he put it. It seemed so logical at the time, but it was slavery by another name. They were free to leave, but had nowhere safe to go. And he treated some of them very badly." Quite suddenly he turned to Sam and flung his arms around her, howling with grief. She hugged him close, finally letting go of her emotions as her tears running down her cheek merged with his. Chapter 8. Turncoats. Devon hated Paul Hickman. Not because he was wrong this time, but because he was right. Hick represented exactly the sort of morally ambiguous man Devon found hardest to deal with. Downright evil was easy to identify and oppose, but with Hick, Devon found it hard to see beneath the veneer of rationality to the beating heart within. "You son of a—" Now, Devon, Hick said, holding his hand up. "We've been through all this. You're the only man for the job. Here, put these on." Devon took the bundle of clothes, sighed and pulled the pants up over his boxer shorts. 30 minutes ago, he'd been spooning Jessie, arms wrapped around her back and meeting over her bump. And then he gently disentangled himself, waited a few minutes for her to resume snoring, and slipped out to his appointment. He found Hick and Rusty outside Mariana's door. She'd evidently been primed because she was ready to go when they opened it, and after a few moments of whispering to Scriver, she appeared and followed them down the rough-hewn stairs. "You're the only one who can go with her," Hick had said when he'd taken Devon aside late in the evening. "She don't trust me, and she don't know anyone else except Jessie, and I guess you wouldn't want her to go." Devon broke his record for the number of swear words in one sentence. Hick had used Jessie as leverage to get Devon to accompany her back in February. So things were coming full circle, back to where they'd begun. Except this time, he was betraying the woman he loved. But he couldn't see any way they'd be able to win without at least some of the enemy forces coming across to their side. Scriver seemed confident of their loyalty, and he'd given Mariana the rendezvous coordinates and code words. They had no choice other than to roll the dice, even though Devon knew there was a far greater chance this would end his relationship with Jessie than that it would be successful. "Yeah, you'll do," Hick said, handing Devon a black balaclava. "Every bit the SOS heavy. You're enjoying this, aren't you?" Hick shook his head. "Actually, Devon, no. I'd be much happier going myself, but Mariana here wasn't too keen on that idea. Seems she ain't exactly trusting." "You can't go. You're needed here with Rusty," Devon said. Rusty nodded. "He's right. Turns out I've got quite a knack for organizing folks, and I can handle people like Otis. But dealing with a military campaign is way above my pay grade." "I'm not sure any of us is going to be allowed to run the show," Hick said. "Seems to me Mariana's pa here is gonna want to be the big chief." "You're wrong," Mariana said, her first words since they'd made their way out of the building she'd been imprisoned in and across to the equipment shed. "My father only wants to be a spiritual leader. He had the foresight to scatter our people across the West when he saw the threat from the sons of Solomon, but he will not wish to lead anyone into battle." "He's not going to be happy when he wakes up to find you gone," Devon said. He'd been there when the two were reunited the previous afternoon, and for the first time since he'd left her at the church in Cedar Run, he saw the young woman he thought he'd come to know. Mariana shrugged. "He understands. We must all make sacrifices." Ain't that the truth, Devon thought. Even if everything went miraculously well with the mission, he'd likely come back to a relationship that was irreparably damaged. He'd given his word to stay and protect her, and broken it within 12 hours. The first hints of light gathered along the eastern horizon as Devon climbed into the driver's seat of the Land Rover. He and Mariana had walked in complete silence across the grass to where the vehicles were stored. They would be driving the car he'd taken from the woman Gert had executed. The Dutchman had been conspicuously absent since he'd arrived at Springs. Wrestling with demons, perhaps, Devon thought. He certainly hoped so. He glanced across at Mariana, who was strapping herself in, nodded and turned the ignition key. He flicked the lights on and turned the car toward the dirt track that led to the highway. This took the car around the back of the log cabins. He looked up at the windows of Jessie's bedroom to see her standing there, silhouetted against the light of a candle. A shard of ice broke his heart in two as she pulled the drapes shut without a second look. They hardly spoke as they headed south on 93, and the sun had risen above the mountains when Devon pulled the car over. "What are you doing?" Mariana called as he got out and opened the back door. Devon reappeared beside her window and gestured with his shovel to the side of the highway 50 yards or so away. "I'm going to give them a decent burial." He stalked off to the place where a pile of bodies lay on the margins of the scrub, crows scattering into the sky as he approached. Walking a few yards into the desert, he plunged the blade of his shovel into the soft soil and began digging. Moments later, Mariana appeared alongside him. "We've only got one spade," she said. I'll get them ready." He paused for a moment to watch her as she sucked in a deep breath and began dragging the nearest corpse toward the pit he was digging. Mercifully, it was too soon for them to smell, but their clothes were drenched in dried blood from the shots that had killed them, their faces and hands ripped to shreds by carrion birds. It didn't take as long as he'd expected to dig a trench wide enough for them all, and deep enough to keep the birds away. Coyotes might be able to get to them, but, well, he didn't have the energy to go deeper just in case. Mariana rolled the first corpse into the trench, and he went back for the next. Last was the woman Gert had executed. He'd shot her in the back of the head as she began walking, and the bullet had shattered her forehead on its way out. "I'm sorry," he muttered as he placed her alongside her colleagues, biting down the bile rising in his throat in disgust. Mariana put her hand on his shoulder. "It wasn't your fault. You didn't shoot her." "No, but I should have stayed behind and sent him ahead." "You're not responsible for what others do." Devon straightened himself, rubbing his back. "Is that what you tell yourself? All those atrocities Mendoza committed." He wished he hadn't said it as soon as the words were out of his mouth. "Look, Mariana, I'm sorry. I didn't." "You're right," she said, looking up at him, her sad beauty piercing his soul. "I told myself I had to play along for the greater good, and I had to be so careful around my bodyguards. He appointed them, you know. But it was just an excuse. I should have done more. Come on, let's get back to the car. We've both done things we regret, so the best we can do is to see this mission through and maybe make amends." Mariana unfolded the dog-eared route map across her knees as they passed a sign declaring that a side road led to a place called Brown. Devon looked across but could see no sign of any buildings. More than 20 yards from the main highway, even the road vanished. He wondered how long it would be before the only evidence that Brown had ever existed was a rusting sign. But it did, at least, help with navigation. "About another 20 miles, Mariana said. "We'd better get our story straight then." "It's simple enough. Marshall stationed his troops here and told them to wait until they heard from him. But he's not here." She folded the map together and shoved it back in the door pocket. "No, but I've got the passwords. In fact, it's likely enough that you'll be recognized as Mendoza's right-hand woman. If these troops know about his betrayal, that could go badly for you." She sighed. "I know. I'll have to rely on my powers of persuasion. And you, of course." "Oh good," Devon said. He felt as though he were in a maze, trying to find an exit, but not knowing if it led to freedom or death. Devon half hoped they wouldn't find the contingent at all, but he knew, as soon as they passed the sign to Cherry Gulch, they were here. To the right, a small group of tents clustered around a larger open space that might once have been an open pond, but which was now dried up and brown. "Here we go," Mariana muttered as they turned off the highway and headed along the track. They drove toward a ruined farmhouse, and as they approached a concrete garage, a group of fighters emerged, guns leveled. Devon rolled down the window and nodded at the black-masked figure who looked in at him. He lifted his balaclava up to his forehead. "We're here on the orders of Chairman Scriver with a message for your commander." The guard pulled his mask off, eyebrows raised. "Scriver's still alive?" "He is." "Well, maybe that's so, and maybe it ain't. But either way, he ain't chairman no more. That's the general." A second guard muscled into view. "Now you shut your mouth, Rebus. The captain'll decide who these folks are and what he tells them." "Hold on a minute," he said, glancing across at the passenger seat. "I know you. You're Leader DeMille. I seen you in Hope." Mariana nodded. "Yes. And I have orders for your commander. Are you going to hold me up or not?" She certainly was a hell of an actress, Devon thought. In an instant, the pleasant young woman he believed to be the real DeMille had disappeared, replaced by a functionary of this oppressive regime. And the effect was immediate. "Yes, ma'am," the second guard said, leaping up and saluting. "Just follow Rebus here, and he'll show you where to leave the car." Devon rolled the window up and gently nudged the gas. "Well, you've got us in. I sure hope you can get us out again." They found the commander in a small barn next to the farmhouse. Rebus had searched them for weapons, though his check had been so cursory that Devon wished he'd concealed a knife, as the guard certainly wouldn't have found it. "What did Rebus whisper while he was searching you?" Devon said just before they went inside. "He said things have changed here. Their old commander's gone." Devon didn't have a chance to follow up, because a man appeared at the door. He wore a camouflage jacket and an olive-green cap. His short brown beard parted in a smile that didn't extend to his eyes. "Leader DeMille," he said, gesturing her inside. "I'm glad to see you made it. The name's O'Connell. You can wait out here," he said to Devon dismissively. "I would prefer him to remain with me," Mariana said. O'Connell gave a small shrug, following Devon as he stepped inside. An old kitchen table sat in the middle of the small room, light coming in from wide-open doors on the far side. A revolver sat on the table, straw littered the floor, and rusting farm tools hung from the walls. The place stank of stale dung and cigarette smoke. Mariana took a seat, but Devon remained standing, as befitted his role of bodyguard. "Where is Commander Travis?" "Ah, yeah. He died in a rebel attack on some mine workings." "What was he doing there?" O'Connell shrugged. "How should I know? He didn't come back, and I'm the ranking officer." Devon could tell a lie when he saw one, and this man wasn't even trying too hard. "That's a pity," Mariana said. "He was a good man. Did he brief you on communication protocols?" "What are you talking about?" Devon tensed. This was not going well. Not at all. Mariana seemed to relax a little. "Yes, quite the actress." "Forget it. Tell me, Commander, what is your current mission?" "We're holding position here for now. Awaiting further instructions." I've sent some teams out looking for supplies. How are you receiving your orders? O'Connell looked puzzled. The same way everyone does, dispatch riders. One came this morning, about the meeting next week. I guess we'll get to find out what the plan is then. But anyhow, Rebus told me you've got a message from Scriver. That's correct. But he ain't chairman no more. Did you know that? That may be what General Mendoza believes. But tell me, where do your loyalties lie? This unit was pledged to Marshal Scriver, wasn't it? O'Connell nodded. Sure. We came west with him, but we respect the chain of command. If he ain't chairman no more, then we have to follow whoever is. You know Mendoza murdered several council members in cold blood. I was there when it happened. Shaking his head, O'Connell began fiddling with the revolver. That ain't what I heard. Chairman Scriver was shot by an assassin in Hope, and the same shooter killed the others. That's partly true. A civilian wounded Scriver, but Mendoza took the opportunity to force the committee to choose between him and Marshall. He shot the ones who made the wrong choice. So, how did you get away if he was shootin' everyone? This man rescued me. O'Connell looked from one to the other. He seemed to suspect they were telling the truth, but it was just ludicrous enough for him to pretend he didn't believe them. And you escaped out of Hope all on your own? Enough, Mariana said, slamming her fist on the table. We came to remind Travis of his oath of loyalty to Chairman Scriver, but I see we have wasted our time. She got up and turned to Devon. Let's go. Devon heard the chair scrape behind them. Not so fast. He swung around to see O'Connell pointing his black revolver at them. I think maybe we ought to keep you under guard. Then we can ask the General herself what he wants to happen to you. You see, Miss DeMille, we are loyal. We're loyal to General Mendoza. Guards, take them around to the grain store and lock them up. Devon caught Mariana's eye as she was led away. She was terrified. Mendoza, he knew, would be delighted to see her, but not nearly so happy as when he recognized the former mayor of Hope. Chapter 9. Plot. The only way to get Jessie Summers to shut up was to walk away from her, so Hick found himself striding across the grass, out toward the field where people moved back and forth tending the first crops. He understood why Jessie was angry. She'd quickly worked out that Hickman had been the one to suggest Devon escort Mariana to the meeting with Scriver's allegedly loyal troops. And he had to admit he was concerned. They'd been gone 3 days. If the mission had been successful, he'd have expected them to arrive before now or at least send a message. It seemed obvious to him that things hadn't gone according to plan, which meant Mariana and Devon were either captured or dead, and he was getting the blame. Others had arrived in the meantime. Contingents of DeMille's Mormons had dribbled into Springs, and a tent city of makeshift shelters had sprung up on one of the meadows. Rusty had been kept busy working out sanitation arrangements, and as many people as possible were being billeted in both the new houses and those few that remained unoccupied in the city. Otis Wepler had placed himself in charge of record-keeping, and Hick's day had begun with a meeting involving himself, Rusty, DeMille, and the leader of the Springs Council. That title had become entirely meaningless, as the local survivors of the firestorm had been overwhelmed by first the Hopers and now the assembling fighters. In the days since DeMille had turned up, around 250 others had walked, ridden, or driven into New Hope. It was an impressive beginning, but they would need 10 times that number to face the forces of the Sons on equal terms. And Hick didn't think they'd get anywhere near it. DeMille didn't know how many were still to come, but Hick suspected the Mormon contingent would number fewer than 1,000. The Hopers themselves could muster perhaps a couple of hundred capable of holding a weapon. And that was the other problem. DeMille had uncovered the promised cache of weapons, and Hick had brought back a truck full of small arms, ammunition, and a few RPGs and similar. But there was nowhere near enough for everyone. They would be like some sort of ragged citizen army against professional soldiers, or, at the very least, fighters with one weapon each. Then, once the meeting was over, Jesse had collared him again. When was he going to send someone after Devon and Mariana? He wasn't. Didn't he know it was all his fault? Did she know he didn't care? She would never forgive him. Ditto last answer. Incoming. Hick heard the call from the barrier on 80. He'd wandered so far out of the main settlement area to avoid Jesse that he decided he might as well see who was approaching. Probably another batch of weaponless fighters, drawn by the call of Elliot DeMille. He jogged up onto the highway, kicking the dirt from his shoes as he looked along the road, past the barricade. He couldn't see anything, but he could hear the throaty roar of an engine, a motorbike if he was any judge. "Hey, Chris," he said, moving alongside the tall woman and gazing into the distance. "Paul. Avoiding Jesse by any chance?" Hick chuckled. "Funny. Ow." Sharp pain lanced through his ankle just above his shoe. "Sorry about that, Hick." Joe Bowie leaned down and scooped up a feathered ball of meanness. "I don't reckon Roger's forgiven you for leaving him." "Yeah, well, Roger had better steer clear of me or he'll have an appointment with my barbecue." Roger blinked. "How's Martha doin'?" Joe shrugged. "She's healin'. She can get around now well enough. Trouble is, she don't think she's got anything to live for. Except Roger here." "And you," Hick said. "Maybe. But I remind her of Jensen and Pa. Every time she looks at me, she sees them." "I'm sorry, Joe." Joe Bowie wrapped his hand around the stock of his hunting rifle. "It's okay, Hick. Truth to tell, I'm just waiting for my chance to take a shot at them their sons. That's all I want. After that I don't care none what happens to me." The motorcycle was now no more than 50 yards away, and Chris was sighting down the barrel of her assault rifle as she moved out in front of the barrier. Joe covered her as Hick watched. Chris put one hand up, and the motorbike came to a halt. Raising hands high, the driver flipped the kickstand, followed by a passenger who'd been hidden from view. "Keep your hands raised and declare yourself," Chris called. The driver's hands went to remove her helmet and then froze. "Dad?" Hick's insides petrified. Had he misheard? Was she talking to him? He glanced around to see no one behind him. "Sam," he whispered. The helmet flew off. "Halt!" Chris bellowed. "Sam!" Hick called out as he ran past the stunned soldier and threw himself at his daughter, only realizing how empty his soul had been now that it was whole again. "Oh, thank God." Hick walked back toward the settlement with his arm around his daughter's shoulder, wishing he would never have to let her go again. The strange young man who'd had his arms around Sam's waist followed them silently across the yellowing grass. "I didn't want to believe you'd be here," she said. "I didn't want to think about it at all, to be honest. I should have known you'd be at the center of everything. People are coming, Dad. A couple of hundred walking from the west coast." Hick squeezed her to him, but he couldn't put it off any longer. "Look, Sam, there's something you need to know." But he didn't have to say another word because just then, a figure emerged from the nearest house and hobbled toward them. "Oh my God. Jay!" Sam called out, and she ran toward the astonished young man and pulled him to her. Hick wanted nothing more than to spend the rest of the day with his daughter, but she was totally occupied with Jay. It seemed their time apart had given them the chance to think things through, though he had no doubt that Jay considered the ship to have sailed. It touched his gnarly heart to see them both so happy, but despite that, he was jealous as hell. He took Sam and Saeed into the house he was occupying, and left them in the community shower. He and Jay went back and forth filling up the tank, and he noticed that the young man's jealousy had evaporated. "Just goes to show, you never can tell with women," he said as they brought the last 4 buckets from the well pump. Jay grunted in acknowledgement. "Yeah. Maybe you gotta give something up before you can have it." Sounds like some sort of Buddhist mumbo-jumbo to me. But yeah, you've certainly been better company since you accepted things. Not just Sam but... Gesturing down at his maimed foot, Jay nodded. "Being angry ain't going to grow my toes back," Funny thing is, it was Brain who helped me see it. Brain? Are you serious? Hick said. He couldn't imagine how that idiot could possibly act as a therapist. They emptied the buckets into the tank and padded through to the living room. The couch was unoccupied, as most people were working in the fields or helping house the newcomers, so Hick slumped into an easy chair and watched as Jay lowered himself carefully. He told me there was nothing I could do about it. Said something about life being a box of chocolates. Of course he did. If any movie was going to make an impression on Brain Sullivan, it would be Forrest Gump. Saeed came in and, having been spotted, walked slowly across the floorboards, looking doubtfully at them. Hauling himself to his feet, Jay limped over to meet him halfway and stuck out his hand. Saeed, I'm sorry. I acted like a complete ass. That is okay, Jay. I think I understand. Sam is quite unusual. She's not the only one, I reckon, Hick said. Why don't you come and sit down? Tell us what's been going on. Saeed's face dropped, but just then Sam came in. She'd wrapped a towel around her and carried her dusty clothes under one arm. I don't suppose anyone's got any clean underwear I could use. I reckon mine could get up and walk around on their own, and I've just gotten clean. And there you have it, gentlemen, Hick said, getting to his feet and heading for the door. The art of prioritizing. Jessie put the spoon down and sighed. There's nothing else, Dottie. Either eat this or go hungry. Dorothy shook her head resolutely and banged the tray of her high chair. Here, let me try, Jade said. Jessie handed the plastic spoon over and got up. I thought you'd never ask. I'm just going for a pee. TMI, Jess, Jade responded, pulling a face. Then she turned to the baby, hovering the spoon in front of her. Here comes the choo-choo train. Chugga, chugga, chugga. Jessie looked back as she went through the door. The train had arrived at the station, and Dorothy was giving every impression she was eating nectar from the gods. Kids. She wandered down the timber stairs and was heading out to the communal latrines when Gert almost ran into her. Oh, Jessie. I was coming to see you. Have you heard from Devon? He shook his head. No. I'm sorry. But it was Devon I wanted to talk about. Look, I know you two parted on bad terms, but he'll come around. Maybe, but that's not what I meant. I could do with some advice. I'm going after him. Jessie looked into the haunted black-ringed eyes of the Dutchman. He looked as though he was on the edge of a breakdown, but he was also the only person she'd want on Devon's trail. Wait here, I gotta go to the bathroom. Then we can talk. Scriver will know, Jessie said. Yeah, I figured. But will he tell me? Jessie came to a halt beneath an oak tree that stood alone at the edge of a field bordering a Delhi Creek. They had wandered to the north of the main settlement now, attracted by the fecund greenery of this corner of Springs. I think you could probably persuade him. Problem is, it might not stop there, Gert said. I am so angry. She gestured him to sit alongside her on one of the tree's great roots. Barely a trickle of water flowed along the river, but this was nevertheless an oasis in the middle of an arid landscape. I know, I see it in you. You're scared you might not be able to control it. I shouldn't have killed her, Jessie. No, you shouldn't. He swayed a little as he sat beside her, this strong man overcome with a vulnerability accrued from months in the front line. I told myself she would reveal where we were heading. Isn't that true? Maybe. But what of it? I'd bet that Mendoza knows about us, one way or another. Jessie swung around to him. You mean Devon's told him? No, I don't think he would, whatever they did to him. But Mariana is weak. And even if she doesn't crack, the chances are they know we're here, and they only don't attack because they're consolidating in hope. Soon enough, Mendoza will come. Gert leaned forward, as if he were about to curl into a ball and roll into the mud at the bottom of the bank. Then he wiped his face and stared ahead. I will go after Devon. He is a good man. He sat up again and turned to her, tears moistening the corners of his eyes. It seems perhaps we both love him. Each in our own way. Jesse smiled. Yeah. And that's why I'm coming with you. It was as if she'd shoved a firework up his butt. He leapt to his feet. No. You will not come. You're a woman, she said, her face hardening. Don't disappoint me, Gert. I didn't see you as a sexist pig. He shook his head. No. It's not that. But you're pregnant. Oh, really? I hadn't noticed. She stood and jabbed a finger at him. Now you listen to me. I am sick and tired of being left behind while the menfolk ride off into the sunset. Where exactly has that got us? Are we safe yet, Captain Caveman? Gert's mouth opened and closed, but no sound emerged. Anyway, you can't go alone. Not least, Jesse thought, because someone has to keep you on your leash. Maybe that's true, but there are others I could take. Men. He shook his head. People who aren't pregnant. Well, tough. I'm coming or neither of us is going. Gert moaned and collapsed onto the tree root again. It doesn't seem that I have a choice in the matter. Who will look after Dorothy? Jade? She's a natural, to everyone's surprise. Perhaps she would be a better choice to accompany me. She is younger, fitter, and knows how to handle weapons. Jesse slumped down. All of that is true, but you needn't think you can change my mind by insulting me. Devon's my responsibility, and I'm coming. Period. Now, would you mind shutting up, so we can enjoy a few minutes of peace before we go talk to Scriver? Jade had been even harder to persuade than Gert. She'd seemed absolutely terrified of being left alone to look after Dorothy, and had only been mollified when Linda Strickland wandered into earshot and agreed to act as backup. Jesse had a little sympathy. Nothing about Jade's past had prepared her to look after a child. But then that was true for all of them. Scriver, on the other hand, was keen to help. But he'd also insisted on coming as the price of revealing where Mariana and Devon were heading. His wounds had healed well enough, but his left arm was still strapped to his side. Gert got into the front seat of the Land Rover and looked across at Jesse. We make quite the rescue team, don't we? I bet if Devon knew his fate depended on a pregnant woman, a one-armed politician, and a mad Dutchman, he'd be counting his hens right now. Chickens. Counting his chickens, Jesse said with a smile. She was terrified of what was to come, but for the first time in months, she felt as though she was at least partly in control. Finally, she was an actor in the movie of her life, and not merely an extra being catapulted from scene to scene with no lines to deliver, no actions to take. Chapter 10. Scriver. Scriver leaned forward, his head between the two front seats as they approached the military camp at Brown. Something's very wrong. Gert nodded. Yeah. Looks a mess. I've known Wayne Travis for many years. Not an imaginative man, but one of the most effective commanders I ever met. And he wouldn't let us get this close to the camp without being challenged. Jesse rolled down the window as they stopped in front of the barrier. A guard wandered across, leaned down and looked inside. What's your business here? Scriver called through from the back. Who's in command here? The guard leaned inside, squinting in the shade of the car after the brightness outside. Who's asking? My name is Marshal Scriver, chairman of the Sons of Solomon. Jesse watched as the guard's head went still, as if he'd stuck his head into a wasp's nest and was hoping they hadn't noticed. He sucked air in between his teeth and said in a low voice, I can put your voice to that name, Mr. Scriver, and I'm glad you survived the attack, but you gotta understand. Things are different around here. One of the other guards moved forward. What's going on, Rebus? The guard banged his head on the roof of the car as he turned. Just checking what they got in here. Then he turned to the back and whispered, Take my advice and turn around. Commander Travis is gone. O'Connell's in charge. 2 of our friends came here a few days ago, Jesse said. Where are they? Ms. DeMille and a black guy? But before he could say any more, The second guard had pulled the first out of the window and replaced him. His gaze took in Jessie first, then his eyes narrowed as he spotted Gert scowling alongside her. Finally, he picked out Scriver on the back seat. "Do I know you?" "I am Chairman Scriver, here to see your commander." The guard gasped. "Then you'd better come inside. O'Connell will be glad to welcome you, I'm sure." As he straightened up, the guard's gaze settled on Jessie with unmistakable hunger. But she gripped the steering wheel and drove the car through the now open barrier, following Rebus as he led them to park in the same place that days before Devon and Mariana's car had occupied. Rebus opened the door, keeping his carbine trained on them as the other guard strode back to the barrier. Jessie got out and looked around. The place looked more like a shanty town than a military camp. Garbage was piled into heaps behind the assortment of tents and ramshackle farm buildings, centered on the barn that functioned as a headquarters. Jessie just caught Rebus's whisper as he fell in behind Scriver. "I don't advise going in there. If you make a run for it, I'll create a diversion." Scriver shook his head slowly, and Rebus shrugged as a figure emerged into the sunlight. "You must be O'Connell," Scriver said. "My name is Marshal Scriver. You and your men pledged loyalty to me. I am here to collect on your promise." For a moment, O'Connell's face stiffened as his mind raced. Then, coming to its conclusion, he smiled. "Well, come on inside, Chairman. But you'll find things have changed recently." Jessie smiled at Rebus as she passed him, but he simply made a sign that probably meant, "I did my best." As she passed inside, she became aware that Gert wasn't behind her. O'Connell led them inside, dim compared to the bright light outside. He waved Scriver into a chair beside a large wooden table and settled into one opposite. Then he seemed to notice Jessie for the first time, blinked for a moment, and then casually pointed to another chair. But he had no time for her. His attention was all on Scriver. "Maybe you haven't been appraised of the latest situation, Mr. Scriver." "Oh, I suspect I know most of what's happened. But perhaps you can tell me what role you played in the assassination of Commander Travis." O'Connell's jaw fell open. "Me? I didn't do nothing. I liked Wayne. He was a decent officer. Knew where you stood with him. But he was stubborn as a mule, and he wouldn't come around to the way things were." "You mean he stayed loyal to his oath, unlike you?" "Don't you talk to me like that. There was a half-dozen of them with M4s pointed at us." O'Connell slammed his fist on the table. Scriver leaned across the table and jabbed a finger at O'Connell. "6 against how many? 100? No. There was just the commander and a handful of us. They could have cut us down in a second. We had no choice. Travis made his." O'Connell flushed at that. "And look what good it did him. He died with his honor intact." "Yeah, but he died. Now, enough of this. Things have changed, and this company's now pledged to General Mendoza." "The usurper?" O'Connell shook his head. "He's our leader now. And he's gonna be mighty pleased to know we've got you under lock and key. I never thought he could be so happy as he would be to find DeMille here with Myers, but I reckon seeing you might just top it. Mind, you may have to wait a while to find out." "Why?" "He's gone east. Told me he's gonna bring all the cells together into the biggest army to fight on native soil since the Civil War. Then he's gonna sweep away everyone who don't want to be part of his new country. For now, you're going to the jail in Hope. You shouldn't have come here, Scriver. You should have run for it and stayed alive a few more months before our army caught up with you. Now get up." Scriver simply shook his head. "I will not. You do not command here." "Oh, and I suppose you do?" O'Connell laughed, getting up and drawing the sidearm from its holster. "You and your comrades pledged yourselves to me." O'Connell pointed the pistol at Scriver. "And now we're pledged to Mendoza." He looked past Scriver and called, "Hodge, Cruz, come in here." 2 soldiers appeared at the door. "Throw this man in the lockup. Leave the woman here. I want to have a little chat to her." The soldiers marched in. One grabbed Scriver by his right arm, and the other, unable to get a grip on his bandaged left arm, took him by the shoulder. "No," Scriver snapped. "I am Chairman Scriver, and you will follow my orders. Arrest that man." He nodded at O'Connell, but the two guards simply took one look across at their leader and laughed out loud. Jesse watched this with an increasing sense of horror. Scriver was obviously at best deluded and at worst insane. Sure, he'd been a politician, but even that particular species contained a self-preservation gene, surely. O'Connell pressed the pistol against Scriver's temple. "Either go with them, or I'll put a bullet through your skull." "I don't think you will," Scriver said calmly. "And perhaps there is no hope for you, O'Connell, but I ask you to," he said, swiveling his eyes to look at each of the guards in turn, "to consider what you are doing. This is your last opportunity to make the right choice. I'm afraid I cannot be held responsible for the consequences if you don't." "That's enough," O'Connell roared. "Take him away." The guards yanked Scriver from the seat and marched him to the door as O'Connell turned to Jesse. Then one of the guards called out, "Hey! Who are you?" Jesse spun around to see Gert marching in, as Rebus and three others disarmed the guards, freeing Scriver. O'Connell snapped out of his shock just in time to bring his pistol around, but he wasn't quick enough. Gert grabbed his shooting arm, then pressed his weapon under O'Connell's chin. "Make a move and I'll blow your head off." "Well done, Rebus," Scriver said, shaking him by the hand. Rebus nodded at Gert. "It was his doin'. I reckon almost everyone's on our side." "Time to bring the rest around," Scriver said. "Bring him outside." Gert grabbed O'Connell by the elbow and pulled him out of the barn door and into the sunlight. Dozens of uniformed figures waited as Gert threw O'Connell to the ground and pressed the gun to the back of his head. "No," the prisoner cried out. "Someone help." Jesse followed Scriver onto the rough path outside the barn, standing back as Scriver approached the kneeling man. "Sergeant John O'Connell, you are found guilty of mutiny. The punishment is death." O'Connell twisted around. "No. Please. I'll pledge allegiance." "Your word is worthless," Scriver said. "Mr. Beckman, execute the prisoner." "No," Jesse cried. O'Connell looked hopefully up at her, tears running down his face. "Gert's no executioner," Jesse said. "If you want him dead, shoot him yourself." For a moment they locked eyes, then Scriver nodded, took the pistol from Beckman's unresisting hand, pressed it against the back of O'Connell's head and pulled the trigger. It all happened so quickly that O'Connell had no chance to call out. One moment he was pleading from his knees, the next he was a pile of combat fatigues in a pool of blood. Scriver looked up, then scanned the watching troops. "Now where are the two guards, Hodge and Cruz?" The crowd spat them out like cherry stones, and they stood, plainly terrified, before the body of their former commander. "I gave you the chance to obey me, and you refused. Now you will also pay the price." This time there was obvious resentment in the crowd, which Scriver noticed. "But I do not wish to lose fighters, so one of you will be punished for both." "Who is it to be?" Both men looked terrified. "Either one of you agrees to take punishment or you will both die, and I will choose one of your comrades to join you." "Well?" And then the shorter one, Cruz, stepped forward. "I won't have no one else suffer on my account." Scriver nodded. "Come here, both of you." They both walked unsteadily forward, picking their way past the pool of blood. Scriver raised the pistol and pointed it at Hodge. "Your comrade has demonstrated he has what it takes to be a useful member of this squad. You, on the other hand, are a coward. I condemn you to death." "No," Jesse called out. She stepped between Scriver and the trembling Hodge. "Kill him and you're no better than Mendoza." "Who says I am better than him?" "Mariana, for one." She looked into his eyes, finding rage, betrayal, and sheer naked terror in there. Or perhaps she was imagining it. He lowered the weapon and nodded. "Perhaps you are right." She stepped away. Scriver raised the pistol a little and pulled the trigger. Hodge fell backward with a scream and rolled over, hands clasped around the bloody remains of his left foot. "Better put a bandage on that," Scriver said calmly. "Now, Rebus and all other NCOs, I want to see you. Cruz, Barry O'Connell, and see your friend gets medical attention." "Please don't interfere again, Jessie," Scriver said. "I know what I'm doing." Jessie shook her head. "No chance. I'm not going to stand by and watch you be judge, jury, and executioner. How are we any better than Mendoza? I only punish those who deserve it. You heard me give O'Connell and those guards multiple chances to side with me." Scriver sat in the seat vacated by O'Connell, Jessie opposite him. Gert put his hand on her arm. "He has a point, Jessie. You're siding with him? Are you serious?" The Dutchman gave a guilty smile. "Look at it this way. These troops have switched sides once already. Why do you think they did that? Fear. Marshall has to make them fear him more than Mendoza." "That's not the whole story," Scriver said. "The weak ones need to fear me, but I hope the better soldiers will follow me out of loyalty. So my retribution isn't random or based purely on, for example, how old someone is, like Mendoza's. I want them to see that if they follow orders, they'll be treated well." Gert said, "We were lucky Rebus knew you. That made things a whole lot easier." "Where did you go?" Jessie asked, remembering that Gert hadn't been there when they'd met with O'Connell. "Went off with Rebus. Found a dozen he trusted and formed a squad. If needed, we'd have backed up Marshall in front of everyone else." Scriver smiled. "When you're gambling with your life, it pays to load the dice in your favor. Gert and I discussed this before setting off. As he says, we got lucky with Rebus. Let's hope our luck holds." "And what about Devon and Mariana?" "We've now got a couple hundred armed fighters. Maybe half of them are trained, vets, former police or security. We gotta decide what we do with them. Do we add them to our forces at Springs, or do we attack Hope right now and catch them by surprise?" Jessie looked from one to the other. "Doesn't that depend on how many of the enemy there are?" "Exactly. We gotta do a little scouting. If what O'Connell said is true, Mendoza has gone east. I suspect we'll find that he's thinned out the committee even more, and he's bringing all the units under his command. But he'll be back. Hope is the perfect place to set up a new capital city, and the general has unfinished business there. Including Devon. He needs to be out of there before Mendoza returns." Scriver shrugged. "We'll do our best." "You'll what? Are you serious? The whole point of coming here was to rescue Devon and Mariana." "For you, maybe. I had bigger plans." Jessie opened her mouth to let fly, but Gert patted her on the arm. "We'll get Devon out, Jessie. I promise. Even if you and I have to go into Hope alone." Scriver said, "I'm not unsympathetic, Jessie, but we can't allow the fate of one or two people to divert us from our mission." "And what is this mission, exactly?" "Looking from one to the other. A lasting peace. Whatever the cost." Chapter 11. Muttley. Devon tried to work out how many times he'd woken up in this cell, but quickly gave up. This small effort was too much for him. He rolled over on the thin, lumpy mattress, and his one working eye settled on the light coming in through the small window, high on the wall opposite. The place had gone to pot since he'd briefly been sheriff here, and the cops had all been replaced by Sons of Solomon fighters, the sheriff's department, it seemed, having been dissolved after Laverne's death. Devon tilted his head and looked across at the other cell. No sign of Mariana. She'd been gone since yesterday morning. Until that point, she'd gotten off relatively lightly, as they'd concentrated on questioning him. Perhaps some of the fighters here remembered her, and maybe even had a little remaining loyalty. More likely, Mendoza had ordered them to go easy on her, unless they couldn't get what they needed from Devon. He smiled, then winced as pain lanced through his jaw. He'd told them nothing. But then they were amateurs, who thought it was all about how hard you could hit someone until they cracked. Devon hadn't cracked, though his jaw was pretty sore. He supposed he ought to be grateful Mendoza assumed he had information it was worth the effort to extract. As he and Mariana were brought into hope, the general was about to leave on his crusade to unite all the forces of the sons under him. It gave Devon little comfort to consider that the members of the committee who'd sided with Mendoza had now discovered how futile that was. He would settle for nothing less than instant and complete obedience, and the ruling council was surely no more. How long would it be before he returned? The farthest east outpost of the Sons that Devon knew about was in Pennsylvania, the former Amish community where he'd met Noah and Anna Kurtz. But there were almost certainly more bases along the East Coast, and it would take weeks for Mendoza to reach each of them. Some would resist surely. It could be months before he returned to hope. But return he certainly would. This was to be his capital, the beating heart of the new regime. He hadn't left the city undefended, however. Though Devon hadn't been outside the building since being brought here a week ago, he'd seen plenty of soldiers as he peered out of the back of the Land Rover. Not the overwhelming numbers there had been when the committee had arrived, but enough to keep the city subdued. And it was subdued. Though the window of the little jail was open, he heard nothing more than the sound of the occasional vehicle driving past and the thud of marching boots. He wondered where the people were, fearing for the fate of the old and infirm. It was the uncertainty that was the most frustrating. He rubbed his jaw, then tried to gently prise the lids of his left eye apart. Yes, he could see out of it, but it would be days before the swelling would go down enough for the eye to be usable. And that was assuming they didn't lay into him again in the meantime. The door to the sheriff's office opened, and the fighter Devon had christened Muttley came in carrying a tray. He kneeled and slid it under the cell door. "Room service," he said. "Make sure y'all fill in the feedback form, won't ya? We want to look good on TripAdvisor." This was his one joke, and he repeated it every mealtime before dissolving into a bronchial laugh. Devon said nothing, simply watching the fool as he stood there waiting for a reaction. "What's gotten into you? Cat got your tongue? Don't ya want to know what's going on? Like with ya girlfriend? You like blonde girls, don't ya?" Devon had read Man's Search for Meaning as part of his training as a counterterrorism officer, and he'd taken its central message to heart. Viktor Frankl had been a concentration camp inmate during the Second World War and had learned to recognize the freedom he had over his own mind and to however tiny a degree his outside world. Here in the 21st century and in his prison cell, Devon had his internal thoughts. And Muttley. So he enjoyed the tiny victory of provoking the bigoted idiot. After all, he had nothing to lose. "Not speakin'? Well, maybe I'll just go ahead and take your food away again." Devon stayed still, acting as if he hadn't heard the man speak. If Muttley moved, on the other hand, Devon would grab the tray. He was pretty sure Muttley was under orders to keep him alive, but a man could survive a long time without food. As it happened, Muttley got bored, shook his head, and walked away. Once the man had disappeared, Devon crawled over and picked up the plastic plate, bringing it back to his bed. Muttley, or whoever prepared the food, would certainly have spat on it, but he didn't care. It was dry bread with a small chunk of rubbery cheese. Someone in Hope was obviously experimenting with producing dairy products. Experimenting and failing at this point. He wondered who it might be. Then he heard footsteps, and the door swung open again. Mariana stumbled in, followed by two large men, one of whom Devon recognized as a former bodyguard of hers. It seemed loyalty really was worth nothing. It looked as though she'd been treated to the same torture techniques he'd experienced. Her face was pink and puffed up, one of her eyes black. One of the guards pulled open the door of the other cell and threw her inside. The bodyguard then smoothed down his uniform and spoke. "We will get the information one way or another. Tonight we'll choose one of you. If they do not give us what we want, the other will lose a hand. The general has instructed us to keep you alive until he returns, but he did not say whole." "Ah, Khan," Mariana said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I thought you were my friend." The bodyguard spoke without turning his head. "I am not friends with traitors." Then he spun on his heels and marched out. Devon moved across to the bars separating the two cells and reached out to Mariana. She hauled herself up off the floor and limped to him, taking his hand. There was no point asking how she was, he knew exactly. "Do you want anything to eat?" She rubbed her jaw. "No. Not yet anyway. I'll keep a little bread and cheese back in case you change your mind. It's disgusting and Muttley has spat in it, but it's better than nothing." "Muttley?" He smiled. "I sometimes forget how much younger than me you are. If we ever get out of here and restore the electricity and YouTube, I'll show you some episodes of Wacky Races." She pulled away and slumped onto the bed. More than ever, she looked like the young girl she was, and not the lieutenant of the Sons of Solomon she'd once pretended to be. "I thought maybe I could talk Akon around, but I was wrong. So wrong. You spend all that time with someone, and you barely know them." Devon sat on the side of his bed and watched her as she laid herself on her side, and soon enough, slipped into a fitful sleep. He could handle the pain, the humiliation and defeat, but it was the sense of powerlessness that threatened to beat him in the end. He couldn't help himself, much less the girl in the cell next to his. Maybe he was, as Jesse insisted, a caveman, but he looked at Mariana, someone he'd seen as an enemy only weeks earlier, and it broke his heart that he could do nothing to save her. So he leaned against the bars and thought of Viktor Frankl. "I am not willing to wait any longer." Elliot DeMille marched back and forth across the floor of Hick's cabin. He pointed an accusing finger at Sam. "You have your daughter, now I will go and fetch mine." Hick fought to keep his temper under control. The old man had been nothing but a nuisance since Mariana had gone off with Devon. "You know we don't have the fighters yet to take the city." "How do you know? Have you scouted?" DeMille had a point. Hick had hoped they would get some intelligence from Gert, but all they'd had was a message sent by bike that Scriver had taken back control of the camp, and that neither Devon nor Mariana were there. "Look, I'll send someone to take a look." "Too late. She is being held in hope, and that's where I'm going." Hick threw up his hands. "So, you'll attack without knowing anything about the enemy forces?" "No. We will camp outside the town, perhaps at the mine workings where your people were held. We'll send in people to find out how things stand, and then make our decision." "How many are you taking?" "A forward party of 50 in a truck, the remainder to follow on foot." "What? How will you feed them?" DeMille's eyes narrowed. "Springs will provide enough for a few days." "And then what?" "In all likelihood, I will send in a squad to snatch her." "Them? Snatch them?" DeMille blinked as if surprised. "Yes. Yes, of course. Sit down, Elliot, and let's talk this through. You've gone to all this effort to bring together a fighting force. Are you going to throw it away on a fool mission?" The old man shook his head. "Nothing is more important to me than my daughter. We leave tomorrow." Hick watched him disappear through the open door into the sunshine outside. "Do you know, just for a little while there, I actually thought we had a chance." Rusty Kaminsky ran his gnarled hands over his face and rubbed his eyes. "To be honest, Paul, I don't know what to think. There are way too many unknowns, and I don't blame him for wanting to go after his daughter. I sure wish I knew where mine is." Hick couldn't help looking across at Sam, who sat on the rescued couch with her arm around Jay. On the other couch sat Joe Bowie and his wife Martha, who'd come looking for Roger after his latest disappearance. The damn chicken, it seemed, had forgiven Hick for abandoning him, and now kept turning up in his living room. They'd been having what passed for a pleasant conversation when DeMille had hijacked the gathering. "You want to know what I think, Paul?" Martha said as she stroked the cockerel's head. "No?" "Sure, go ahead." Martha squeezed Joe's leg. "This place sure is nice. I mean, a person could stay here and pretend nothing's going on outside. Until he comes for us. But I figure we've lost enough already, Joe and me more than most. If we wait for the right time, we'll never go nowhere. Maybe Elliot's right. It's time to act. But we know there are other groups on their way. If we wait a few more days, we might have twice as big an army. And for all we know, so will they. How many do you reckon we've got now? Hick nodded at Rusty, who picked up the clipboard and pushed the glasses down his nose. According to this, 522 capable of holding a weapon. Maybe 300 we can give firearms to. The rest'll have to throw rocks, unless they can get up close and personal. Zach hasn't arrived, Sam said. He's got 100 or so. I guess he'll be here in a day or two. Martha sighed, then put a fidgeting Roger on the floor. Look, we could wait for a month, and we'd probably still find ourselves outnumbered. What do you suggest then, Martha? Hick said. Well, seems to me there's no time like the present. Elliot is gonna go with or without our blessing or help. And I don't know about you, but I'd like us to be there if he wins, or we might just be replacing one dictator with another. Hick looked into her eyes and for the first time in months, saw the spark he'd come to dread in the years before the firestorm, when they were regularly at loggerheads. He hated to admit it, but she was probably right. A part of him would love to stay here, enjoying some time with Sam, but he knew that particular movie only ended one way. There could be no peace for him or anyone else while Mendoza lived. I'll go talk to Elliot, he said, getting up. He paused at the door and looked back at them. Apart from Sam and Jay, all the people there had been his opponents when the world still spun on its axis. Now they were the closest thing he had to a family. And he wondered how long it would be before he'd be able to have a conversation in peace again. He had a feeling there would be a whole lot of pain between now and then. Muttley played his game again that evening. Give the brute credit, he was a man of habit. This time, however, his temper snapped in the face of Devon's stonewalling. So you don't want her food, he said, then kneeled and went to grab the tray. Devon, who'd maneuvered himself a little closer to the door without Muttley noticing, threw himself at the outstretched wrist and caught it under his knee, pulling at Muttley's collar through the bars. Devon yanked the man's forehead into the bars as he yelled. If there were fighters in the office next door, then he only had moments. Muttley collapsed and Devon pulled the keys from his other hand, ears straining for the sounds of footsteps. He was on his feet and out of the cell when the first figure appeared in the doorway. Devon leapt at the masked man, pushing him against the wall with feral ferocity. He grabbed the guard's gun and pressed it against his temple. Let her out, he hissed, pulling the man across the room until they reached Mariana's cell. Once she was out, he got the guard to pull Muttley's insensible form inside and then shut the door on them both. Make a sound and I'll blow your head off. He grabbed Mariana by the arm and ran into the office, swinging the guard's pistol left and right. There was no one there, but he couldn't count on that lasting. They ran out the back door into the parking lot where he'd stolen the squad car after killing Laverne. Hey you! Stop! Devon spun around to see two figures approaching, assault rifles trained directly on him and Mariana. He cursed under his breath. Put the gun down or we shoot. They were 20 yards away now. Devon raised his arms as the voices of Muttley and the other guard called from the cells. We're gonna hurt you real bad, one of the approaching guards said. Startin' with the lady. Chapter 12. Convoy. A shape darted out, followed by another, larger form. Before Devon's eyes could make sense of what he was seeing, the guards were on the floor as other shapes kneeled beside them, metal flashing in the sunlight. Come on! Mariana hissed, pulling on his arm. We can get away. Devon shook his head. It might be the most stupid thing he'd ever done, but he needed to know what was going on here. The struggle was over, and he watched as the lifeless bodies of the guards were dragged into the shade beside the police station building. And then, out of the shadows, strode someone he recognized, though he couldn't find the right name. Hello, Devon, she said, casting a suspicious look at Mariana. We came to get you out, but it looks as though you did a pretty good job yourself. Bad luck those guards happened to come around the corner. Bad luck for them. The young woman turned to Mariana, her strawberry blonde curls flapping behind her head. "Name's Cassie Miller. I guess we're on the same side now. But come on, we gotta get out of here." Devon pushed his jaw back into place as she turned, then spotted someone else he recognized. "Elwood?" The old farmer smiled and nodded. "Yeah, it's me. But let's get under cover before we talk." As they began walking, two of the guerrillas went into the sheriff's office, and moments later, the sounds of calling voices ceased. Mariana looked a little unsure whether she was going from the frying pan into the fire, but allowed Devon to guide her after the others, along the back of the police station. They then slipped between the Laurel and Hardy Museum and Bowie's store. Devon and Cassie peered out onto the main intersection. "It's quiet," Devon said. To his right, the barrier that stood beneath the lights was there, but he could only see 2 or 3 moving figures rather than the dozen or so who usually manned the main entrance to the city. "Yeah, Mendoza took most of them with him. There's enough left to keep people quiet, though. Or that's what he thinks, anyway. But we can't cross here, and we can't hang around out in the open. What do you suggest?" She nodded at the building next to them. "You want us to hide in there?" She smiled. "Why? Ain't you got a sense of humor?" Strangely enough, I had it beaten out of me over the last couple of days. Cassie signaled to the others who were lurking in the shadows of the side road. "Come on," she whispered. "We've been in here before." She took one more look along Main, then slipped back past the brick wall until she reached a side door covered in flaking white paint. She pulled a key from her pocket and turned it in the lock before opening the door onto the dark interior. Devon followed her inside, pinching his nose to stop himself from sneezing as he breathed in the clouds of dust. Cassie made her way confidently along a dim corridor that ended in a flight of wooden stairs. "Careful on the steps, they creak," she said. Then she turned and, keeping to the extreme edge, she crept up the flight. At the top, she led them along a gallery lit only by the occasional chink of light coming in through the closed shutters. Devon glimpsed a bowler hat and jacket in a case, then almost tripped over something large that jutted out onto the floor. Finally, they reached a small room that overlooked the highway, a gap between dusty drapes admitting just enough light for them to be able to see that it contained glass cases and 2 rows of wooden chairs. Cassie sat in a chair by the window and peered carefully between the curtains. They used to do presentations in here. Stories of their lives. Came here on a field trip when I was a kid. Nice old fella ran the place. Finlayson, I think he was called. Wonder what happened to him. Look what the hell's going on, Mariana said as she sat down on a dusty chair. Not that I'm not grateful, but... Cassie's face spread in a wide grin as she untied her curly hair and let it fall free over her shoulders. We're the Resistance. Me, Pa, and our little crew. Seriously? Devon said. Have you seen what Mendoza has done to people who get in his way? And plenty that don't. Cassie nodded, her smile disappearing. Sure. We've been hiding some old folks ever since he started rounding them up. Includin' me, Elwood Miller said as he stood at the end of the window peeking out. Pretty soon, they'd have come looking for me and Mary. So we started off by hiding ourselves, and then we helped people we knew. But it's all on account of Cassie here that we became organized. We already lost enough, what with Jimmy being shot back when the bandits took over. Devon nodded. He hadn't been in Hope when a ragtag militia had taken temporary control, but they sounded like a cakewalk compared to Mendoza and the Sons of Solomon. We thought you were the enemy to begin with, Cassie said. Yeah, you and almost everyone else, Devon said. Cassie looked at Mariana. And I still can't work out what you're doing rescuing her. It's a long story, Devon said. So he told it. They waited until night fell, and to Devon's surprise, no one seemed to have noticed what had happened at the sheriff's office. It couldn't last, so as soon as they had the cover of darkness, they slipped down the stairs and across Main to disappear behind the cafe and out into the scrubland beyond. Cassie and her father had been passively resisting the occupation ever since it had begun. They were one reason the irrigation projects were running behind schedule, but they'd realized that even that was risking the lives of innocents, so they'd contented themselves with saving those they could and stockpiling supplies they skimmed from the top of the crops and dairy they harvested. Then, when it became obvious that Mendoza was leaving, they stepped up their plans. One of their spies had spotted Devon being brought into the jail, and they decided to break him out. "How many are left, do you think?" Devon asked as they tramped along a dirt track that ran parallel to the highway. Cassie scratched her chin. "It's hard to be exact, but I guess hundreds. They're dug in and well armed. Mendoza's left some of the heavy equipment here, and it's hidden." "What sort of equipment?" "I don't know what they'd be called exactly, but for sure big machine guns. They've set up positions at the school and the approaches to the city." Devon's stomach turned to ice. He imagined DeMille's followers and the returning citizens of Hope walking into a horizontal hail of hot lead, hidden from them, until it was too late. He exchanged a glance with Mariana, who was walking along beside them, and was evidently thinking the same as him. "We need to warn your father," he said. "I wouldn't be surprised if he's launched a rescue mission." She nodded. "Yeah, but how do we get a message to him in Springs?" "We got a motorbike you can use. The previous owner ain't gonna be claiming it." "I'll go," Devon said. Mariana shook her head. "No, it has to be me, or my father might not believe you. I'll set off as soon as we get to the farm. I just hope I can arrive there before he leaves to rescue me." Hick glanced in the rearview mirror as the truck bounced along the highway. DeMille was, of course, in the lead vehicle, an old furniture truck with Daltons emblazoned on the side, and behind them was a third vehicle that had enjoyed a former life delivering fruit and vegetables. Beyond that was a flotilla of cars and motorbikes. It was stupid, and only possible at all because they'd stolen all the remaining fuel from the gas station at Springs, much to Otis Wepler's anger and disgust. It would have made much more sense to ferry people back and forth in the trucks, but that would have taken days, and Elliot DeMille was not prepared to wait. Rusty Kaminsky had taken an old Harley and headed directly for Brown where, last they'd heard, Scriver was now in charge. He would tell them what DeMille's people and the more modest force from Hope were planning, and invite them to join the muster at Barrett's mine to the west of the city. It seemed to Hick that this was all happening too fast to have any real hope of success, unless they were to rely on General Potluck. Sam and Jay had insisted on coming, and they were sitting immediately behind Hick in the cargo area of the delivery truck Brain was driving. The fabled Zach had turned up a little earlier than expected, along with a following of around 100, and they had elected to come along in their assortment of vehicles, some of them barely functioning. Saeed and his band of former sons were sitting in the back of Hick's truck. So all in all, they had maybe 350 in this convoy, and twice as many following on foot. Quite the exodus. "What's going on, boss?" Hick lurched forward in his seat as Brain hit the brakes. "What the?" he said, before looking where Brain was pointing. The lead truck had stopped, and people were climbing down to line up on the highway, guns pointing up the road. And then Hick saw it. Something moving toward them. A motorbike. As he watched, it slowed, before veering off the highway entirely, then turning in the scrub at the side of the road and heading away. The wheels of Mariana's motorbike threw up a cloud of dust as she powered away from the oncoming convoy. She'd spotted the lead truck, then seen the others following it. Her only option was to drive back down the highway and get far enough ahead to eliminate any chance of being caught by the smaller vehicles that followed the trucks. She glanced behind, relieved to find that there was no one following her, and so she didn't see the shard of riven metal that shredded her tire, throwing her over the handlebars and out onto the rocky ground at the side of the highway. Hick jumped back up into the cab beside Brain as he started the engine again. He'd been halfway to DeMille's truck before the old man had gotten back inside, and the vehicle had started up. The entire convoy had stopped behind them, and the sound of all those engines starting up again was deafening. "Well, I guess now they're gonna know we're on our way," Hick said. "We should have sent someone after the biker, but DeMille's as jumpy as a jackrabbit. Put your foot down. I don't want him out of my sight. Brain pumped the gas, and after a few minutes they'd closed the distance again. He's done it again, boss, Brain said, stabbing down on the brake pedal. Sure enough, the truck in front had come to a halt and had stopped at a 45-degree angle to the side of the road. Hick swore as he got down, watching DeMille's figure launch itself out of the cab before running toward something on the side of the road. Men with guns followed, overtaking him as he kneeled beside. "Mariana," he cried out. Hick arrived just as DeMille turned over the prone figure. He glanced across at the motorbike that lay, front tire destroyed, half on and half off the road surface. "She's dead." Someone pushed past, and with a shock, he recognized Sam kneeling on the other side of the body, pressing her fingers against Mariana's throat. "No, she's got a pulse. She's unconscious." Sam looked up at one of the passengers in DeMille's truck. "Go find a first aid kit. Quick." "Will she be all right?" Elliot said, as he cradled his daughter's head. Sam felt around Mariana's skull. She imagined she'd be able to tell if it had cracked. "I don't know. Look, is there anyone in the convoy with medical experience? I haven't got much of a clue." I don't know," DeMille stammered, as if comprehending for the first time how ill-equipped he was to lead a military expedition. Saeed leaned down and touched Sam on the shoulder. "I'll go ask. What was she doing riding a motorbike in the first place?" Sam withdrew her hand. "No breaks I can find, but she's half scalped herself. She's going to be in a world of pain when she wakes up." "Maybe she was looking for her daddy," Brain said. Hick, who'd begun to think that perhaps, despite all the earlier evidence to the contrary, Brain was actually some kind of idiot savant, nodded. "Maybe, but I don't reckon she was looking for him along the highway. If I was a bettin' man, I'd say she was headin' for Springs. Perhaps she escaped from Hope and was just looking to get away. I don't know, though." "What do you mean?" Sam asked as she stood up. Hick rubbed his chin. "She's wearing biker's leathers." "Just as well. She'd have been torn to shreds otherwise." "Yeah, but if you're escaping from somewhere, how likely is it you'd take the time to get into the gear? Surely you'd just get on and go." Brain made a noise he probably thought indicated pensive reflection, but actually sounded like a duck with indigestion. "Maybe she had a message for her daddy." "Well, if that's the case," Sam said, "we may be waiting a while to hear it." Hick turned to see Saeed returning. Alongside him trotted a small woman wearing a nervous expression. "This is Mrs. Wagner," Saeed announced. "She worked in a doctor's office." "I was only a nurse, blood tests, vaccinations, that kind of thing." Sam took her over to where Mariana lay. Her father was stroking her head gently. "She's got multiple lacerations, but she isn't bleeding heavily. Can you check for any breaks and decide whether we can move her?" The nurse nodded and kneeled beside Mariana's unresponsive form. As he watched her, Hick found himself wondering what she was doing in the convoy in the first place. She was one of Elliot's diaspora, but she was no fighter. How many members of this Mormon army were like her? It took another half an hour before Nurse Wagner was satisfied that Mariana could be moved, and she supervised, as 4 men from DeMille's truck lifted her gently and carried her into the back. Elliot emerged again from the truck a few minutes later and walked over to Hick, who by this time was as impatient as a bear outside a honey shop. He forced himself to feign concern. "How is she?" "She needs rest and proper treatment. I will return her to Springs." "What about the attack?" DeMille glanced across at the truck. "My daughter comes first." "What sort of a leader are you? Geez, what was the point in us risking our lives and poor old Duck losing his, to break you out only for you to tuck your tail between your legs and run on account of your own selfishness?" "My daughter comes first. We'll go back to Springs, and when she's out of danger, we'll mount the attack." Hick wanted to wring the old fool's neck, but he kept his temper in check. "Have you got any idea how much fuel we've used to get this far?" DeMille blinked and glanced across at the truck again. If we go back to Springs, we won't have enough gas for the trucks, let alone all the other vehicles you thought it was a good idea to bring along. We can walk. Hick shook his head. No. If we go back to Springs now, then it's all over. We'll have missed our chance. DeMille began moving away. My daughter comes first. As Hick went to give the old fool both barrels, a shape appeared at his shoulder. You're Sam's father, I take it? Hick turned to look up into a bearded face. I am. You must be Zachariah. Yeah. And my folks are getting antsy. Jay's told me about this Mariana woman, so we kept our distance. But what's going on? Are we moving off? DeMille wants to return to Springs so his daughter can recover. What? We've come halfway across the country on account of his call, and he's turning back? Hick nodded. The entire plan was Mariana's. But if we turn away now, I reckon the whole thing falls apart. Yeah, you're right. This ain't the time for pussyfooting around or sacrificing everyone for the sake of one person. I'm gonna have me a little chat with this DeMille fella. Chapter 13. Plans. When the convoy finally reached Barrett's mine, they found it already occupied. Hick, Zach and Brain had taken an SUV into the low hills surrounding the lunar landscape of the mine and spied on the troops from above. Soon Hick had spotted Gert Beckman and then Jesse Summers among the figures below, and since they seemed to be moving about freely, decided to risk it. After a few tense moments, Hick had made himself understood, and Gert had appeared to calm the guards. They, it became obvious, were expecting an assault, though not by a red Honda with 3 people in it. Where is DeMille? Scriver asked once the last truck had pulled into the compound. Hick scowled. He's gone back to Springs with a handful of others. A fella named Richard Stokes is in charge of the Mormons. I lead the Hopers and Zach here represents everyone else. How do things stand here? I've sent scouts into the town to establish the enemy's disposition. So far, it seems all the remaining troops are Mendoza loyalists, so we can't rely on any of them coming over to us. We're going to have to fight our way in, but what? Scriver led Hick and Zach to one side. We need to discuss the endgame. Why exactly are we doing this? To free Hope, Hick said. Zach shook his head. No, it's to strike against the occupation. Scriver smiled. And there we have a problem. My goal is to destroy Mendoza. Seems we all want the same thing, at least to start with, Hick said. He was nervous, as he always liked to be the kid holding the biggest firecracker, and he knew, in this case, he had nothing but a squib. Freeing Hope, that's the first step. But what happens then? Hick looked around at the soldiers running back and forth, helping people out of the trucks. That's a good question. I reckon you're the one holding the whip hand right now. You've got the men and the weapons. So what do you plan to do if we get control of Hope? The general will return at some point. It is my intention to rally forces to oppose him when he does. So Hope is to become your battleground? Hick felt the heat rise as he jabbed a finger at Scriver. Zach stepped between them. Hey now. Let's not forget we're on the same side. My people, those I can speak for anyway, will help. And once we've freed the city, we can talk about what happens next. It's time for the fight back to begin. Mind, Dickie might have something to say about it, and we sure are gonna need his folks on our side. It was Gert who really gave voice to Hick's misgivings. Watch Scriver, he said as he and Hick shared a private walk around the perimeter. He's a politician above all else. I don't think he's a bad man, but he loves power. If he helps to free Hope, he will expect to be in charge. Gert continued, as if talking to himself. But we can't win without him. And I've seen how brutal he's prepared to be when necessary. Hick cursed under his breath. Seems to me we're being given a choice between dictators. Can I rely on you to act in our best interests when the time comes? He arched an eyebrow in true Bond villain style. Gert looked uncertain. If I'm there. What? Jesse is going into Hope to look for Devon. What's that got to do with you? Gert shrugged. I won't let her go in alone. Oh. No, it's not like that. You won't understand. Hick smiled. You're probably right. But that's what makes you a better man than me. I care about Sam and myself, and that's about it. The old Hick maybe, the Dutchman said. But I think perhaps you care about more than you admit. Just be careful it doesn't. How would you put it? Take off your sharp edges. We need the old Hick just as much as the new. Flushing, Hick waved him away. When are you going? At nightfall. We'll check out the jail first, and do some general scouting for Scriver. But I won't come back without Devon. Hick shook his hand. You know, I never really warmed to him, but I sure wish I had friends like he does. The sort who'd come after me, whatever the risk. Gert Beckman put his free hand on Hickman's forearm and gripped tightly. You do, Paul. You do. Devon peeked out from behind the community center, or what remained of it. He could feel Cassie's hair tickling his cheek. She was altogether too close for comfort. Ricky had taken out half the building and surely a good number of Sons of Solomon fighters, but the other side had been repaired, and the administration was now continuing as if nothing had happened. They lined them up against that wall, Cassie whispered, pointing to the side of what had been a municipal building behind the center. It was almost entirely dark now, but a bright moon gave enough light to pick out a ragged line of craters. He was awful mad. Dragged folks out of their houses and shot them then and there. Devon cursed. If he'd given it any thought, he'd have known that Mendoza would exact retribution on the city after he and Ricky had given them the runaround, distracting their attention while Gert evacuated the old folks from the mine workings. How many? He could feel Cassie shrug. Hard to say. Dozens for sure. Maybe 100. Men, women, and? I don't know if I believe it, but I hear he didn't even let the children live. I mean, what kind of a monster? And for what? To punish the innocent for some random bombing? We still haven't found out who did it, but I hope they can sleep easy at night. Well, I won't be, Devon thought. The honest thing to do would be to own up, here and now. But they had a mission, and Devon needed Cassie on his side. Confession could come later. Much later. The way-in's up there, she said, pointing along the back wall of the center. It's where the old kitchen was. Half of it got buried under the rubble, but I found I could get through. What were you thinking of? Does your father know? What he don't know won't hurt him. Things changed for me that night, Devon. I was staying with friends just a block away, and I heard the explosions, then later the shouting and the gunfire. I saw what they did to those poor people. Mendoza shot many of them himself. It could have been me. So I promised myself I'd stop him, and we formed our group. I knew I'd need to get inside the center someday, so I found a way. She began moving along the wall, eyes scanning the darkness for signs of any movement. You're amazing, Devon said. She giggled. You're not so bad yourself. If only you knew, he thought, as he followed her to a point where the rubble seemed to have been piled up next to the first part of standing wall. Between the pile and the brickwork was a small gap. A very small gap. She slipped through easily, but the raw edges of the bricks scraped Devon's stomach, and for one horrible moment he thought he was trapped. Cassie grabbed his shoulders and heaved, and together they pulled him inside. The only light came in through a dusty window, but he could see that they were in the remains of the kitchen. He tried to orientate himself by where it was in relation to the mayor's office, but then remembered that the office was now in the rubble. Which way? Through here, Cassie whispered. We got to be quiet as mices. I ain't sure how many are inside. She crawled along the rubble-strewn floor until she reached the door, then sat with her ear against it. Can't hear nothin'. Come on. If he'd had time to give it some thought, the idea of him, grizzled veteran of the Metropolitan Police Force, following the orders of a teenage woman while trying to infiltrate the enemy's HQ would have seemed ridiculous. But there was something about her. Maybe it was her confidence and determination. Or maybe he was just glad to have someone else giving the orders. As she opened the door, an amber light leaked in from the hallway outside. He could see the staircase to their left. At the top of the flight, it once led left and right, but the right-hand turning now opened out onto the night. He pulled on her arm. How are we going to get up there without being seen? She turned around, face pale in the darkness. We're not. We're going over there. Devon followed the direction she was nodding in. By the amber light of a gas lamp, he saw a hand-drawn sign that said Superintendent. He's probably not in there, Devon whispered. It's getting late. Maybe, but we're bound to learn something, and then we can go find someone who is here. It had been Cassie's idea to kidnap a member of the occupying forces. The more senior, the better. Devon had been moaning about how hard it was to plan their next move without information when she'd suggested it. To begin with, he'd been dead set against it, but then he imagined his friends from Springs walking into a trap caused by his failure to get intelligence, and all resistance fled. Ready? Devon nodded. So far, they hadn't seen a soul, though they'd heard footsteps from time to time. He gripped his Glock and followed her, as she burst across the corridor and in one move opened the door and went in. Who the hell? A man sat behind a small desk. He was holding an empty glass in one hand and a bottle of whiskey in the other. A tent sign declared him to be Captain Sahi. Devon leveled the gun at him. Cry out and I'll blow your head off. If you do, you won't get out of here alive. Sahi had recovered almost instantly from the shock, and now wore a belligerent expression. Devon moved behind the desk as Cassie covered him, and took the whiskey and the tumbler from Sahi's hands. He didn't look like a captain in any military organization Devon had ever heard of. With a long non-regulation beard and swarthy complexion, he wouldn't have looked out of place in an ISIS video, and as Devon stepped back again, Sahi treated them to a look of utter contempt. So what now? Do you intend to extract me, so you can torture information out of me? Yes? Well, that is a plan doomed to failure. And in any case, I am quite willing to tell you what you want to know. And what's that? Cassie asked. Devon glanced across, surprised to see her trembling. You want intelligence about the general. You seek to oppose him, do you not? Devon nodded, and Sahi's black eyes swiveled in his direction. And you wish to know where he has gone, what he is doing and when he will return. Then I will tell you. Why? A wide smile spread across his brown face. Because it will save us all a lot of time and bloodshed if you realize how hopeless your situation is. That way you can lay down your weapons and seek mercy. Mercy? Like those you gunned down after the bombing? Sahi sneered. That is what happens when you oppose us. Work with us and we will be merciful. Some will be executed, but far more will survive than if you seek to fight us. Watch him, Devon said before going back to the door and opening it a crack. He peered into the dim hallway. Footsteps echoed from somewhere, but they didn't sound close by. He moved back into the room and positioned himself behind the desk, gun pointed at Sahi's head. Now then, my friend, there is no need for this rudeness, Sahi said. I will tell you what you wish to know and then you will leave, agreed. You may bind and gag me, of course. Devon nodded. Get on with it. What do you have to say? What do you wish to know? Where is Mendoza headed and where is he now? Sahi nodded thoughtfully, like a teacher whose pupil has stumbled upon the right question. The two are one. He has a base in Pennsylvania, and he is gathering his forces there. When will he return? Shrugging, Sahi said, that has yet to be determined, but given the distance he has traveled and how far his forces must come to gather with him, I do not expect him to return for at least a month, perhaps longer. But when he comes, it will be at the head of an army of thousands. There, has that been useful? Will you spare me? Devon looked across at Cassie, who hadn't spoken or moved since they'd broken into the office. We'll go out the way we came in. You take up position across the hall, and I'll tie him up. Cassie. He hissed her name, and she finally seemed to hear him. He repeated the message, then watched as she left. Sahi's expression hardened as he looked up at Devon. So what happens now? Remove your belt and loop it around your wrist behind your back. Ah, a professional, I see, Sahi said, much of his former swagger dissolving. When he'd done what he'd been told to do, he turned his back to Devon, who pulled the buckle tight with one hand, then in one movement swept Sahi's feet away, sending him sprawling to the floor with a yell. Devon landed on his back, pulling the knife from his belt and placing it against Sahi's neck, listening for any sign that he'd attracted attention. A rookie mistake, he should have gagged Sahi before dropping him. But there was no sound from outside. Now, you son of a bitch, you'll tell me everything you know and not just what you want me to hear. So, you got rid of your little friend so she wouldn't see what you did to me? Sahi said, his cheek pressed to the floor. You better believe it. Now start with the specifics. How many fighters have you got in Hope? Where are they and what ordnance do you have? Cassie waited in the kitchen doorway as the minutes ticked by. She was just about to run back when Devon emerged wearing a grim expression, and with blood on the knife he held. Chapter 14. Jesse. Devon. It was the last voice he expected to hear, and it turned his insides to ice. Jesse? She ran from cover, flitting between moonbeams and then throwing herself at him when she was within arm's reach. Oh, thank God you're alive. What the hell are you doing here? He said as she sobbed into his ear. I am afraid I couldn't stop her coming with me, Gert Beckman said as he emerged from the darkness. Devon, Jesse still wrapped around him, extended a hand to the Dutchman. Boy, am I glad to see you. But what are you doing here? Jesse stepped back. We came to find you. But you're If you say pregnant, you'll regret it. Now let's go somewhere we can talk. Hello, Jesse, Cassie said, walking into an embrace. We can go to the farm. It's about 3 miles from here, though, and we'll have to walk in the dark. Devon thanked Providence, or whatever divine force had made him turn aside from the direct route back to Miller's farm, to look at the former house of the Bowies. He'd blown it up the last time he'd been here, but he'd felt compelled to look at it again, as if in remembrance. He didn't tell Cassie this, of course. He just pretended he was a sentimental old man. Anyone over 40 is old to a teenager, and she believed him. As they'd been turning away, Jesse's harsh whisper had stopped him in his tracks. First Street ran parallel to the highway on the extreme edge of Hope, so they headed south past houses that were mainly dark, only the occasional amber glow giving away the presence of living beings behind the drapes. So far, they'd seen few soldiers on patrol, though Devon now knew that to be a false impression. Sahi had told him everything he'd wanted to know, and a lot he'd rather not have found out before he died. A black hole opened up in Devon's soul every time he thought about that final fatal cut to the carotid artery, as he held the helpless man down, his lifeblood draining into a pool on the floor. Good God, what had he become? Of course it made rational sense. He knew Sahi's type. As soon as he'd been found, he'd have turned the city upside down to find them, and he'd have killed many Hopers in the process, either because he thought they had information or simply because he was a beast. Sahi had thought he'd known Devon's type too, hard on the outside with a soft inner like a Cadbury cream egg, but in those final seconds he'd come to realize his error in judgment. Too late to save himself. Cassie had asked him about what had happened, and she was smart enough to know the truth, but they maintained the fiction that Devon had left him tied up. Frankly, he didn't want to talk about it because once he let the demons loose, he might not be able to put them back in the bottle. First Street finally ran out, turning into a dirt track that continued south until they were forced to walk along the highway. After walking for an hour or so, Cassie lifted her arm, turning a pocket flashlight on and off in what must have been a pre-agreed sequence, because minutes later, the large form of Elwood Miller loomed out of the darkness. Thank God. Your mother is beside herself with worry, he said, directing his attention entirely at Cassie before finally glancing at the others. Is that Jesse Summers? Good grief, I see there's a story to tell, he said, looking at Jesse's stomach. Follow me and we'll get inside. Mary Miller was waiting inside the door as they arrived. She flung herself at Cassie, tears running down the young woman's back. Don't you ever do that again, Cassandra Miller. I thought you were caught for sure or worse. I can't take loss in you as well. I'm sorry, Mom, Cassie said through her own tears. Devon looked after me. Well, I want to have a word with you, she said, shooting a poisonous look at him through Cassie's curls. Elwood made soothing noises as he clumsily rubbed his wife's back. Now we ain't got time for this, Mary. You know well enough that our Cassie don't do nothin' she don't want to. I reckon we've got cause to thank Devon for bringing her home safely. Devon flushed but said nothing. In truth, Cassie had been at least as responsible for their survival as he had, but he decided now was not the time to argue the point. Mary Miller let her daughter go, wiped her face, and shuffled off to clear the kitchen table and throw a couple of logs into the wood-fueled stove. Devon sat down at the table beside Jessie. So what were you doing in Hope? We came looking for you, she said. I've sat waiting for you too many times to let Gert go without me. The Dutchman shrugged. I don't have your skill for evading her, or your determination to deny her what she wants to do. We snuck in behind the Mormon church and made our way to the jail, but we couldn't get too close as there were soldiers all over the place. Jessie guessed you'd escaped, but Martha had asked us check on her old house. Seems she regrets Joe's order to have it blown up. You knew about that? Cassie said, sliding into a chair opposite. Then she saw how Gert's eyes flicked to Devon. It wasn't you. Devon's face told her all she needed to know. I'm sorry, Cassie. We needed a diversion so Gert could evacuate the mine accommodation. They had dozens of prisoners held there. And because of that, Mendoza had dozens more shot. Devon slumped. We didn't think. No, you didn't think at all, did you? She leapt up from the table and stormed out of the kitchen, slamming the door behind herself. Sorry, my friend, Gert said. What is this about Mendoza? Elwood Miller leaned forward and stabbed a fat finger in Gert's direction. So you were behind the explosions, were you? Mendoza dragged folks out of their houses and shot them like dogs. He was so angry. Gert rubbed his eyes. I'm sorry. I truly am. We underestimated what a monster he is. We won't make that mistake again, Devon said. Look, I don't know about you guys, but I've had enough of hiding in the shadows. It's time we took action. Miller scratched his chin. Well, I know Hick and the others are planning an attack, maybe to take back the city. But what happens when Mendoza comes back? You're right, Elwood. There's no point in taking the town if we can't hold it, and I know for a fact we don't have the numbers to do that. I found that out in my chat with Sahi. He will come back with thousands, and they'll be armed to the teeth. We don't stand a chance. Then what do we do? Miller asked. Hightail it to Springs? Devon shook his head. That would only delay the inevitable. No, we've only got one option, to strike at Mendoza himself. How will that help? Gert asked. They have a committee, don't they? They did, but no more. Mendoza has killed or imprisoned every last one of them, except Scriver. Sahi told me that the general rules by terror and paranoia. Eliminate him, and at the very least the command structure would fragment. And perhaps the whole organization would fall apart. Jessie, perhaps sensing what was to come, asked, Do we know where Mendoza is? I know where he was going, but whether he's still there or not, I can't say. Where? Pennsylvania. Wareham? Yeah, Devon said before turning to Gert and Elwood. Wareham was the first place we came across the Sons of Solomon. It's a former Amish community. Are we going? Jessie asked. Devon went to tell her she wasn't coming, but the words died in his throat. Jessie pointed at him. Don't even bother arguing. If you're going, I'm going. Anyway, I want to see if Noah and Anna are still there. This isn't going to be a social call. I know. Jesse yelled. But it would be nice just for once to find out that someone good survived this mess. And then we can kill Mendoza. Gert made a doubtful noise. And how are you going to do that? He is a paranoid man, doubtless surrounded by guards. How will you get close enough? That, my friend, is why you're coming with us. Beauty, brawn, and brains, I'll leave you to work out which of us is which. And in the meantime, she added, turning to Elwood, Hick and the others are going to need your help to take the city. There's no point in us cutting off the head of the snake if its body is still coiled around Hope. Miller nodded solemnly. We'll do what we can. But for now, I need some shut-eye. If anything, Cassie was even madder by the time she woke up. Devon couldn't blame her, but he, Gert, and Jesse were heading off that day, and he had something he needed her to do, so they were forced into each other's reluctant company. She wasn't there when Devon climbed into the driver's seat of a battered red Honda Civic that Elwood Miller had filled with the last of his diesel. The trunk was loaded with another 10 gallons, but even that would only get them halfway there at best, so they would have to raid Sons of Solomon gas stations. It was an insane mission, but going after Mendoza was the only hope Devon could see for victory. Devon shook Miller's hand through the open window. Good luck, Elwood. Hick's going to need your help if he's to avoid walking into a trap. And please talk to Cassie. Elwood glanced back at the house. I'll wait for the fire to die down a little. She's like her mother, neither stops chewing until the bone's been finished. But you got bigger fish to fry. You keep yourselves as safe as you can, and we'll look after things here. The car pulled away, sending dust into the dry air as they watched the farm receding. Penny for your thoughts? Jessie said, leaning her elbow out of the window. Devon, who'd been staring into the rearview mirror, snapped out of his reverie and looked across at her. She looked stunning in the morning sun. A little chubbier around the jawline, but she had a natural beauty that was even more appealing than the cosmetic mask she'd worn before the firestorm. He'd fancied her then, now he loved her. I was just wondering whether I'd see this place again, he said. She grunted. Yeah, me too. But mainly, I was wondering what on earth we're doing. This is utter madness, you know. You don't have to come. And miss out on the insanity? Not this time. What do you say, Gert? The Dutchman sat behind her, allowing the breeze to cool his face. Air conditioning was off the menu to conserve fuel. I say I will kill Mendoza with my bare hands if that's what it takes. It is not madness to go after him. What's crazy is to expect to do it in time to save our friends. And to think we might survive. Geez, you're a real killjoy. You should not be with us, Jesse. You have the baby to think about. Jesse made a growling sound, a mix of anger and exasperation. Now just you listen to me, because I'm going to say this only once. What sort of future do you think this baby has if Mendoza wins? Call me arrogant if you like, but I reckon this mission is more likely to succeed with me than without. Devon winced as he realized Gert was going to respond. Here was a man who had even less skill with the opposite sex than Devon himself. What makes you say that? Gert asked. Devon and I are quite capable. Sure. But this mission needs an organ grinder, as well as monkeys. Now, if you're going to be Mr. Doom and Gloom, then I suggest you keep yourself to yourself. I, for one, intend to enjoy the ride for as long as I can. They had no choice but to head south toward Ezra, but they took the first left they came to, a dirt track leading to an abandoned farm halfway between the two cities. The Honda bounced along, mountains getting slowly taller as they went. The Schmidts were no more than a third-rate range, but Devon wasn't looking forward to finding a way between them that the Civic could cope with. But it sure was beautiful country. They stopped after an hour for Jesse to take a comfort break, and Gert and Devon stood together, leaning on the car and looking down over the wide basin that Ezra sat in. To their right was a derelict cabin in which Jesse was currently hoping to find a working toilet, and failing that, a non-working one. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Gert asked as he saw Devon looking at the house. Devon chuckled. I hope not. Ha! Gert broke out into a belly laugh. I see what you mean. It has been long, my friend, has it not? It sure has. Gert put his hand on Devon's shoulder. I was thinking this would make a good place to hide out. There's a stream down the hill there. Dried up at this time of the year, but we could probably dig down for water. We could repair that shack. Yeah. It's tempting just to stop, isn't it? Yeah. Here she comes. Let's go. Yeah. They camped in the foothills of a peak Jesse said was called Old Baldy, on account of the fact that, though its rubble-strewn slopes were spotted with scrubby bushes and pine trees, its summit was devoid of either. Devon sat against a rock, warming a can of soup they'd share, and took in the landscape. He wished he'd taken the chance to camp in these hills when he'd had the opportunity before the firestorm. He made a silent promise to bring Jesse out here on a leisure expedition if they survived, then instantly regretted it. Best not to focus on an impossible future. Gert rubbed at the barrel of the hunting rifle he'd been given by Elwood Miller. He reckoned his best chance was going to be to take a shot from a distance, and theoretically at least, the TC compass that had been Elwood's Christmas present from his wife the year before would allow him to do that. He flipped out the 5-round magazine, checked it for the 100th time and pushed it back in. What sort of range? Devon asked, giving the soup a final stir before pouring it into 3 mugs. Elwood reckons 600 yards, but I want to be a lot closer. I don't have any chance to practice, and I may only get 1 shot. This isn't an automatic rifle. Jesse settled down beside Devon. I wonder if I'll ever be able to go more than an hour without needing the bathroom again. Thanks. She took the mug and sipped at it. How long's it going to take to get to Wareham? Devon sighed. I don't know. We've been driving for hours, and it feels like we've gotten nowhere. We should be back on the highway tomorrow, but even with all the luck in the world, it'll take at least a week. Good. What? She smiled. I'm enjoying this. On a road trip with you. And Gert? Oh, I know I am the cuckoo, Gert said as he got to his feet and ambled away. Jessie snuggled closer to Devon, leaning her head against his shoulder as she finished her soup. Poor Gert. He's been through a lot. We mustn't rub his nose in it. I know, Devon said. He put his arm around her and breathed in the aroma of her hair as the sun set behind the mountain. Chapter 15. The Bridge. Hick watched Cassie sneak out of the Barrett's mine compound to rejoin her father and the other members of Hope's resistance. He'd been overjoyed to see her again when she'd wandered in, a breath of fresh air among the miasma of desperation. He hastened along the broken asphalt path and into the office building that they'd turned into a temporary HQ. From the prisoners Scriver had captured when he took the mines, Hick had learned that Mendoza had left at least 500 fighters to defend the town while he went off to gather his horde together. Now this meant that once the last of the stragglers from Springs arrived, the sides would have similar numbers, though, of course, the defenders would have the advantage of being able to dig in and set up ambush points. But it wasn't just about numbers. Cassie had relayed when Sahi had confessed, Mendoza had left good quality troops here, not the mix of untrained fighters and veterans that had first taken the town. Pitted against them would be a citizen army with experience ranging from 20 years in the services to a few games of Call of Duty. So they were outmatched. Except for Scriver's forces, and Hick still wasn't entirely sure whose side they were on. He opened the door, interrupting the conversation in what had become their briefing room. Zach was there representing the independent groups along with Dickie Stokes, who led the Mormons. Hick had taken an instant dislike to him. Scriver was on the other side of the table next to Sam and Said. Said, it seemed, was now leading his father's former fighters, as well as a small group of other defectors from the Sons of Solomon. Sorry I'm late, Hick said. But I've got some news y'all need to hear. Dickie, whose voice Hick had cut off when he came in, looked doubtful. Well, unless you have found another couple hundred soldiers we didn't know about, I'm not sure what you can possibly know that we don't already. Well, maybe I have found some more people who'll fight on our side. But I've got some info on the defenders. He told them what Cassie had said about the quality of the troops Mendoza had left. The faces around the table dropped. But there's more you need to know, Hick continued. They also have heavy weapons set up around the school they're using as their main camp. Machine guns and mortars, in the main. Maybe RPGs. This is ridiculous, Dickie said. We would be walking into the arms of death with no hope of success. Won't God be on your side? Sam asked. Dickie continued, looking directly at Hick. I permitted your daughter to be here, but I will not tolerate insolence. No Sam, no me, Hick said. Dickie reddened and opened his mouth, but Zack raised his hands. Look, fellas, we gotta work together and it does nobody no good to speak out of turn. Deflating a little, Dickie said, Our Lord fights alongside us, but that does not mean we should be reckless. Walking into the jaws of death, for example, and expecting our Lord to protect us is the height of arrogance. Well, I've got one piece of good news, Hick said. The room went quiet. All eyes were on him. Now to roll the dice. We ain't gonna be fighting alone. Once we get into the center of town, the resistance is going to raise the people. They're ready, armed and willing. Hundreds of people fighting for their homes, attacking the enemy from all sides. Zack's jaw dropped. Are you serious? Cassie told me. The tinder is ready, all it needs is a match. Hick held Zack's gaze with his best and long-practiced poker face before the big-bearded man nodded. That's good. Real good. But what about the heavy weapons? Cassie says the resistance will attack the positions nearest the school, but we need to handle the ones farther out. She's given me the locations. Zack put out a paw and took Hick's hand. Then we got ourselves a deal. My people are going in, if yours are. And you, Richard? Hick said, looking across at Stokes, who had turned pale. We can't do it without you. After a brief pause while his eyes scanned the room, Dickie gave the slightest nod. Yes, we will join you. What about you, Marshal? How many will you bring to the party? Scriver, who'd listened to all this in complete silence, seemed to be considering his answer. I cannot leave this place entirely undefended, and I can only take those of my men and women who are prepared to fight against other members of the Brotherhood. Cut to the chase, Hick said, his patience paper-thin. Around 50. What? You said you had 100 more than that. Scriver shrugged. As I said, I must leave enough of a garrison to defend this place. We need somewhere safe to retreat to. That's an optimistic view. Scriver ignored him. And I am not willing to take any I don't trust. The last thing we need in the heat of battle is a mutiny. There's one other thing. What's that? Hick sighed. I must command. Hick shook his head. No way. Then we must operate independently. Frankly, if there's only going to be 50 of you, you might as well, Hick said, turning on his heels and striding away. He grabbed Saeed and Sam. I've got something I want you to do. So tell me, Dad, Sam said, putting her arm through Hick's as they wandered in the warm darkness on the hillside behind the mine buildings, how much of what you just said about the civilian uprising was true? Hick gasped in mock dismay. My own daughter doubts me. Well, okay, maybe I added a little sizzle to the hot dog. Cassie never said anything about the people being ready to rise up and help us, did she? Saeed chuckled behind them as Jay held Sam's other hand. That ain't entirely accurate, Hick said finally. Cassie told me she reckoned folk would join the fight once they saw we was winnin', so I suggested, nice and calm like, that maybe she should send her resistance fellas from door to door and tell them to be ready. That's risky. If any of the resistance gets caught, then whoever's commanding the troops there will know we're coming. Hick nodded. We got no choice but to take risks. Devon did us a favor by eliminating this Sahi fella, though Cassie's red hot with him about it, so now's the time to attack. Maybe him and Gert'll find and kill Mendoza, then we'll be able to keep what we take. Yeah, you talked that up too. I don't think Dickie would have agreed to join the attack, otherwise. And I reckon you know more about where Mendoza's going and what he's doing than you told us. Hick shrugged. I told you everything I know. Now, Said, I want to have a word with you, so I suggest we leave these two lovebirds in peace for a while. Hick resisted the temptation, the strong temptation, to glance up the slope to where Sam and Jay were wandering among the tussocks. He needed to focus on the stern young man walking alongside him. I know what you are going to ask, Mr. Hickman. Hick stopped and Said turned to face him. You wish me and my followers to attack the machine gun posts. Yeah. I'm sorry to have to ask, but even in a darkness illuminated only by the half moon and the glow of the Milky Way, Hick could see the white of his smile. Do not apologize. It is logical. My men at least will pass for Sons of Solomon fighters. And it is an opportunity to right some of the wrongs my family has caused. My fighters will be glad of the chance to restore their honor. You're a good man, Said. Hick sensed a shrug. I think that remains to be seen. Well, I sure wish you. A small chuckle. Desired Sam? No, you would not put it so. But I do love her, just not as she would wish or as she needs. Jay is also a good man, in his way. Yeah. He did good in Salt Lake, but he's got a darkness in his soul, if you take my meaning. So do I, Mr. Hickman. And so I think do you. Route 90 was the only way into Hope from the north unless you were prepared to take trucks, cars and motorcycles across the desert. Hick had overseen the construction of a roadblock across the road that the Sons of Solomon had taken over once they'd occupied the city, and this was the first barrier the liberating forces would have to overcome. Again, Said had volunteered to lead his fighters on foot in a wide arc around the barricade, and then attack it from behind as darkness fell. The catch was that the guards would almost certainly get a message away before it was taken, and even if they didn't, the sounds of battle would alert the town garrison. And that would mean a pitched battle on the highway itself, which the better equipped, better trained Sons of Solomon would win. So it was that Hick found himself to the south of the town, looking through binoculars at the guards walking back and forth over the bridge he had himself defended months before against Crawford. It was a hell of a gamble. Said's attack was a feint, and their hopes rested on the enemy taking the bait and sending forces north. In the chaos, and as the Sons of Solomon looked north, the Allied citizen army would attack from the south. The only problem was that the bridge to the south was held against them, and so Hick made ready to play commando. Sam would have begged him not to go, but she was locked in a secure room back at Barrett's mine, cursing Jay and Hick in equal measure for what she would see as betrayal. But Hick couldn't countenance Sam being part of the fight. He had to know she was safe. He knew he was being selfish, and he knew he'd pay the price if he survived to let her out again, but if he was to go into battle, he could only do it from the firm foundation of knowing where she was and that she was guarded. Jay would have come on the mission to take the bridge, but they both knew he would slow them down, so he'd taken his place in the first group of the strike force. Hey boss, it sure is hot, ain't it? Of course Brain would be coming. Somehow, Hick found that comforting. At least a little. Chris Ritter was behind him. Then take off your camouflage jacket. Brain whistled. Can't do that, or how will folks know whose side I'm on? The fact you're shooting at the enemy will help. But whatever you're gonna do it now. We have to move. Hick glanced left and right at his fellow commandos. They were, it seemed, the best of a bad bunch. If this was their elite, then they were in big trouble. He certainly wished Gert was with them, but Brain and the others would have to do. A dirty dozen, taken from each of the contingents of the citizen army. Zach was on his right. Hick hadn't wanted him to come, fearing that if they both fell in the attack, total command would fall to Dickie, and Hick didn't trust him any farther than he could spit him. But as he'd said to Sam before having her imprisoned, this was not a time for caution. He glanced down at his watch. Said should be in position and waiting for the sun to set. That was due at 8, and then everything depended on moving quickly. using the gathering twilight to shield them while still making it possible for those unfamiliar with the town to find their way. They had to be attacking the school before night fell. Saeed would attack the barricade, and if he were successful, he and his group would ride the motorcycles they'd wheeled into position to head down a dirt track into the city and take out the advanced machine gun positions while Cassie's crew attacked those surrounding the school. It was a desperate plan for a desperate time. "Come on," Hicks said, as he slipped down the slope toward the dry bed of the creek. Behind, the rumbling of pebbles and the scratching of boots on gravel told him that they were following. This was the most dangerous moment, as they scampered across the yards between the escarpment and the edge of the gulch. No cry went up as Hicks slid boots first down onto the riverbed, then ran to the other side and stood with his back to a rock embedded in the far bank. Brain panted alongside him, and Hicks spotted Zach's grizzly hair and bear-like frame resting farther along. 7:59. 8 o'clock. Right on time, the sound of gunfire crackled in the air. Almost immediately, Boots ran across the top of the bank above them, and Hick began to move toward the bridge that ran across the creek 50 yards to his left. Bingo! Vehicles started up, and he heard the distinctive cough of Land Rover engines accelerating away. Fewer for them to deal with for now. The others had formed up beside him, and he lifted the Glock to his cheek, turned and began scrambling up the bank. He was the first to the top, and he scanned left and right for defenders. Movement. He swung around and fired, dropping the guard on the second attempt as the air was punctuated with rounds and the night went from near silence to chaos in moments. Brain roared as he ran past Hick toward the sandbag trenches that the Sons had built to replace the rusting cars of the old defenses. A figure ran toward him, but Brain was on him before he could bring his weapon to bear. A flash of steel, and the blade was dripping scarlet when he pulled it up again. "Over there!" Zach called, gesturing toward a circular mound of sandbags. "Get down!" Boom! Something slammed into Hick's side, throwing him backward, showering him with dust and grit. He couldn't hear a thing as he rubbed the debris from his eyes and cast around for his weapon. A dark shape loomed over him, and he looked directly into the muzzle of an assault rifle. He froze, bracing himself, waiting for death. A roar. A grunt. The shadow departed, and a chubby hand reached down. "Come on, boss, we gotta move." Brain hoisted Hick to his feet and dragged him into the trench that had sheltered him from the grenade. As he passed behind the row of sandbags, he saw the dust-covered bodies of at least 4 attackers, including one with grizzly hair. 5 of them gathered at the end of the trench. "How many are there?" Hick asked. Chris Ritter, who crouched beside him, shrugged. "No idea. They're all in the command post, where the grenade came from. We've got to get in there, or they'll outflank us. There's no way." "Now you just listen to me," Hick said, heart pounding against his chest. "If we don't take this bridge, then the whole attack is over. We lose. That's the end of it." Ritter shook her head. "But what can we do? We're pinned down." "I'll play decoy." It was Brain's voice, and he ignored Hick's orders to come back. "Damn you, Brain, you ain't got the sense you were born with." He watched the fat rear of his henchmen disappear back the way they'd come, then turned to the others. "Come on. As soon as they start shooting at Brain, we gotta attack." "I can't do it," a young man on Hick's other side cried. Hick patted him on the arm. "What's your name, son?" "Paul." "Cool, me too. But let me tell you, Paul, if you don't move when I say, I'll put a bullet in your brain. You got me?" "Nod." "Good man," Hick said, as the shooting began again from above them. "Now move." 4 of them erupted from the end of the trench, as Hick saw from the corner of his eye the bulky shape of Brain running in front of the command post. An arm appeared, and a grenade flew through the air. But they were inside. Paul fell as soon as they reached the entrance, Hick pumping 2 shots into his attacker. Bang! Debris showered into the command post as Hick threw himself at the grenade thrower. It was a woman. In one hand she held a pin, and in the other a round object. He swung the Glock at her, then leapt up. "Get out of here." He just made it out of the entrance when WHOOMF. The command post became a pillar of dust as Hick threw himself to the ground. And then silence, but for the pitter-patter of shrapnel landing around them. "You okay, boss?" Hick could barely hear over the ringing in his ears, but he rolled over to see Brain looking down at him. "Oh golly gee. You made it." Again Brain helped Hick to his feet. Other shapes moved, but the enemy were all dead. "And guess what, boss? Zack ain't dead. A bullet nicked his leg, that's all." Hick looked across to where Zack's unmistakable bulk moved from body to body, checking for signs of life. His lower left leg was scarlet. "Come on, Brain, we better check there's no guards hidden," Hick said. In the relative silence, he noticed there was no sound of gunfire coming from the north. So Saeed had either succeeded and was heading into town or he'd been killed. Better hope for the former. They found no surviving guards, so Hick ran to the bridge and waved up at the hills to let the convoy know it was secure. Within minutes, he saw the dust thrown up by the trucks and cars as they came down from the hills. There was no going back now. Chapter 16. Assault. Saeed swung his leg over the back of the motorbike and flicked the stand into place before running the back of his hand over his eyes to wipe away the dust. He watched as the last of the 3 bikes came to a halt. Aside from himself, 6 fighters had survived the attack on the roadblock. They had done well, catching the enemy entirely unawares, but despite that, 2 of his father's former soldiers had died, both shot as they took on a small group of the enemy who'd taken cover behind a car. "Ahmed, how is your arm?" he asked the man who'd ridden pillion on his bike. "The wound is slight, leader," he said, patting the dark stain on his camouflage jacket. Saeed nodded to him and to each of the others. He was proud of them all. "Let us say a moment's prayer for Sajid and Thomas. Loyal comrades. Their deaths shall not be in vain." They stood for a moment, heads bowed, and then Saeed drew in a deep breath. "Now we will leave the bikes there," he said, pointing to a rusting metal barn that, though he didn't know it, had been where Devon and Ricky had hidden their car before the bombing raid 3 weeks ago. Once the bikes were hidden, Saeed gathered his fighters together. "Our mission is a simple one, though it will not be easy. The enemy has built a defensive position at an intersection on the highway. It is our task to take that position and hold it." "For how long, leader?" "For as long as we can, or until our comrades arrive from the south. Resistance forces will be attacking the positions at the school." Ahmed looked doubtful. "But how can we be sure they have gotten across the bridge?" "Paul Hickman is leading the attack on the bridge. He will not fail." "But he is Kaffir, leader. How can we trust him?" Saeed put his hand on Ahmed's uninjured shoulder and looked up into his brutal bearded face. "So was our comrade Thomas. You know this is not about which god each of us worships, or whether we believe in one at all. This is about fighting back against those who destroyed everything and seek to dominate us." "But your father, he—" "I know. I loved my father, but he was wrong in this. Come, my friend, we will do this, and then, our duty fulfilled, we shall return to our vineyard and live in peace." Ahmed smiled. "I would like to believe that is possible." "Then believe it and follow me." Saeed patted him again, and then barked orders to the others and led them along the dirt track toward town. His father, if he had made it to Jannah, could be looking on him now in wonder. The mild, hesitant boy had vanished, replaced by a decisive young leader. No, not vanished, but hidden somewhere safe within a new protective shell harder than diamonds. For a moment, he wondered whether this was the journey his father had taken to become the brute Saeed had loathed. Maybe the same ending awaited him. But he didn't have time for such introspection or doubt. He had a task to complete or die in the attempt. Cassie Miller peeked out from the entrance to the alley and scanned left and right. Behind her lay hidden the 40 or so other members of the resistance. It was a minor miracle that they all had projectile weapons, though these included a couple of air pistols and a small crossbow. Everything depended on surprise. And surprise would be hard to achieve, as the town was like a kicked-over anthill since the first sounds of gunfire from the north. But if their mission was to have any hope of success, they had to strike at the right moment. Too early, and even if they took over the gun emplacements, the enemy could regroup and overwhelm them. Too late, and well, it would be too late. She'd split their group into two, both led by veterans who knew how to operate a machine gun. Chances were high that once they had taken the positions, they'd need to use them to defend themselves. If all was going to plan, the main force of their citizen army had crossed the bridge and would be passing Miller's farm on its way into the city. So that gave them 20 minutes or so. If all was going to plan. And if it wasn't? Cassie filed that thought under unhelpful and turned to the man behind her. His name was Matt, and in his previous life he'd installed broadband and cable. Prematurely balding, he'd stopped shaving his head, and tufts of brown hair framed the skin of his crown like a monk's tonsure. All of this was covered by a black canvas hat beneath which nervous eyes peeped from within the frames of plastic glasses. "Ready?" "As I'll ever be," he responded, choosing item number 1 in the big book of cliché responses. "It'll be okay." He smiled. They both knew it was an empty promise, but chose to share the delusion. An old, white-bearded face emerged from the deep shadows of the alley. "We ready, Miss Miller?" "I think so, Ellis," she responded. She'd long ago given up asking him to use her first name. Ellis Peterson was a former sergeant of an engineers battalion. She forgot the exact unit and company designations. Now in his late 60s, he was the most experienced veteran they had, and she was in his hands. Peterson reflexively checked his Beretta M9 yet again, then eased himself alongside Cassie, bringing with him the distinct aroma of marijuana. Good grief, were they following a man who was as high as a kite into battle? "It's okay," he said, as if reading her thoughts. "Helps with the shakes. MS. When I move, follow me." He looked left and right, his eyes hidden behind thick-rimmed glasses. High, sick and blind. In the distance, the crackle of sporadic gunfire seemed to be coming from all directions. So something was happening, though whether they were winning or losing, she didn't know. Peterson slipped onto the sidewalk, stooping as he moved past the row of dark ranch houses on this side of the road, Cassie following as close as she could, and behind her she heard the gentle thumping of boots on the concrete. Of the two teams, hers had the tougher task. They were attacking the position on the other side of the school, so they had to make their way in front of it without being discovered. Their only hope of success lay in surprising the guards. A row of ranch houses ran at right angles to the main highway, and they scampered across in small groups. In the distance, she could see vehicles moving and soldiers running. It would only take one of them to spot her team. She climbed over the rotten white fence of the first house and into its backyard, helping the others over it as quickly as possible. "Damn dogs," Peterson said, wiping his shoe in the dirt. "Careful where you step." She could hear barking from within the house, and a window lit up as a drape was pulled to one side. A face looked out, directly at Cassie. It was a woman, eyes wide with fear and surprise. Cassie put a finger to her lips, and after a moment, the woman nodded and disappeared. The barking stopped. The gunfire was getting closer, though Cassie guessed it was still only on the outskirts. Time was running out. "Ellis," she hissed. "We've got to move quicker." "We can go quick or we can go quiet," he said. "We can't do both. Most of these folks have never done anything like this before. They ain't soldiers." "Then we go quick." Hick sat in the front seat of the second truck. He leaned out of the window and sighted down the barrel of his assault rifle, scanning the street for more movement. Ahead, the truck of Dickie Stokes made its slow way along the highway toward town. Too slow. If they didn't pick up the pace, they'd arrive too late. Joe Bowie drove the truck, and his wife Martha sat between them, hunting rifle on her lap. It might have been a squeeze, but Martha was a shadow of the woman she'd once been. In size, if not in spirit. Hick glanced into the side mirror to see the convoy of cars, pickup trucks, and motorbikes following. Zach's curly gray hair flapped out from underneath a German-style helmet as he sat astride a Harley. They'd only encountered sporadic resistance so far, and Zach had led his group of Hell's Angels on surgical strikes to eliminate each one. Hick made a mental note to find out more about the man, because the story Sam had given him was surely the abridged version. They passed the first ranch house on the southern city limits. A man named Norbert had lived there on his own for as long as Hick could remember. The place was obviously empty. Norbert hadn't been among the prisoners Gert had rescued, so Hick imagined the poor old recluse was now rotting beneath the earth of the mining company. Bang! Crack! Bada-bada-bada. Dickie's truck swerved to the right, and Hick brought his rifle around as in the flashing light he saw at least 3 barrels poking out from the darkness beside the house. With a roar, Zach's bike accelerated past as Hick fired off a volley at where he'd seen the guns. One of Zach's followers fell from his bike, but the fight was over quickly in a short burst of gunfire and urgent calls. Hick got down and ran over to the leading truck. He pulled open the passenger door, and the body of a man fell to the floor. "Gabriel," Dickie called, his voice shrill with panic. Hick kneeled beside the form. The man's head was at a horrifying angle, and his legs were splayed unnaturally. "He's gone," Hick said as Dickie appeared beside him. "Look, I'm sorry, but we've got to move on. We'll come back for him when we can." "No. We'll bury him properly before we go." Hick looked up into the crazed eyes. "Are you insane? If we stop now, our people in the city will die. They're waiting for us. We're going too slow as it is. That is not my problem. I answer only for my own people. Elliot wanted you to help us. He is not here, is he? We will go to him, and then work out what to do." Hick pulled the knife from his belt. "Like hell you will. Paul." It was Zach's voice. He loomed over the 3 figures, 1 dead, 2 alive for now. He held out his hand to Dickie. "Come with me, Dickie." The old man looked relieved, and allowed Zach to help him to his feet. "John, are you fit enough to hold position here?" Paul turned to see the man Zach was talking to. It was the rider who'd fallen from his bike. He was being tended by 2 others, and now sat on the sidewalk with his back against a picket fence. A wide red circle spread across the bandage tied to his leg. "Yeah. I'm okay. Just can't walk far. Mr. Stokes will stay with you." "What?" Dickie's mouth gaped in panic. "No. You can't make me." Zach brought his handgun up under the old man's chin. "So help me, Jesus, I will blow your head off if you say another word of dissent. Now go sit with John." Silently, and visibly shaking, Dickie allowed himself to be led to the side of the road. "If he tries to leave you, shoot him," Zach said. John nodded, smiling. "With pleasure." Once Hick had dragged the body of Gabriel onto the sidewalk, he followed Zach to the back of the truck. "I am taking command here," Zach was saying. "We agreed to liberate Hope, and all the reasons we made that promise are still the same as they were. If we give it 100%, then we will win. If we hesitate, then we all die. Anyone who wants to stay here with your glorious former leader can get off right now, but they needn't think we're going to come back for them anytime soon." No one moved. "Good. Now strap yourselves in." As Zach turned away, Hick caught hold of his arm. "You're taking command?" "Only of the outsiders. The Hopers are all yours. Shall we continue with the plan?" "Yeah, such as it is. But put your foot on the gas or we'll miss the party." Zach nodded. "What about Scriver? Do you think he'll come?" Hick had no answer, he merely shrugged and headed for his truck. Ahmed died in the attack on the roadblock at the intersection, cut almost in half as the defenders swung the machine gun around. Too late to stop Saeed's men from getting in among them, but just in time to make mincemeat of Ahmed. Saeed killed the machine gunner himself. A single shot to the head, and then his men were making their way along the back of the barricade like avenging angels, scattering the defense then picking them off. The guards had been looking north along the highway, in the direction of the roadblock Saeed and his team had taken an hour or so ago. No doubt a motorized force had gone that way to retake it, but Saeed had skirted around them and now possessed the key to the northward approach to Hope. 4 of them survived to hold the barricade, and it wouldn't be long before the soldiers to their south realized this, and then it would be a bitter fight. He said a silent prayer that Hick was coming that way, and then called to his men to find the best cover they could and to watch for movement from both directions. Cassie followed Peterson as he crossed the last of the backyards. In the distance she could hear gunfire crackling, though she couldn't tell what direction it was coming from. It certainly wasn't only from the south, so that at least suggested the plan was underway. Whether it was working was another matter. The veteran kept low as he slipped along the outside wall of the last ranch house, Cassie following him, looking out of the sides of her eyes so she could see more clearly in the gathering darkness. "Hey, who's there?" Peterson threw himself at the guard who'd appeared around the end of the house. The guard yelled. Damn it, the element of surprise was gone. "Come on," Cassie called to those following her, and leaping over Peterson as he subdued the guard, she ran for the sandbag position in front of the school. She felt others running alongside her, the tension released like a busted spring. She didn't think about what she would do when she reached the dugout. As a 19-year-old farm girl, her prospects had once been confined to getting married and having kids, not raining death on enemy soldiers in a trench outside the school she'd graduated from only a year before. Maybe she suddenly realized how terrified she was, even if subconsciously, because figures were running past her left and right. Even Peterson overtook her by the time they arrived at the dugout. He took 5 others around to the other end, cutting off the escape route for the soldiers caught looking south when their enemy burst out from cover. Smoke and thunder filled the air, her ears ringing, her throat raw. Her head felt as though it might explode in the chaos of movement and noise. Peterson went down, kicked by a big man in combat pants, and Cassie, any semblance of rational thought long departed, threw herself on the attacker's back, reaching into her belt for her hunting knife. Rage overwhelmed her as she stabbed down at the writhing figure below. Again and again and again. Voices shouted, some in anger, some in pain, some in terror. Then a hand grabbed her shoulder, and she slashed up, barely missing Peterson. "Whoa. It's okay. You done good. We got control. Now get yourself inside while I set up the machine gun." Peterson moved past her, stepping over the body of the man she'd killed, picking his way past the others, until he reached the pair of M249s that the guards hadn't had time to use. She watched, numb, as he talked to a tall black man next to him who nodded and kneeled behind one of the guns, before pulling at and looking inside things she didn't pretend to understand. Peterson heaved the other onto his shoulder and lifted it onto the top of the dugout, removing a line of sandbags so they could cover the entrance to the school. "They're comin'," he called. "Get your butts up here. It's going to get hot mighty soon." Cassie looked down again at the body of the man she'd killed, and tried not to think about the human being who no longer existed. He was probably 40-ish, so he'd had 4 decades of living before Cassie had stabbed him to death. He would have killed Peterson, but she knew that 2 wrongs don't make a right. But that could wait. For now, she had a duty to help her friends survive. She picked up an assault rifle dropped by one of the guards and carefully peered above the line of sandbags beside Peterson. The doors of the school were flung open, and people in camouflage emerged, spreading left and right as with a deafening percussive ba-ba-ba-ba, the saw spoke, Peterson moving it deliberately left and right. Hot shell cases spilled onto the sandbags as Cassie moved away from the noise a little. Behind her, someone called out, and the other machine gun began firing. The enemy was surrounding them. And they were many. Too many. Chapter 17. Saeed. The 2 trucks now drove up the road side by side, stopping a couple of 100 yards to the south of the school. Hick watched as his people got down from the back of his truck and lined up beside the highway. Others ran from their cars until finally, the full complement of 100 or so stood nervously in line. This was the most they could transport and arm. Most were men middle-aged and younger, but there were some women and some of the older folks Gert had rescued from the mine workings. They had vengeance on their minds. To the north, a sudden burst of sustained gunfire had paused for a minute or two before breaking out again, and Hick had heard more beyond that. If all had gone well, Saeed and his team controlled the roadblock at the intersection, and Cassie's resistance held the 2 dugouts in front of the school. But that was a big if. And even had it gone to plan, the biggest force, the one now assembled beside the highway, needed to relieve them soon or it would be too late. The enemy would be back in control and dug in. Zach was calling his people together. Perhaps a couple of hundred. Along with Hick's people, they filled the road from side to side. It looked impressive, but Hick knew that most of them had barely handled a gun before, and they made a hell of a target. Now for the final throw of the dice. They began marching along the road, the crackle of gunfire growing louder and louder. And then the air was full of bullets. The man beside him fell, and people were running, diving for cover wherever they could find it. Hick was dragging the wounded man aside when someone grabbed him. "Come on, Hick. He's gone." Joe Bowie pulled Hick to one side, and they hid in the front yard of a ranch house. "We're finished," Joe said. "We didn't know nothing about those guns. I guess we could outflank them." "We don't have time," Hick hissed. "If we don't get to the school in minutes, it'll be too late. Everything will be lost." Joe shook his head as a sudden silence fell. "Then it's lost." Tarek swept the machine gun's barrel left and right. "Not yet," Saeed whispered. A convoy of Land Rovers and trucks was rolling down the highway from the north, coming back to town after finding what had happened to the roadblock Saeed and his team had destroyed. They'd shown no sign that they'd noticed there was anything wrong with the barrier at the intersection, and so they drove closer and closer. Then one of the Land Rovers stopped and someone got down, staring at where Saeed and Tarek waited. "Now." The M249 spat rounds into the people standing there, and into their vehicles. Suddenly, trucks and cars began reversing out of range. Good, they'd bought themselves a few minutes. "Leader." Saeed swung around to see figures running at them from the other direction. He'd known they were hiding there, but so far, his team had kept them pinned down. Now they were taking the opportunity, as Saeed looked the other way. "Stay here," he said to Tarek. "Keep them covered." There was no point in turning the saw around when, as soon as he did that, the trucks would start moving again, and they'd be under attack from both sides. So 3 of them faced the multitude of figures weaving back and forth as they ran from cover to cover, but getting inexorably closer. Saeed clenched his jaw as he fired short volleys. His M16 had a magazine of 30, and he'd been keeping count. He had spares, but only a couple, and he didn't want to take his eyes off the attackers for a moment. "They're coming." It was Tarek. Minutes. They had minutes. Saeed looked briefly up at the sky and said a silent prayer. "There's too many," Peterson shouted as he moved the saw back and forth. "We'd better pray they don't have any more RPGs." The front of the school was a scene of utter destruction. One of Cassie's team had found a mortar with 2 shells, so what had once been a place of safety and learning was now riddled with bullet holes and littered with enemy bodies. But he was right. There were too many. So Sahi, the man who Devon had tortured and killed, had lied after all. His last curse from beyond the grave. They'd have had a tough fight against 500, but she guessed that was out by a factor of 2. It would be over soon enough. On the other side of the dugout, looking out over the baseball field, she could see movement among the debris. So many enemies. It was all going to hell in a handbasket. "Maybe we should surrender," Peterson said in a pause between volleys. Cassie shook her head, feeling the bloody clots caught in her curls slapping against her face. "No point. They'd kill us all. They'd kill the likes of me, sure enough. But you're young and pretty. You might survive." Cassie ignored him, and soon enough the air was filled with the staccato punch of the M249. "I'm nearly out," Peterson said. "Save yourself, Cassie." He pulled on the trigger. A handful of rounds spat out, followed by an impotent click. He drew his handgun. Almost immediately, figures began moving forward. Death was coming. Movement to her left. They'd been outflanked and enemies now surrounded them. And then they began to fall. The attackers from the school halted, looking off to their right and ducking for cover. Cassie looked harder at the newcomers. Good God in heaven! It was her father. Elwood Miller, shotgun blazing from his hip, led the citizens of Hope as they ran from the cover they'd been gathering in. Those at the front were firing weapons of all sorts, from purse revolvers to ancient long-barreled rifles. Behind ran, some faster than others, men and women carrying kitchen knives, some tied to poles, axes, and baseball bats. "Come on!" Cassie called out and made for the exit from the dugout. "No," Peterson said. But it was too late, and he was forced to follow her as she ran shrieking at the enemy. Hick ran across the highway, keeping his head low as after a few moments rounds began fizzing through the air. He reached the nearest truck and jumped across the front seat as glass showered down on him. Keeping himself to the floor, he turned the key in the ignition, then peeked above the dashboard, before putting the stick into drive and contorting himself so he could push down on the gas pedal. It was a crazy plan, a plan he hadn't bothered to discuss. He had told Joe, Brain, and Martha to follow once he had the truck moving. He would be both the weapon and the shield. His fighters could follow the truck as it rumbled toward the emplacements, and he'd then do his best to take one of them out. The air seemed to ripple with heat as round after round flew just above and around his head. Any moment now, and they'd strike lucky, blowing his brains out, and it would all be over. He kept the truck on a straight path, so his people could follow in the narrow strip of protection it offered. Bits of the ceiling and trim rained down on him as he sat among the shattered glass, the engine screaming. Closer, closer, closer. Then darkness. "Dad?" He was dreaming. Sam was standing over him, looking down as he lay in bed, the sun peeking out from behind her head as she moved. Was it Father's Day? Had she brought him breakfast in bed? For the first time ever? Dad. Now he was on a boat at sea, the horizon bobbing up and down in time with the boat. If it rocked any more, he'd be thrown overboard. He put his hands out to steady it. Dad. His dream turned into a nightmare of pain. The boat disappeared, and he flailed around, fighting the monsters that were biting him, clawing at his head and shoulder. He's coming around. Give him a minute. He's lost a lot of blood. Maybe we should let him sleep. Sam? Oh, thank God. He forced his eyes open. They felt as though they'd been shut so tightly, the eyelids had glued themselves together. Sam? You son of a bitch, Dad. Who the hell gave you the right to lock me up? Give him a break, Sam, Jay said. Hick heard no more. When he woke up, he was alone and lying on a real bed in a familiar room. It was the school gym that had been used as a makeshift hospital. He could hear voices and the groans of people in pain. Hick winced as he sat up on his elbows and looked around. It was chaos. Some poor devils were lying on the floor. He went to swing his legs over the side of the bed so he could go and see what was going on, but they felt as though they were made of lead and stuck with glue to the bed, so he fell back on the pillow. You're awake then? Sam's face appeared above him. What happened? You nearly got your head blown off, that's what. But I'm glad you made it. We thought you might have lost too much blood. I'll get you some sweet coffee. Hick put his hand out to grab her arm, but it merely bounced off. I mean, what happened here? We won, if you can call losing dozens of people winning. But. No buts? Wait here and I'll get you something to drink. By the time the sun rose the following morning, Hick was back on his feet, grateful for the cache of drugs they'd discovered. He was on Advil and morphine, and just for now, he couldn't care less about the hole on the left side of his head where his ear had been. He didn't remember a damn thing after setting the truck on its way, but they reckoned he'd turned away just as a bullet scraped along the top of the dashboard and took off his earlobe. He must have then jumped up a little, and a second bullet had taken him between the point of his shoulder and his neck. 2 inches to the left, and he'd have died instantly. He had his arm around Sam's shoulders on one side and Jay's on the other as he limped out into the fresh air of an early Nevada morning. It would get hot soon, but for now it was nice enough. Except for what he saw. Bodies everywhere. Mainly uniformed, but here and there civilians, some of them people he knew. Cassie. She ran to him, throwing her arms around his neck, then releasing as he yelled in pain. "Sorry," she said. "You okay?" "Just cuts and bruises." "I got lucky, real lucky," she said, before turning to Sam. "I haven't had chance to thank you, Sam." Hick felt his daughter move as if shrugging. "It's okay. I didn't do much." "That's not what I hear." "You don't want to believe everything you hear." Cassie looked doubtfully at Sam. Though she'd washed up a little, she still wore a shirt stained with blood. "Well, thanks anyway. I'll be helping Pa if you need me." She smiled at Hick and walked off to where a group of people huddled around the seating on the school playground. Everywhere Hick looked was utter devastation. Shell cases littered the ground, discarded weapons everywhere. And bodies. Dozens. What did Cassie mean? "Nothing, Dad." "Sam made Scriver come," Jay said. "No, Hick needs to know the truth, even if others don't." Sam disentangled herself. "You tell him then. But stick to the truth. I've got things to do." "Do you want me to come with you?" "No. I'll find you later. I'm okay. Really." Hick looked up at Jay. "What was that all about?" "Sri," Jay said. "He's dead. All of them are. They held the barricade to the last man. If they hadn't, we still might have lost even after Scriver arrived." Hick sat on a small wooden seat beneath a palm tree that looked over the baseball field. "Poor kid. He was a good one." "Yeah. He was." "So Scriver arrived after all?" Jay nodded. "After you went crazy in the trucks, we were following and then there was shooting, and we realized Scriver's men had snuck up behind them and taken them out. If you hadn't distracted them, they wouldn't have been able to do it. Then we followed them up here to the school. There was a hell of a fight going on, but the Sons were getting the upper hand. Once we joined in, though, it was over pretty quick. But we couldn't get to Saeed quickly enough. He was dead, and some of the enemy got away heading north." Hick sighed. He couldn't help but touch the bandage that was wrapped around his head. It was as if his fingers needed to learn what was under there. And what did Cassie mean when she thanked Sam? "Well, it seems Sam made such a noise after you locked her up that one of Scriver's men let her out. I think she said his name was Rebus. She asked when they would be heading to Hope to support the attack, and Rebus told her they'd been ordered to wait. No one was even getting ready. So she went to see Scriver and tore him a new one. She changed his mind. I know she can be persuasive, but that's hard to believe." Jay shook his head. "No. It seems his men weren't exactly happy with his decision not to help. I guess they knew it was their only chance to beat Mendoza's forces. And no one likes following a coward, do they?" "I guess not." "So what happened?" "Rebus and a few others told Scriver that they was going in, and he could either lead them and stay as their commander or wait behind and they'd find someone else to follow." Hick grunted. "Politicians like power, even if it's only an illusion." "I guess so. But they were late, and the fighting had already started by the time they set off, so they had to go across country. So they got strung out, and there was only just enough to take out the machine guns." "Well, they arrived in the end, whatever the reason," Hick said, shaking his head. "Now, will you help me get home?" Jay took Hick's weight as he got to his feet, and they walked slowly through the ruined streets as the sun rose on the first day of a free Hope. Temporarily free. For Mendoza still lived, and he would soon return. Chapter 18. Hunt. 3 weeks later. Chicago, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Columbus, Indianapolis, St. Louis, Kansas City. The firestorm destroyed them all, consumed by the flames that had transformed the world. All at the command of the Sons of Solomon. Cheyenne, Grand Island, Iowa City, Hagerstown, Columbia, Springfield. In these smaller towns and cities, Devon and the others had found evidence of the brutality of Mendoza and his followers. They saw that much had changed since the last time they'd crossed from west to east. Still, the big cities lay like black marks on the landscape, polluted and uninhabitable. But in places like Hagerstown, small communities had begun to spring up, planting the first seeds of a possible future. Seeds the Sons of Solomon had crushed. The farther east they traveled, the darker the mood in the Honda. In constant fear of being spotted, they kept to the back roads, only venturing onto the highways when they needed fuel, and only then in the dead of night. 5 times now they'd been forced to attack a gas station, and had barely escaped on 2 occasions. Luckily for them, the enemy fighters were of variable quality. In fact, calling them the enemy at all seemed ridiculous. Most of those they came across were simply locals who'd put on a black mask so they wouldn't themselves be shot. Because of this, they tried their best to obtain gas without bloodshed, and in some cases were able to talk at length with the guards, getting valuable intelligence about where Mendoza was and what he was doing. The man's name was Todd. He was a 30-something former mechanic from Pittsburgh who'd moved to Wheeling in West Virginia 5 years before. When the Sons of Solomon came, he joined up because they promised to feed him and his young daughter. He'd been assigned to man the gas station along with 3 other locals, and was on his own tonight on account of his scheduled partner being comatose in the back room after consuming too much home brew. "It's slow as molasses around here," he said, pulling on a cigarette as he watched Gert fill the car's gas tank. "We don't get more'n 3 of their vehicles come through here a week. I reckon they'll let us run dry and then shut us down." Devon had approached the gas station with his usual extreme caution, skirting around the periphery after dark, looking for any signs of movement. He'd spotted Todd in the little mart, and he'd waited until his target had wandered out, before sneaking up and pressing the gun into his back. Todd had shrieked to begin with, but pretty quickly had calmed down and was now happy to spill the beans. It seemed Lem, his partner, wasn't the talkative type. "So you can't tell us anything about what the general plans?" "General? Who's he?" "Mendoza." Todd nodded sagely. Yeah, I heard his name from time to time. But I get my orders from a fella called Darius. Greek, I think. Or maybe Iranian. He passed through here a few days ago. Said they was headin' west for a big meetup. Seems there's this place in Nevada. Survived the fire, and they're gonna flatten it and build a new city on the ruins. Something about divine justice. Devon sighed. Hope? Hope for what? No, that's the name of the place. Well, Todd said, taking another drag, I sure wouldn't want to be there when they arrive. Devon looked out at the night, beyond the light of the glowing brazier. Health and safety had clearly taken a rain check around here. And you don't know when they're aiming to meet up with Mendoza? All I know is they was in some kind of a hurry. Said they'd be heading back this way once the job was done. Did this Darius tell you where he was going next? Todd shook his head. I heard him say something about Denver. He was working out how many fuel stops he'd need between here and there. Gert wandered up. Denver? Well, I guess that would make sense as a meeting place. He could assemble his horde and then move on Hope. I still don't get it, though. What? Jessie said. She'd been packing some of the supplies Todd had donated into the trunk, though both she and Gert had heard the conversation. It's just about revenge for Mendoza, isn't it? Gert made a non-committal sound. Yeah, that's true. But come so far east, gathering together thousands just to subdue a small city like Hope? Maybe we should be asking what he intends to do next. So he crushes Hope, but then he has an army at his command. He must have something in mind. Todd dropped his cigarette butt and trotted into the ground. Well, I hate to break up the party, but you'd better be moving along. I'll be in a whole mess of trouble if a patrol comes along, or if Lem wakes up. You take care, though. You hear me? But tell me, what are you fixin' to do? If we told you that, we'd have to shoot you, Devon said with a smile. Seems to me you guys are on a mission, Todd said, glancing from one to the other. Maybe you'll catch up with that there general? Good luck to you. He held out his hand for each of them to shake. And to you, Devon said. I have to believe there's at least a chance of light beyond this darkness. The sun always rises, Todd said with a smile, before watching them drive away. Devon stewed as he steered the car through the night. They had decided to risk headlights, because every indication was that the local Sons of Solomon fighters had left with their commander. They'd wasted weeks trying to find Mendoza, and it turned out he was gathering his forces together a few hundred miles east of Hope. So now they were in a race to get there before Mendoza turned on Hope. Their plan, such as it was, had been to catch him out in the open and with minimal guards, but that was now in ruins unless they could somehow overtake him. He drained the east and midwest of fighters and would surely be impossible to get near. Todd said that the local commander had been heading west 3 days before, so they could no longer afford to travel by the back roads. Devon guided them onto the highway and set course for Columbus. The man had only been dead for a day or two, his corpse swinging in the wind, black mask over this face. Devon had stopped the car when he'd seen the body, as it hung from an electric pole beside the highway just outside St. Louis. Neither Jesse nor Gert got out of the Honda as Devon walked carefully across, checking for any movement in the green fields on either side of the highway. A large barn with a rusting iron roof and fading yellow walls sat to one side of the road, the winding track leading to it weed-choked and overgrown. His guess was that a contingent had stopped there for the night before dispensing justice on this man. Devon had no desire to remove the man's mask, but he could see from his bare, wrinkled hands that he was old and white. Someone had shoved a piece of paper into his pocket alongside the green book, synonymous with the Sons. The book looked well thumbed, so Devon guessed the dead man had been an earnest member of the organization. He unfolded the paper and read what it contained.
Be it known that Wendell Thorne, being found guilty by tribunal of the crime of disloyalty to the cause, has been sentenced to be executed by means of hanging by the neck until dead. Sentence to be carried out summarily. True sons have nothing to fear from continued fellowship. Those who disobey our ordinances must be purged to preserve the purity of the brotherhood. Take heed.
Devon glanced up at the dead man as he slid the paper back into place. He flipped open the green book and found that Thorne had described himself as a commander. He'd probably committed many evil acts in the name of the Sons before the biter was bit. Devon couldn't find much sympathy in his heart for this man, so he turned away and got back in the car. What did you find out? Jessie asked. She was sitting in the front passenger seat and was obviously relieved when Devon turned the ignition key and put the car into drive. He was a leader. Gert grunted from the back. Maybe the dogs are turning on each other. It'd be great if they'd do our job for us. Devon guided the Honda back onto the highway, lost in thought as the green countryside slipped past. The following day, they found 4 bodies tied to a Frontier motel sign just outside Kingdom City in Missouri. The single-story motel looked to have survived the firestorm intact and to have been inhabited since then, though it now looked empty. Bullet holes punctuated the outside wall on the end of the row, and Gert found matching injuries on the bodies. Devon was watching from the top of the bank that the highway ran along, looking for any signs of movement from the motel. Gert called up from where he crouched beneath the sign. These were all officers, judging by their ID cards. All found guilty of disloyalty. I reckon they were shot no more than a couple of days ago. The Dutchman searched each of the bodies, discarding the green books on the concrete. Ah. Now this is useful. He pulled out a folded map and opened it. Even from 50 yards away, Devon could see the bullet holes and bloodstains as it flapped in the fresh breeze. Gert laid it out on the ground as Devon trotted across to stand beside him. Here, he said, pointing at a square drawn by hand on the map. This is the rendezvous point. East Topeka in Kansas. He ran his finger along the stained paper. "We are here. Maybe 200 miles. Come, we should get back to the car." Gert got up. "It looks like a purge to me," he said. "I guess Mendoza is tightening his grip, especially on the units that used to report to other committee members. I wonder how many more of these groups of bodies there are." Gert shrugged. "Impossible to say. We don't know what route he took to get here, or how many units his army has. And we don't know if he was personally responsible for this, or whether he has subordinates weeding out those who might oppose him. Like the SS in Nazi Germany." Devon wandered back to the car. "What do you think it means for us?" "It means he's taking an iron grip on his troops." Shutting the door as he got behind the wheel, Devon turned as Gert got in. "And maybe it means that without him, their organization will crack apart." Gert shook his head. "That is wishful thinking, my friend. But maybe that is all we have right now." The main body of Mendoza's forces would meet just south of Topeka, by the shores of Lake Shawnee. Devon had no idea why he'd picked this place, but Gert guessed it was because it was close enough to hope to make it possible to keep a large army together, and because there was some local reason. Maybe even something personal to Mendoza. Devon's impression of him had been that he was certainly capable of ordering his entire army to muster somewhere, because it was where he'd lived as a child, for example. Perhaps he wanted to exact his revenge on his middle school. The man was a monster, after all. They got off the Kansas Turnpike 10 miles or so to the east of Topeka and headed south so they could approach the city along the smaller and hopefully safer country roads. And it was a beautiful landscape of small lakes, lush grass, and verdant trees. They didn't see a single soul. It was as if a world had been created for them, ready to populate. A second Eden. They planned to drive toward the city and leave the car somewhere close enough to walk the rest of the way without running across the enemy. "What about there?" Jesse said, pointing at a tall spire sitting atop a low stone building. Devon slowed down. "Are we close enough?" "I'm not sure, but I think maybe a mile from the lake. A good place to stop." Nodding, Devon turned into the parking lot, rounding a living hedge that marked the entrance, and almost collided with a Land Rover that was coming the other way. He swore, pushed the car into reverse, and put his foot down. But a second Land Rover, which had been lurking behind the hedge, blocked his exit. Gert pulled the handgun from inside his jacket and kicked open the door. He fired off a couple of shots as Devon got out, taking cover behind his own door. Jessie ducked as she struggled to get a grip on her revolver. The windshield shattered, and gunfire surrounded them. And then Devon glanced to his left to see two fighters running toward the passenger seat, grabbing Jessie and pulling her out. A voice called out, "Give up or we shoot her." He had no choice. Cursing again, Devon sighed. So after all the evasion, all the care, they'd walked straight into the hands of the Sons of Solomon. Into Mendoza's hands. He dropped his weapon, raised his hands, and slowly stood up. Rough hands grabbed him, checking his pockets and removing his knife before pushing him in the direction of the church building. Devon looked across at Jessie, tears running down her face, then he twisted to look at Gert behind him. He wasn't there. Paul Hickman got out of his car and walked to the barricade. An armored car stood on the other side, being covered by a dozen of Hope's militia. Scriver, of course, had gotten there before him, but had at least had the courtesy to wait for Hick to arrive. "What's going on?" Hick said. Rusty Kaminsky nodded at the vehicle. He hadn't been a happy camper since being recalled from Springs, and he had a feeling his day was not going to improve. "These fellas turned up, demanding to speak to the leaders here. So I sent a message to you and Marshall." "Come on then, let's see what they have to say." A tall man in pressed fatigues and a military cap stepped down from the front seat of the armored car and walked confidently toward the barrier as Hick and Scriver passed through it. "Welcome to the free city of Hope," Hick said brightly. The man couldn't hide the sneer. "My name is Captain John Carver, representative of the group formerly known as the Sons of Solomon." Carver, Scriver said, stepping forward. What do you mean, formerly? Carver's eyes widened. Mr. Scriver, I'm pleased to see you survive the attempt on your life. The Sons of Solomon, as an organization, has served its purpose. But where there are many voices, dysfunction is inevitable, so we have united under one leader. So Mendoza has taken full control. The general is our leader, yes, and he has brought together an overwhelming force that you would do well to bend the knee to. Hick grunted. Why, so he can slice our heads off. Is that what you came here to say? Submit or die. Carver turned back to Hick. Our forces are gathering nearby. Once the muster is complete, thousands will come. We will overwhelm you with ease, and everyone who resists us, man, woman, and child, will die. Surrender now, however, and the general has promised clemency. You always were a liar, John Carver, Scriver said. You come here in your military uniform, like a peacock with your puffed-out chest. What were you before the cleansing? An account manager with a petrochemical company. The closest you've ever come to battle is watching Letters from Iwo Jima on Netflix. I guess that places me one step above a politician on the evolutionary ladder. Now, if we have finished swapping insults, do I have your surrender? Hick held Carver's gaze for a moment. What did he see there? Fear? Of what? Perhaps he thought they might simply shoot him here and now. Or maybe Mendoza had ordered him to obtain their capitulation, and he was scared to go back empty-handed. But then, it seemed out of character for Mendoza to want to give them a way out of fighting a hopeless battle. Unless his grip on power wasn't quite as firm as he'd like. Would it be a risk for him to send troops in against a civilian militia who were just trying to protect their homes? Hick shook his head and, without looking at Carver, turned away. You might want to get back in your big fancy armored car before one of my fighters gets an itchy trigger finger. You tell your master that Hope says no. Scriver caught up with him as he reached his car. You're supposed to confer with me when making decisions that affect us all. Hick sighed. So, Marshal, should we accept their terms and surrender? No, of course not. Mendoza doesn't know the meaning of mercy. But he will come with overwhelming force. We can be sure of that. We can't possibly stop him. I know. Time to begin the evacuation. I'll let Rusty know. But don't give up hope. Scriver raised his eyebrows. Really? Yeah. Don't forget Devon and the others are out there somewhere. They might succeed. You never know. A fool's hope. Maybe, but it's still hope. Chapter 19. The End. They were kept overnight at the Baptist church, but early the following morning, a message came that the prisoners were to be brought to Mendoza. Devon watched as the local commander, a Latino man in his 30s called Martinez, read the handwritten note after saluting the messenger. Martinez's eyes widened a little, and his expression stiffened. He was nervous. Devon had spent several hours in his company the previous night. Martinez considered himself a tough guy, but his threats of violence and the half-hearted demonstrations revealed him to be at heart a decent type. He'd been on active duty in the army when the firestorm happened. He and a handful of others had escaped, and after attempting to restore order to the settlement they landed up in, joined the Sons of Solomon when they rolled into town. The particular branch they'd signed up for seemed to be one of the more moderate groups, but by the time their commander-in-chief was killed in Mendoza's purge of the committee, they were in too deep. It had been a clever strategy. Mendoza cut away any resistance to his totalitarian control one piece at a time, never making enough enemies for any of them to stand up to him. And so, he led a largely resentful army through terror. And the look on the face of Martinez, as he read his orders, was enough to tell Devon that Mendoza's grip was one of iron. Still no sign? Martinez said to a figure who'd marched into the church and saluted. No. Sorry, sir. We've had the entire squad out looking. He's vanished. Martinez glanced across at Devon. After shooting 2 of our people. He's no ghost, Macchetti. He sighed, wiped his forehead and looked down at the handwritten order slip again. The general isn't going to like this. Maybe we shouldn't have told him there was 3 of them, sir. And lie. That's the fast way to a bullet in the head, Martinez said. Losing him, on the other hand, is the slightly slower way. But I can't delay any longer. Keep looking and buzz me if you find him. When we find him, Skip. Martinez put his hand on the man's upper arm. My God, I hope so. Helberg, Nonaka, bring the prisoners. Devon watched as one of the 2 men Martinez had called, Nonaka, judging by his appearance, disappeared into an anteroom before emerging with Jesse. On your feet, Helberg said. Seems we gotta take you to see the general. You and your girlfriend. Devon got up and caught Jesse's eye as she was looking across at him. She gave a tiny nod and a smile that broke his heart. He tried to look reassuring, but he couldn't help focusing on her swelling belly and the life within. Would any of the 3 of them survive the day? Gert was his only hope as they emerged into the bright sun. If he'd escaped, as seemed almost certain now, he wouldn't abandon them. But what could he do against thousands of enemies? Figures moved back and forth with purpose as they turned onto the street, heading toward the center of Topeka. Overgrown lawns swallowed up the ruins of houses to left and right, but Devon could see people and vehicles farther along the roads leading off the main street. 1 or 2 houses had survived the firestorm, and folk had surrounded them with other structures that were now being used as shelters for companies of fighters. The contrast between Martinez's well-ordered platoon and the first group they passed, which looked more like a camping meetup, shocked Devon. He wondered how many of Mendoza's army could be considered soldiers in any meaningful way. Then hope died in his heart as he realized that the army was plenty big enough to sweep away his city's defenses even if they were entirely untrained. With this many men, Mendoza could simply order them to point and shoot, and it would be more than sufficient. A white water tower that looked like one of the Martian tripods from War of the Worlds appeared on the horizon, and Martinez took a left into the parking lot outside and pulled up in front of a 2-story office building. You're just going to deliver us, are you? Knowing what he'll do? Martinez turned back from the driver's seat. I'm following orders. The oldest excuse in the books, Devon said. Devon's door opened, and he was forced out as Jesse was pulled out of the other door. She's pregnant, for God's sake? And you're handing her over to that monster? Martinez flinched just a little. Do the right thing and let her go, Devon said. It was desperation talking, but he had nothing else. After the briefest of pauses, Martinez nodded to Nonaka and marched ahead of them toward the building entrance. Devon stumbled as Helberg shoved him after them. He looked across at the green sports field behind the squat office building. Hundreds of tents and temporary buildings littered the area. The place looked like the embarkation camp for D-Day. All hope left him as the doors swung open and he was pushed inside. Ah, the former mayor of Hope. How wonderful to see you. Mendoza looked up from the large map he was studying that had been spread over a pair of tables pushed together. He was carving slices out of an apple with a small silver knife. Around him stood a handful of officers. They all looked remarkably young to Devon's eyes. They wore black uniforms and reminded Devon more than anything of a group of newly recruited SS officers. This, gentleman, is an annoyance that I will take great pleasure in eliminating. But who is this Captain Martinez? Martinez cleared his throat. This is his companion, Jessica Summers, Supreme Leader. Mendoza moved around the table and approached Jesse. And pregnant, I see. With his child? Jesse ignored him, continuing to look straight ahead, though Devon could see she was shaking. Answer me or he dies right now. Yes, I'm pregnant. Yes, he's the father. Devon felt an unaccountable surge of pride in those words, followed by profound sorrow. Mendoza's reptilian eyes flipped toward Devon. I'm sorry to hear you say that, my dear. But you see, it is not enough for me to kill him. His line must disappear from the face of the earth. So I'm sorry to say that you must also hang. In fact, you will go first. I get a distinct feeling of déjà vu. We've been here before, have we not? Only this time neither of you will escape justice." "She's lying," Devon croaked. "Oh, I don't think so. And since we would have to wait a couple of months yet to find out, it is neater to resolve the matter here and now. Martinez, escort them to the gallows, and order the call to assembly." Martinez hesitated. "Did you not hear me?" Mendoza spat. "Obey me." "Supreme Leader. She is pregnant." "Yes, with the spawn of this demon." "But—" Mendoza strode over to Martinez and wagged a finger in his face. "You will obey me now or swing beside them. What is it now?" The door opened, and a terrified-looking guard stepped in, as a figure in camouflage with black mask partly pulled down over his eyes hovered in the background. "Sir, it's an urgent messenger. He insists on seeing you." "Who is the message from? Carver?" "No, sir, it's from Leader Crawford." Mendoza's face froze for a moment. "But I killed Crawford." The man lurking in the background pushed past the guard and pulled the weapon from the guard's belt, lifted it and pointed it at Mendoza. "Gert!" Jessie cried as, freed from Nanoka's grip, she spun away toward the table. Beckman's finger closed on the trigger, but in that instant, Mendoza grabbed at Devon's guard Hellberg, yanking him into the path of the bullet, then diving for cover as Gert continued to shoot into the room. Devon fell to the floor, crawling toward where Jessie lay under the tables. Gunfire filled the room as Gert kicked the door shut behind him. Devon spotted Mendoza, who'd pulled a gun from his waist, the young SS lookalikes cowering in the corner. It seemed the general's paranoia at not allowing weapons in his presence was handicapping him. Devon spotted blood running down Gert's leg. Not the bright scarlet of new bleeding, but a dark burgundy. He was pale, and his hands were shaking. Martinelli went down clutching his shoulder, as Nanoka dropped beside him, cradling his commander. And then with a single boom, the left side of Gert's face disappeared in a mist of blood, the cruel barrel of Mendoza's gun appearing from behind a chair. He emerged, then swiveled to look down, and all Devon could see was the black hole of the muzzle as he waited for death. "No. She will die first," he said, turning to point the gun at Jessie, who cowered beneath the table. Devon saw his fingers squeeze around the trigger, and then he staggered. Martinelli had heaved himself onto his side and pulled at the general's leg. With a roar the monster twisted around, but Nanoka threw himself at his other leg and then with a yell he fell forwards, as Jessie leapt onto his back, stabbing again and again with a small silver knife. "Stay back!" Martinelli cried out, as one of the young men stepped forward. Mendoza shrieked and tried to roll onto his front, arms flailing. The door flew open, and the guard Gert had robbed looked wide-eyed at the carnage. "Secure the door," Martinelli called. "Let no one in." "That's an order, soldier." As Devon got to his feet, he saw the look of relief on the guard's face. The door closed behind him, and Devon grabbed Jessie's blood-soaked arm. "That's enough," he said. "But he's not dead," Jessie said, pushing against his arm. Devon reached to the floor and picked up something big, black and metallic. "It's okay, my love," he said, as he pulled her off Mendoza's prone form. He handed her to Nanoka, then looked at Martinelli. "He's not dead," he said. "You might be able to save him if you get medical attention quickly." Martinelli shook his head and held out his left hand for the gun. "There's a lake, the other side of this building. Through the corridors. There's a small boat the general liked to use. Go that way. Be quick." "What are you going to do?" Jessie asked. "End this madness," Martinelli said. "But his supporters, they'll—" Martinelli smiled grimly. "I'll take my chance. Like you said," he looked at Devon, "just following orders is the excuse cowards make, and I've been a coward for too long. Now go." Mendoza drew in a deep breath, as if he was coming around. "Now," Martinelli cried out, as a clamor could be heard beyond the main door. Devon nodded to him, and took Jessie by the hand. They went out the back door, and ran along a carpeted corridor, light streaming in from windows above them, until they reached a fire escape. Devon burst through it, and they found themselves in a fenced-off area with a little jetty at the end. "Hey! Who are you?" Someone called from beyond the fence, but Devon and Jesse ignored them. Bang! The noise echoed through the open door. Martinelli had done it. Devon and Jesse ran along the wooden slatted jetty, and he helped her into the small motorboat. The sounds of chaos rose up from the tent city, followed by sporadic gunfire. Devon pulled the starter cord, and on the second attempt the engine roared into life. He cast off the line and sat in the back, Jesse in front of him, as he steered the boat out from the jetty. Behind him he heard people calling out in their direction, but they were too far out on the water to be in any danger. Jessie threw herself at him as they passed out onto Lake Shawnee, and their tears mingled into one. Epilogue. 4 months after the second battle for hope. Well, I sure hope you don't regret moving out here when winter sets in. Devon chuckled. You always were a ray of sunshine, weren't you, Paul? We'll be okay. They were standing outside the shack where Devon and Gert had shared their brief daydream on their journey to catch Mendoza. A journey Gert hadn't returned from. When they'd finally made it back to Hope, Devon and Jesse had decided this would be their home. Out in the middle of the arid Nevadan landscape, with Hope to the north and the slowly recovering Ezra to the south, they could easily live here without encountering another living soul other than those they'd brought with them. But today, the place was creaking at the seams, as in another example of the fierce independence that Devon loved so much about his new wife. Jesse had declared they'd have the wedding-cum-baptism party at the half-restored shack. So here they were, squeezing a quart into a pint. Devon and Hick were now wandering the backyard, each carrying a tumbler of whiskey, as Roger shadowed them, not keeping his eyes off his best human buddy. "Have you heard from Scriver?" Devon asked as he watched the sun touch the horizon. "Not since he set off for D.C. I don't reckon it's the last we'll see of him, but it's good to have Hope to ourselves again." "Nothing from Mariana?" Hick shook his head. "Not for a few weeks. She's running Salt Lake for now at least. But the more secure folks feel, the more likely they are to change things back to the old ways and put some old man in charge again." Devon chuckled. "Well, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm glad you're mayor again, not me. That's a gig I absolutely don't want. It ain't exactly been a bed of roses, that's for sure. The town has plenty of ghosts, and it's not as if we can take down everything Mendoza's men built and get things back to how they were. He may have been the worst monster out there, but he wasn't the only one for sure. Look, Devon, aren't you worried you can't defend yourself out here? I think we're safe for now, but I'm going to build a stone wall all the way around with shooting positions. That'll take some time." Devon smiled. "We've had lots of offers of help. Dev." He turned to see Jade striding toward him, Dorothy toddling at her side. "Mom says to come inside." "Okay. Thanks." Jessie had resisted Jade calling her Mom, but had given in eventually. Jade and Dorothy had grown close while they waited for news at Springs, and the young girl had matured into a woman, but still she wanted the reassurance of referring to Jessie that way, as if it made her place in the family official. Pushing his way inside the cramped house, Devon found Jessie talking to Martha Bowie in the corner. Martha and Joe had reopened their grocery store and restarted the beating heart of the community. "There you are," Jessie said as she caught sight of Devon. "The baby needs changing, and it's your turn." Devon pulled a face. He suspected he was getting the rough end of diaper duty, but he put out his hands and took the little bundle. "Come on, Gertie." The little boy made a grumbling noise as Devon took him to the outhouse, the first building they'd refurbished, and laid him on the little table to change him. He found Paul Hickman waiting for him as he headed back toward the house. "You'll make a good father," Hick said as Devon stood beside him, wrapping the blanket around the child. Devon blushed and blurted out, "You don't do so bad yourself." "How is Sam?" "Well, she's happy enough, but she's also the best part of 600 miles away. Went back with Zach and his folk." Lives in some sort of commune by a river with Margie and Jay. Do you reckon they'll get married someday? Sam and Jay. Hick shrugged. Maybe. But she's very modern, my daughter. Much like her mother. Geez, but I miss her. Seems everything I've done has been on account of her. Every good thing, anyway. They said nothing for a few moments as a fresh fall breeze zipped around the rocks. Why don't you go to her? Hick said nothing. Hick? Don't tell nobody. Don't tell them what? Hick turned toward him. I'm goin'. Just as soon as I get Hope straight enough to leave. Seems to me, sometimes folks have to save a place so others can enjoy it. If I've learned one thing, it's that I want to be near her. Don't say nothin' though, will you? Devon patted Hick on the shoulder. I promise. They leaned back against the cold stone of the wall, looking out over the backyard and the darkening mountains beyond. She's pregnant, Devon. Devon smiled. Congratulations, Paul. I guess you'd better wrap things up in Hope, sooner rather than later. I guess so. Makes you think though, don't it? What? Well, after all we've been through. I dunno. Renewal, I suppose. Maybe even a corner being turned. Devon nodded. Where there's life, there's hope, Paul. Yeah. Where there's life, there's hope. Thank you for reading Last Victory. I hope you enjoyed this, the last installment in the Last City series. Why not jump into another post-apocalyptic universe, in the long dark?